Christmas in Magnolia Glen, a sweet Christmas romance. Written by Catelyn Meadows. Narrated by Tina Scott. Chapter 1. Saying no is not always an option. I often find myself agreeing to things I'd rather not do for the sake of another person's feelings, to keep a relationship alive, you name the guilt trip. When this opportunity presented itself, though, I'd know all the no's I'd bottled up from other times I wasn't able to say them and unleash them without hesitation. And this was one of those times. No, I said with rhapsodic freedom. Seriously, you never come, Ingrid said from her side of the desk. It's Christmas Eve. Which is exactly why I'm declining, I told her. Christmas Eve is a time for gathering and celebrating, and my favorite way to celebrate is doing it alone. This concept was hard for extroverts like Ingrid to understand. She loved to mingle and chatter and rub elbows in scenarios where I found myself checking the time to see how soon I could politely excuse myself. Then again, I was sure even she could appreciate the splendid wonder of an evening with zero expectations, aside from those I had in mind for myself. I had a space all my own. That space was normally filled with demands, which were often interrupted by emails or phone calls that were packed with complaints or problems I needed to deal with. But tonight, it was all mine. And I intended to keep it that way, even if that space was my office. Another concept Ingrid didn't understand. She gave me a look, one that questioned the healthiness of my mental state. You want to be alone. Is everything okay? What about your family? I thought your sister lived close. My sister Mia lived in Magnolia Glen, which was about an hour away from Spokane. I shot a glance at my phone. Mia had sent out a little reminder text about coming to her Christmas Eve party tonight, but I hadn't responded yet. She gets it, I lied. I'm okay, really. It's just a personal preference. Ingrid's mouth twisted. Well, you know where we are if you change your mind. She adjusted her purse over her shoulder and gave a smile I could tell she didn't mean. I knew she didn't understand. Christmas Eve was hard for some people, but I wasn't about to go into the reasons, plural, it was choking for me. I walked Ingrid to my office door and faced the typical day-end bustle, though there was a bit more energy coursing through the 9th floor tonight than usual. Jenny, the receptionist, was blasting Kelly Clarkson from her phone, dancing in front of her computer as she shut it down. A couple of the guys jettisoned bulbs from the tree Kendall had put up near the reception desk, playing catch with the possibly breakable decorations in time to the music. You'd better put that back before Kendall sees, Jenny said, pushing in her chair. I already saw, Kendall called from within her office. The guys laughed and tossed the baubles up in the air. Christmas is almost over anyway, one said. I'd like them in one piece, Kendall said, exiting her office and turning to approach my open door. She wore a smart navy blue suit with a cream blouse, and her black hair was pulled tight to give her mature but lovely features their best chance of being seen. Hey, Pepper, she said, her smile slipping. I backed up to make room for her to enter, and she gestured to the paperwork scattered across my desk and the bag stuffed with my blanket and slippers, telltale signs I was planning on working late. Doesn't look like you're heading out. I squirmed just a little. Kendall was the best manager a girl could ask for. She kept order in our department and settled disputes and misunderstandings with class. She was circumspect but kind, kept the standard high while somehow maintaining rapport with everyone here. I scratched a spot behind my ear. Yeah, I'm not packing up just yet. Thought I'd get a head start on this new branding line. Pepper, she said in her chastising boss tone. I inhaled. So much for hoping she'd leave well enough alone. Well enough was never enough for Kendall. Yes? It's Christmas Eve, she said. And there it was. Time to deflect. I sat at my desk, placed a hand on the mouse, and stared at the screen. So it is. Kendall gestured to the others out in the main area. Jenny returned the bulbs to the tree and followed Oliver and his compadre out. Ingrid wasn't far behind, shutting off the lights and shouting, "Merry Christmas!" to the others. She received a chorus in return, and then the door closed and Kendall and I were left in the office. You aren't going to the company party tonight? Nope. My lips popped on the P. Everyone else who'd asked had gotten the same response. Well, not the P-pop, but a negative answer. Kendall folded her arms. She rested her hip on the side of my desk. You didn't go out last year either, did you? I hadn't. Last year, I'd taken a vacation to Hawaii and enjoyed every minute of the trip, and the excuse to say no to things like this, and the invitation my sister kept insisting on presenting to me every time we talked, instead of accepting that I didn't want to come. Is it a job requirement? No, she said in a conciliatory kind of way, tilting her head to one side. But it's good to take a break. I will, I assured her with a smile. Once Christmas was over, that break and I were going to hit it up and snuggle, kick back. We would do all the break kind of things people usually did on breaks. But I had to drown myself out tonight. I couldn't mingle and pretend I was happy about the holiday, like everyone else was. My emotions were a clear glass window pane. I was easier to read than a Dick and Jane book. This inability to hide my feelings gave me no desire to answer people's questions about why the holiday was so difficult for me. Questions which inevitably came after people saw my inability to act. That left solitude as my only option. Blissful, peaceful, impersonal solitude, where I was the only company I kept. I already knew all my own dirty secrets. I already knew all the reasons why I hated Christmas and wanted to pretend it didn't exist. So there was no need for the awkward, often pain-inducing conversations that either turned me into a sulking water pot or a terrible liar. Come on, Kendall said. It'd be great to see you there. You sure you won't join us? I decided to meet her face on, eye to eye, so she could read the sincerity in my gaze. Kendall's tightly pulled back hair suddenly made her seem more rigid, intimidating even. If I hadn't worked with her for so long, I might have given in. But along with the stern, concerned expression she dished out, I also noticed the tiredness lining her almond-shaped eyes. Her expression almost concerned, hopeful. I'd learned, however, that just because Kendall was my superior, I wasn't obligated to her in any way, other than carrying out important, necessary tasks during business hours, like relaying messages to my creative team about a design we were working on, or news that came from the company CEO. I really appreciate the offer, I told her sincerely, but I've got some great ideas for this rebrand. I've been budgeting for the new project and would really like to see this through before I step away from it for a few days. All true. We were helping a new client prepare to launch a new branding line once the holidays were over. Since I was the creative director for our team, the budget and assignment of the overall design was up to me to oversee. As a graduate in graphic design, I had artistic vision in spades, but something about this project was holding me up. Christmas or no, I wouldn't be able to sleep, let alone concentrate on anything else until I got it figured out. Kendall gave me an uneasy glance, as though she didn't want to agree but had no further arguments. Okay, if you're sure. Just don't work too late. You know you're getting holiday pay. Might as well take advantage of it. I plastered on a smile. I won't. She strolled out, shutting out the last of the lights, so the only glimmer came from the Christmas tree, which she'd left on for whatever reason. It was just as well. I needed some light to see my way to the break room, which I did the instant I was alone. I searched the cupboard and selected one of the mugs Jenny kept stocked for us, filled it with water, heated it in the microwave, and added my favorite cocoa mix, chocolate with a glimmer of mint. Stirring the concoction and delighting in the steam visibly rising from the liquid surface as I made my way back to my office. I closed the door behind me, locked it, and inhaled the most soothing breath I'd taken all day. It's just you and me, I said to my computer, settling into my chair. I retrieved the lap blanket I'd brought from my bag. Next, I kicked off my shoes and dipped my feet into the moose slippers I'd brought. They were cute little plush creatures with the softest curling mahogany fabric, their antlers made of cranberry plaid fabric. The warmth encompassed my feet. I was just ready to crank up the most regular, unholiday music I could from my saved playlist when my phone rang. One glance at the screen made me groan, and all the tension I'd exhaled returned to tighten my shoulder blades. Mia's picture filled the screen, big toothy smile and all. She'd been smiley all our lives. My sister even smiled when she was angry, a fact she detested. I considered ignoring her, but she knew I was technically off work now. She'd keep calling until I answered. Might as well get my next rejection over with. "Hey, sis." "Pepper," she said, as though my name were an exclamation worthy of amazement. "You answered." "I'm at work. What's up?" I sank into my chair, feeling it recline slightly, and spun to face the window behind me. Darkness had fallen fast, as it did every winter evening. I should probably close the blinds. "Work?" Her voice fell. "What are you working tonight for?" "You know why." Unlike with Ingrid and Kendall, I tended to be completely transparent with my sister, or she'd read right through me and nag me about it until she figured it out anyway. Best to cut right to the chase. "Oh, Pep, it's been hard on all of us. But it happened 4 years ago. Don't you think it's time to move on and let yourself be happy again?" "Easy for you to say," I told her. She had a husband and children to keep her occupied. I'd given up on that notion a long time ago. I'd like to get a jump start on this project. I've concepted with the copywriter. I'd like for my ideas to be ready to be pitched to Kendall ASAP. Once it's approved, we can pass it on to the design team. All I heard was blah, blah, excuse number 1 through 3, I hate Christmas. Ha, ha. Her response wrestled a smile out of me. What can I say? I'm a Scrooge. Only because you choose to be. Come on, forget the past and come home. I said I was sorry. I still am. And the girls aren't dying to see you. A little twinge of regret hit my heart. I wasn't sure if Mia had planned the age gap between her girls this way because she was 8 years older than I was, but Mia's 2 girls were 10 years apart and growing up fast. I hadn't seen either of them since Hope's basketball game in October of the year before. I'd love to see them too. Any other time but now. I'd had a hold on my no and I intended on sticking to it. They're getting big, she said in a sing-song teasing voice. Hope is almost taller than me and completely gorgeous. Josh is sure he's going to have to start sleeping on the porch with a shotgun to keep the boys who keep texting her away. And Ruby doesn't even remember who you are. That stung. I couldn't think of her youngest daughter's age. Was Ruby 4 now? When was the last time I'd seen her? Much as I wanted to see the girls, I couldn't go back to Magnolia Glen. At least, not at this time of year. Once the holiday passed, seeing my parents' house that Mia and her husband had bought after Mom and Dad had passed away would be easier. Sorry, Mia, I said. I have to get this done. Suit yourself, she said with a little disappointed sigh. You'll be missed. Miss you too, I said, not realizing how true the words were until they left my mouth. Before she could feed off the admission, I said goodbye and ended the call. I stared at the lifeless papers strewn across my desk. My feet were cooking inside my slippers, so I slid them off, resting my palms on the edge of my desk, staring at things, but not seeing any of them. I did miss my sister. I missed her so much it made my chest ache. That's why I need to focus, I told myself, typing and clicking in a few color changes on the logo scheme I was testing out. Focus and forget. Someday it would get easier. Someday the ache inside that came around every Christmas, or even every time I thought of my sister, would dull, and I wouldn't have to act like a jack-o'-lantern, smiling on the outside while all my insides were scooped out. I navigated through the program to insert a different design when something cold brushed along the nape of my neck and sent a shiver down the backs of my arms. My fingers froze, hovering over the keyboard. My back stiffened. I peered over my shoulder to find the nothing I expected to be there. Superstition, I told myself. All the more reason to delve into this. My fingers interacted with the keys once more, clicking away. The eerie sensation returned. This time, it swept all the way down my spine. What sounded like an alarm clanged from my phone, making me jump in my seat and let out a little squeak. My adrenaline spiked, racing into flight mode. Sudden fears injected into my bloodstream, making it sprint all the faster. Just my alarm, I said, reaching into my bag and silencing it, wondering why the tone had gone off in the first place. I stole a furtive glance behind me, almost expecting to find the presence I'd sensed there. But I saw nothing. Heart in an urgent rhythm, I shut off every other alarm for good measure, even my daily wake time. I wouldn't be needing that gong tomorrow morning. The resulting adrenaline continued to feed into my veins, making me tremble and giving me the desire to pack it in and head home. But home was no better. At least here I could distract myself with this rebrand. This is ridiculous, I told myself. I hadn't been scared to be alone since I was a kid. I shook my hair back, steadied my shoulders, and returned my attention to the screen. In a split second, the same ringing alarm resonated from my bag, vibrating it with startling urgency. What the heck? I squealed, pushing my chair back and diving for the phone. I just silenced the stupid thing. What was going on? This time, I shut the phone off completely, knocked it into my bag, and kicked the entire heap into the farthest corner beneath my desk. But by that point, I couldn't erase the unnerving feelings crawling under my skin. I slammed my back into the chair, its wheels rolling backward just enough, and chanced a few glances around the office. As far as I could tell, I was the only one in here. What was my problem? It's nothing, I breathed. I was a wuss when it came to supernatural kinds of things, but I'd never experienced anything like this. The last time I'd felt this jittery had been after chancing a tour through a spook alley with Mia and her friends in junior high school. I'd been a sucker, jumping at every unexpected turn. The spooks hadn't stopped either. I'd still been skittish even after we'd returned home, a fact Mia had teased me for relentlessly. I was determined to be stronger than whatever was going on. Resolute to overcome it, I cranked my music higher when a third bell tone clamored from my turned-off phone. "Ah, I need a hammer," I said in frustration. I'd take it out to the concrete and beat the thing to pieces. I pushed away from my desk and dove for the phone when a sultry male voice interrupted my mad digging for the device that wouldn't die.
"Sorry about that," the voice said. "I'm new to this."
I froze. I was, most definitely, not alone. Fear seized my chest, but I couldn't help but look in the direction the voice had come from, and my heart pummeled my chest, threatening to burst right through my sternum. A man stood in my office. He was the exhilarating kind of good-looking, the kind that a single glance would do me in if I looked too long. His ice-blue eyes pierced like sunlight on snow. His idyllic features and a strong jaw, masked by the smallest amount of stubble, were enough to steal all the moisture from my mouth and make it pool in my palms and under my bra instead. And his blonde hair had the perfect tussle, like fingers I wished were mine had recently run their way through it. He wore jeans and a nondescript white t-shirt, and he tucked 2 fingers into his pocket and gestured to my bag.
"Didn't mean for that to happen. Must have gone off when I came in."
My admiration gave way to panic, as it should have done from the start. "Get out!" I shrieked. "Now, or I'll call the police!" Hot guys were the worst kind of criminals, hoodwinking their victims with their charm and giving off the impression they were angelic just because their exterior was pretty and off-balancing. I wouldn't be hoodwinked or off-balanced, unbalanced, however you say it. I wasn't going to sit here and be mugged, molested, or worse. I scrambled for a weapon of some kind, smashing into the side button of my phone with ferocity and kicking myself for shutting the dumb thing off in the first place. "Wake up! Wake up, you useless square of metal!" This was getting me nowhere. In a frenzy, I reached for the closest object I could use as a weapon. The new USB hub I'd purchased but hadn't yet put to use fit perfectly in my palm. It'd have to do. As I brandished the 4-port hub in his direction, its short cord dropped limply toward my potential attacker, like a warrior who'd given up the fight. A smile twitched on the man's lips. Chagrined, I flung the port aside and tried again, my panic rising. Lip gloss was out. A pencil could do some damage if I needed it to. Where was my pepper spray?
"I'm not going to hurt you,"
he said as if reading my mind. True enough, he hadn't so much as reached for me during my failed attempts to arm myself. I ditched the pencil and reached for the phone's in-office line, backing my seat into the computer side of my desk and eyeing the man warily. As I lifted the receiver to my ear, I expected the hot intruder to reach for it, to slam a finger against the little flappy part and block my call. Fingers trembling, I hastily punched out 911. The man remained in the same place he'd stood before, impressively sculpted arms over his chest, lips coiled in amusement. Yet no one answered. There was no dial tone. Had he cut the phone lines? I shot a fearful glance to my office door. "Who are you, and how did you get in here? I locked the door."
About that."
He ran a nervous hand through that scrumptious mop of golden hair, showcasing an impressive shape to his bicep.
Paranormal transmutive forces tend to interfere with the electromagnetic pulse in the air. And it looks like that energy had an effect not only on your phone, but on this one too.
Receiver still in hand, I blinked at him. Paratransmute what? Does that mean... Are you saying you used mystical transmutive force to get through my locked door?
Something like that.
I returned the receiver to its place, mulling over his words. Paranormal? Was he a ghost of some kind? I'd always thought ghosts were transparent, but he looked as solid as if he'd turned the knob in order to enter my office. And believe me, he was solid. Every inch of him kept snagging my eyes away from his face, where my attention should stay. If he was a ghost, though, was I imagining all of this? I stared at my hot cocoa, lifted the mug to my nose and inhaled. I'd used a mug from the break room. I'd rinsed it out before using it, but maybe someone had lined it with something as a joke. Was I high on a substance I wasn't aware had been tipped into the mug before I'd selected it? That might explain why I thought defending myself with a USB hub was a plausible idea. I swear I only drank cocoa tonight. I took another tentative sip. The delectable, perfect temperature blend of rich, creamy cocoa, like I'd melted a legit mint chocolate bar, tantalized my tongue. Tastes just like it did before. That doesn't mean someone didn't spike it somehow, though. How could I know for sure? The least I could do was go home, assuming I could handle the drive, sleep it off, wait until the effects faded, and then look into it after the holidays were over. It was probably Oliver. He's the kind of jokester who'd lace my cocoa with LSD or some other hallucinogen. The fantasy lifted his hand.
I'm not a hallucination.
Oh? I folded my arms, swiveled my chair to face him. Okay then, let's pretend I believe that. Who are you? His lips took on a suave smirk. He tilted his head to one side, permitted a twinkle to enter his eye, and proclaimed,
You can call me Christmas Past. And I'm here to show you yours.
Chapter 2. I was a fan of Dickens' iconic A Christmas Carol just as much as the next person, but no amount of insistence could convince me the ghosts who'd appeared to Scrooge in that story existed at all, let alone were still floating around on Christmas Eves to pester people over 100 years later. Nice looking or not, I couldn't even. I choked back a laugh, slapped my knees, looked to my newly revived phone screen. This had to be Mia's doing. Had she somehow snuck a handsome man into my office as some kind of lure to get me to come to her house? Likely scenarios played through my mind. Perhaps she told him to hide away in a closet somewhere and wait for the rest of the team to head out. Except that would mean he'd risk being locked in. Oh, and my office had no closet. Come on, be serious. Christmas past?
It's true,
He said. You have a name?
Everything has a name.
Then what's yours?
I think my reasons for appearing in your office in the dead of Christmas Eve night are a little more important than my true identity.
I narrowed my eyes. Dead of the night was pushing it. It was maybe 7:30. Even so, okay then, Christmas past. Let's pretend this really is happening. What are your reasons for appearing in my office in the soon-to-be dead of Christmas Eve?
You only get one shot at this life. I'm here to make sure you don't waste yours.
That was unexpectedly sentimental. Too much for my current cynical state of mind. It's my life, I argued. Let me waste it as I see fit. Besides, what did he care what I did? What did anyone care? My sister hired you, didn't she?
No one hired me. I've never met your sister. You may not believe how I got through your door, but I can show you. People who care about you a lot pulled some serious strings to get me here.
I knew it. Mia was behind this. I had to say, it was almost enough to get me to go to her house if that meant finding out what was going on. But a phone call would suffice. Nice try, Mia. I see, I said. You're claiming someone sent you to what, haunt me? What are you, some kind of ghost? That would explain the whole paranormal transmutation comment he'd made, as well as how he'd been able to get through my door without opening it. It didn't, however, explain how Mia would have arranged this, so it completely ruined my suspicion.
You'd have to be dead to be a ghost,
He said.
Let's just say, I'm an angel.
I released a mirthless scoff. Those are just as fake as ghosts. Instead of bantering with me, his eyes went sad.
Angels are real.
His tone sounded almost defensive. I thought you said you weren't dead. Aren't people we've loved and lost our angels? Not that he fit either category.
Living people can be angels too. Don't tell me you've never had someone step in and help you right when you needed it most.
He was being way too serious for me, but his seriousness made me rethink my levity. The longer he stood there, the more he spoke, the more I realized this was no laughing matter. He really thought he was here to save me? Save me from what? His comment replayed in my mind. I did believe in angels, but my belief wasn't something I generally spoke of in earnest acknowledgement the way he did. Not in the conversations I typically had with people. It was almost like he was trying to portray something of significance in a short amount of time. My lack of argument must have clued him into my agreement.
Like I said, angel. No one hired me. This isn't a job, and it's not a joke. I meant what I said.
In that case, you're not real, I argued. I'm sleeping. I was sitting at my desk and fell asleep, and I'll wake up from all this and think I got high. He took a step toward me, his arms stretched across his chest, and the motion made his biceps bulge that much more. My thought ping-ponged in all directions, making it impossible for me to look anywhere but at him and take in every fine line of his build. It was brazen and probably inappropriate, but my thoughts focused on the shape of him, all the while elevating my body temperature a notch a second before veering back.
Touch me,
He said. My body went from a low simmer to a broil. Excuse me? He opened his arms to me.
You want to know if I'm real? I'm right here. That's all the answer you'd need to believe in something, apparently, so hit me up.
I couldn't bring myself to move. My blood sped through my veins, and I was suddenly extremely aware of the blaze in his icy eyes, the shape of his shoulders, and just how attractively touchable he was.
No?
He said silkily before taking a few steps toward me. My heart hitched up into my throat, but didn't stop its rapid, outrageous beating. I felt my pulse all the way in my fingertips as he offered a hand. Chastising myself to get a grip. I'd been around other attractive guys before, Bloodstream. Come on. I lifted my chin, did my best to pretend his proximity had no effect on me whatsoever, and slid my hand into his. I fully expected to go right through him, to have him vanish in a puff of smoke and then jolt awake from where I'd been sitting at my desk. But my hand met his and slid over his palm. His warm, long fingers closed around it, and he shook once, holding my hand while his gaze hooked to mine.
See?
He said on a low lilt.
Real.
Real and an angel. How could he be both? I jerked my hand free and turned, skimming my fingers into my hairline and coercing my thoughts to make sense. I staggered back a few steps, colliding with my bag slouched on the floor beside my desk. An attractive man, masquerading as my Christmas angel, had appeared in my office. Why? What are you doing here then?
They sent me because they knew you would listen. Here I am.
That still doesn't answer my question. Why?
Because I gave them my word.
Let's forget that I didn't know who they were. Hopefully, we'd cover that in a minute. Not good enough. Why you? This stalled him. His eyes turned shrewd, the cogs worked, and then after seeming to war with himself, he said,
Because I have a wrong I need to right, and this is my best chance.
Somehow his answers only left me with more questions. This handsome intruder was out to harmonize himself with his troubled past? My skepticism gradually diminished as a soft feeling warmed my heart. I couldn't explain the change or how I knew, but sincerity burnished in this man's eyes, and I began to consider the fact that he might be telling the truth. The word no didn't even cross my mind. All the yeses if it meant getting some answers to my questions. You mean helping me, if that's what you're doing, which is still dubious. Is your chance to fix your own life, too?
I'm doing this all wrong,
he said, stuffing his hands into jean pockets. The casual, uncomfortable gesture wasn't the way I expected an angel to act, which only made him that much more interesting. Who was he really?
I should tell you before you make the decision whether to come with me or not.
Tell me what?
Remember when I said I'm Christmas past? I'm more like Christmas everything.
I quirked a single brow. I'm not calling you Christmas everything. A shrug.
In any case, if you agree tonight, I'll be taking you to visit scenes from your past, present, and future.
Scrooge indeed. Visiting my past meant returning home to Magnolia Glen, a feat I'd sworn off like a bad habit. Yet I couldn't manage the no this time. At least not right away. You want me to go with you, just like that. Me with you, an angel stranger on a journey of self-discovery on Christmas Eve. Not only did this seem like a really bad idea, but it could make a great opening to a horror movie, something I was so not into. He didn't act shifty or uncomfortable. He acted ardent, like the hero of said scary movie, offering an unwavering hand to the frightened heroine. I was not frightened, for the record, just cautious and doubtful.
Pepper, I know you have absolutely no reason to, but I'm asking you to trust me. Can you do that?
Can I? I asked. He knew my name. How did he know my name?
If I were going to hurt you, I've had plenty of chances. I assure you, my intentions are honorable.
That settled it. This was a dream. It had to be. The men I knew didn't act this courteous or talk like that. And you're giving me the choice to come. His forehead furrowed.
Why, does that surprise you?
I glanced to a spot on the carpet. Scrooge didn't get a choice. Christmas past shifted. I couldn't tell the reason for his discomfort. My stubborn nature rearing its head? My comparing this situation to a fictional one?
You don't have to come,
he said.
You can go on as you are. But if you don't make a few changes, you risk an unhappy future.
The past was one thing. I supposed I could handle visiting my bygone days, even if it did mean returning to my roots. But giving me a preview of my days to come? He knew my name. Did that mean he'd seen my future and was speaking from what he knew? My palms began to sweat. Did I want to know what days ahead held for me? Part of me wanted to pull out all the stops, demand that he tell me everything. I didn't necessarily need to see it, but if he could sugarcoat things a little, give me a basic gist of necessary changes, wasn't that enough to help me avoid whatever horrible prospect I was supposedly barreling toward? Okay then, what do I need to do? I tried hard not to look at his mouth. Really, I did. But he was so right there in front of me, charging the air with his nearness. And in a moment of weakness, my gaze slipped to the delectable pout.
You agreed to come with me wherever I want to take you. One night only.
I meant the condensed version. Can't you just tell me whatever it is? He shook his head and I expelled a breath. Past and present I could handle. But future? Did I want to know? Could anything I did really change whatever was to come? Then again, road trips fared better if you mapped your route out beforehand. And this could be of some benefit. Besides, what he had to show me couldn't be that bad, could it? You're sure I'm not dreaming? I joked. Honestly, what daydreaming woman in her right mind would say no to an offer like that from someone who looked like him? His lips quirked at the corners.
I think we already covered that. Are you in?
What if I say no? It was worth asking.
Then I'll leave. You'll never see me again.
In that case, this was a no-brainer. In all reality, I was curious. Worst case scenario, this was a dream I'd wake up from and laugh over later on. Best case, this was actual and would in fact help me, though my inner skeptic couldn't yet see what I was doing on a daily basis that was all that bad. At that thought, a challenge sparked inside. All right, I'd see what this angel had to offer, and when it was over, I would point out how unnecessary the entire venture had all been after all. Okay then, Christmas past. I'm in. He gave a nod as if he approved, and I suddenly wondered if this was why whoever had sent him had selected him, because they knew I was a sucker for a striking face and someone I could banter with. Well, if they thought this was going anywhere past a few flirtatious jokes, that person was extremely wrong. I'd been down the good-looking funny guy lane, not doing that again. Silence strung between us as surely as if someone had hung tinsel using the two of us as posts. I tapped my fingers against my legs. He fidgeted. We were in a face-off, as though neither was quite sure what to do next. So, I began, what now? He dusted his hands together in front of him, watching them as he did so. His brow bent, concentrating on every sliding motion, as though he'd encountered a puzzle he wasn't sure what to do with.
Now I'm asking you to touch me again,
he said, ceasing the motion and offering his hand. You play a cruel game, I said, slipping my hand through his much more easily this time. Except, rather than having time to bask in the moment or relish the fact that I was holding hands with a strikingly strange, legitimate angel, something hooked my inside so hard I closed my mouth to keep my gag reflex from releasing anything onto my socks. My office flashed out of sight. I gripped so hard onto Christmas Past's hand that I was sure I'd broken more than a few of his metacarpals. And we disappeared. Chapter 3. Colors swirled, as though we'd fallen into a kaleidoscope mid-turn. Shapes stretched and juxtaposed in a vibrant dance. Emerald green diamonds elbowed into fiery magenta spheres. Tangerine triangles tipped into buttercream stars, and white and black squares laughed from the sidelines of every shift. Soon, snowflakes added themselves to the prisms. The swirls and gyrations slowed, colors solidifying into place. Brown skeletal trees here, teal and scarlet cars there. Roof lines punctuated an eternally blue, cloudless winter sky. Things began to slow, so the world appeared before my eyes again as if I were simply stepping out of a car rather than having my own paranormal transmutative experience. The snowflakes were tangible but non-sensory. Not hot, not cold, just there. Once everything stopped spinning, Christmas Past released me. He kept his hands in his pockets as though he'd traveled this way all the time, as though the world hadn't created an entirely new axis solely for us to spin on. He remained in his t-shirt and jeans, and I was grateful to realize I didn't need a coat any more than he did. I mean, I didn't even have any shoes on, yet it was as though I was walking on my carpet back home. Though I stood on a snowy sidewalk, my feet remained dry and warm. "Where are we?" I asked, shaking off the inward trembling after such a weird way of travel.
"Give it a minute,"
he said, examining the street setting around us and providing me with a spectacular view of his jawline.
"I'm sure it'll become clear."
Sure enough, the street was unmistakable. The order of homes, the positioning of trees, including the maple on the corner that had always shed gallons of leaves every fall, which then blew into our yard and our house's covered porch. And beyond the maple tree was a hill, situated within walking distance of my childhood home. Then again, everything in the quaint one-church town of Magnolia Glen was within walking distance of everything else. Of their own volition, my eyes swept to the familiar line of homes near the railroad tracks just beyond the hill and to one home in particular. My heart gave a squeeze. My house, or rather Mia's house, covered in snow and lined with twinkling lights. Just the sight I didn't want to see. I agreed to this, I told myself.
"Something wrong?"
the angel asked. He was far too perceptive. I slammed my eyes shut. "I knew you'd bring me here. I didn't think it would be so hard." He lifted an arm as though he were an escort, shooing me in the right direction.
"What makes it so hard?"
Christmas Past pressed his lips, and even that expression added a new and intriguing take to his face. Did anything this man did make him unappealing? Still, I didn't care how nice he was to look at. Really, I didn't. Remember how my door was locked? Remember how I was in there by myself? The whole point was to avoid coming back here.
"What's so wrong with this? It's a nice town."
It is.
"And they look like they're having a pretty good time."
He gestured to the hill again, where a pair of girls, one younger and one several years older, hauled sleds from the bottom of the hill's brief incline toward the top. I squinted, took a closer look, and then my heart caught in my chest. Oh my gosh. I took off, not bothering to give him an explanation or wait to see if he followed. I barely registered the fact that, even though my feet sank into the snow, I left no footprints, or that my breath left no traces as it fled from my mouth. The girls at the top of the hill were Mia and me, and that meant my eyes searched, foraging for a sight of them. Sure enough, there were our parents, climbing the hill to greet the 8- and 16-year-old versions of my sister and me. My throat ached. My lungs grew sore, and coldness struck me right in the core. I gulped air, bringing my hands to my mouth. My parents had died in a tragic accident 4 years ago. I never thought I'd see them again. And yet, there they were. Mom's smile was as vibrant and encompassing as I remembered. Dad's cheeks were flushed with red as he hauled her sled up the hill along with his, and I struggled to keep a grip on my emotions. A gentle hand on my shoulder made me jump. I started, prying my eyes from the vision of my parents, to find Christmas Past watching me with tender concern.
"Are you all right?"
he asked. I stared at the line of trees behind him, attempting to muscle down the gummy sensation still climbing my throat and keep the tears at bay. You said we'd be seeing my past, but I never considered. I gulped more air. I never considered that my parents would be a part of that. Truth be told, I wasn't sure I'd fully taken him seriously until this moment.
I know Christmas makes you sad,
he said.
I'll be showing you a few scenes to remind you that wasn't always the case.
I still hadn't quite caught my breath, so I turned away from him, attempting to do so. After a few more moments, I managed to get a handle on my breathing. The past. Of course, that included my parents. How many people pine to relive their favorite and even not-so-favorite moments with those they'd loved and lost? And here I was, getting to do just that.
Better?
He asked. My breathing normalized somewhat, though my heart still fluttered in my ribcage. I nodded, praying he believed the gesture, and returned my gaze to the scene. Wait a minute, I said, thinking aloud, trying to connect the pieces and orient myself in the moment. If he's carrying her sled, then that means... Christmas Past watched me, waiting for the dots to connect. I didn't finish the thought aloud. I didn't want to share that even though Mom had just broken her ankle, this was one of the sweetest Christmases of my whole life because of the way her injury had brought us together. Dad had been surly and grumpy before. There had been a time before her accident that I'd worried my parents wouldn't stay together because the fighting had increased so much. But Mom had tripped on an uneven block of concrete in the sidewalk on her way to get the mail one day, and that had rendered her unable to do much. Dad had been forced to step up. And serving her, seeing how much she did for our family, had changed his heart. This moment was etched so deeply into my memory. I gazed up, seeing the instance from an outside vantage point rather than my own eyes. I'd been, 8 years old? We'd opened presents earlier that morning, and then after breakfast, I'd caught Dad kissing Mom and pinching her backside. As a diversion, Dad had suggested sledding. I hadn't wanted to go. Whenever the neighbor kids had teamed up on the hill, I'd always declined. But as this was a family thing and we hadn't done much together before this, I hadn't wanted to miss out. I'd been terrified to go down the hill on my own. The fear that had plugged my lungs was visible on my youthful face, kissed pink from the cold. "Come on, Pepper," young Mia said. "You can do this. It's not that steep. It just looks hard from up here." Young Pepper shook her head. "I'll just watch. It's fun to watch." "It's more fun to go," young Mia argued. Young Pepper evaluated the base of the hill where my parents were currently trekking their way up. Mom slipped, crumpling to the snow. Dad dropped the sleds in his eagerness to check on her, and the sleds careened down the hill faster than usual due to their lack of occupants. "I'm fine," Mom assured him. By the comment he'd made about knowing how Christmas was difficult for me, I got the feeling Christmas Past knew more about me than he was letting on. Gosh, I hoped he couldn't read my mind. Not after I'd salivated over him. Regardless, I wasn't sure how much backstory on this scene he knew, or if he understood already, or if he could read my mind or something. I made a mental note to ask that particular question and spoke in an attempt to explain the situation. "She broke her ankle a few months before this," I said, pausing to laugh at Dad's attempts to help her up that only served to topple him to the snow beside her. Mia called out. My fear of the hill's steepness was replaced by concern for Mia. I ran toward them at full force, wholly intent on helping my parents return to their feet. "Oh," I groaned, covering my eyes with my hands. I knew what was coming. Beside me, Christmas Past shrugged.
What? This is nice.
Look away, I instructed, taking his arms and attempting to turn him from the view. But Christmas Past laid a hand on my arm, planted his feet, and continued his perusal. I turned at just the right time to watch 8-year-old Pepper biff it on the hill, Princess Buttercup style. Young Pepper let out a resounding shriek that could have terrified the socks off a snowman. And she slid, all the way down to the chain-linked fence that stood 20 feet from the hill's base. Her body lost momentum just in time, slithering to a full stop before hitting the fence. Young Mia called my name and mounted her own sled. Mom and Dad followed my path and that of the escaped sleds, pounding down the hill while avoiding the slickened pathway that had been created by countless sledders from all over Magnolia Glen.
Ooh, did you get hurt?
Christmas Past asked, keeping his hand on my arm as if he thought I needed to be steadied. Only in my most inward soul, I said sardonically. You're showing me past Christmases, and this is the one you picked?
You were happy here,
he said. I don't sound that happy. Young Pepper's wails pierced the wide blue sky, threatening to puncture it and make it spill the secrets it kept at bay.
Just wait,
he said. Enough time had passed that while I remembered this moment, I didn't remember everything that had transpired as it had taken place. I only recalled the starkest moments, like being scared thoughtless to go down the hill and then thrusting myself in Princess Bride fashion down to rescue parents who didn't need rescuing. Mom, Dad, and young Mia met young Pepper at the base of the hill.
You've been holding out on us,
Dad said, kneeling in front of young Pepper and brushing snow from her snow pants. She'd lost her hat somewhere along the way. Her long dark hair curled in the moist air. Put us all to shame, Mom agreed. Young Pepper wiped the tears from her cheeks and gazed up at them in surprise. They hadn't asked if she was okay. They had greeted the situation with humor and lightened the mood completely. I'd never have the guts to go down this hill without a sled, young Mia added. You've knocked anything I can do out of the water. A sense of accomplishment crashed over young Pepper's face, and though Christmas Past and I watched from the opposite side of the hill, I could somehow see and hear everything that went on. The smile that unfolded on her face mirrored anew on my own. The part of the memory I'd forgotten had been unlocked, cracking open like a geode. An ordinary rock on the outside suddenly revealed the multifarious, bedazzling beauty within. Mom, Dad, and young Mia bundled young Pepper into a hug. I relived the moment all over again, experiencing my lungs expanding, breathing in the love and comfort emanating from them, drawing in the fullest, most satisfying breaths. They began chanting my name over and over.
Pepper, Pepper, Queen of the Hill,
Dad had added. I'd grown a little taller in that moment, and I hadn't been able to keep the smile from my face. They'd turned my embarrassing failure into a victory and had made me feel larger than life.
Did you know pepper is my favorite spice?
I jerked to find Christmas Past leaning in, serving as a reminder that I was now an onlooker to the memory I'd forgotten I had. I hadn't realized a tear had escaped down my cheeks. I turned away, hoping he hadn't noticed. Is it? I asked, clandestinely swiping my cheek in a way I hoped could have been misconstrued as batting at a flyaway hair.
Pepper goes great with everything,
he said. Something in his tone made me look at him. He was watching me.
Because it's got just enough heat to add a small kick.
The shameless flirt. I didn't mind a little heat now and then, too, but I wasn't going to say as much. I wasn't sure a flirty response was what he was trying to get out of me at this point, or whether he was just making conversation to ease an extremely emotional moment. My favorite spice is nutmeg, I said.
That's a good one, too. What was it you said about not sounding happy?
He gestured back to the Mullins family, who was now shouting contests to see who could make it to the top of the hill first. Dad challenged the ladies to a race, and then fell too many times for it to have possibly been accidental. I was wrong, I said, hugging my arms across my chest. I admit it. That was one of my favorite Christmases.
Why?
Christmas Past's tone was genial. We never really felt like a family before that moment. I never felt like I belonged to my family until they all came barreling down the hill to turn my faux pas into a triumphant moment.
Why didn't you feel like you belonged?
I don't know, I said, keeping my gaze on the four Mullins taking position at the hilltop. Mom shouted out a countdown. Young Pepper lost her grip and began sliding first without meaning to. The others shouted out and launched before Mom finished. Dad made it down first, lifting his gloved fists into the air in triumph. I sniffed and wiped at my face again. It was strange to be so transparent and vulnerable before my handsome unknown guide. We'd only met what seemed like a handful of minutes before. How could I splay my most personal thoughts and feelings to him?
You can talk to me,
he said.
I don't know you. Chances are we won't meet again. Who better to confide in than a therapist who'll vanish once tonight is over?
Does that mean you're not real after all? He smiled.
I thought we went over this. I'm here to help you,
he added. My parents fought like vandals during the majority of my childhood, I confessed. I felt like it was my fault. I felt like I was a mistake.
You?
Hard to believe, I know. It was true, though. During every argument my parents had, I'd cowered in my room and somehow felt if only I were better, I could fix what was wrong between them. I could help them to be happy and never fight again. Oh, the wonders of a child's mind. Mom had her accident then. She broke her ankle, and I felt more invisible than ever. I was 8, I added, in case he didn't know. But I did my best to work through feeling invisible by making myself as visible as possible. Turns out I wasn't the only one. Dad seemed to be on the same wavelength, and once Mia saw Dad and I working together to do dishes, laundry, and all the things Mom usually took care of, Mia jumped in too. It created a completely different dynamic for our family. Mom remained silent on the subject, only said thank you when we helped. But then one night, Dad told Mom how he wished she would get hurt again.
Let me guess.
Christmas Past said.
Doghouse?
I laughed at the implication as the geode crumbled and cracked open a bit more. You would think so, but Dad hurried to explain that he only meant how grateful he was for Mom and how he took her for granted. The whole demeanor in our family changed after that.
And this is the memory we were just privy to?
He prodded, gesturing to the 4 Mullinses dragging their sleds up the hill again. It was the first Christmas after her accident. The best Christmas I've ever had.
I wouldn't be too sure about that,
he said, offering a mischievous grin along with his hand. I retracted mine. Oh no, where are you taking me now?
Come on, just another stop.
I slid my hand into his warm fingers, and he added,
for now.
My exclamation of, hey, didn't make it out of my mouth before colors billowed and jumbled, overwhelming my senses. Lightheadedness made movement impossible. I leaned into Christmas Past, my posture slumping, until the motion ceased, the colors stilled, and I shook the unsettling sensation from my head. He held still as if the transition had made him dizzy as well. I rested against his chest, inhaling the musk of amber in his skin combined with the fresh linen smell in his shirt. After several moments, he cleared his throat. I shook my head and stepped away, taking in the surroundings. We'd been whisked away to a street corner down from my house this time. Confusion cascaded like a plunging waterfall. Why had we gone through the whole transmutation sequence again if he was only taking us a football field away? "We're still in Magnolia Glen," I said, letting the scene wobble into place around me. I recognized the vintage-style street lamp that every corner of the quaint town was resplendent with. Its Victorian-style shade at the top of the cast-iron pole hinted at days gone by when lanterns were lit by hand rather than electricity. The falling snowflakes shimmered in the street lamp's golden light. A girl in a jean, fur-lined coat with dark curls pulled into 2 buns at the base of her neck laughed and pounded the shoulder of... I stopped in my tracks while my stomach did a little flip. "You're kidding me right now."
"What's this?"
Christmas Past asked. The entire scene crashed around me as surely as if I'd been shoved into a funhouse. Other memories I'd forgotten I had dredged their way forward. Alec Walsh lived a block away, across the street from our church building. He'd begun flirting with me at school and had jokingly teased about meeting up during Christmas break. I hadn't thought he was serious until the sound of tiny pebbles hitting my bedroom window had compelled me to part the curtains and find him standing outside. I'd fed my mom some story or other. I can't remember now what I told her. And I'd sworn Mia to secrecy as I'd snuck out the back door to dash out for a night on the town with Alec. We'd spent the majority of it at his house, but as he'd walked me back home, he'd stopped me by the street lamp. I rounded on Christmas Past. "We are not going to watch me have my first kiss." My guide lifted his hand in young Pepper's direction.
"This is..."
How did he not know? He was the one at the wheel. "Yeah, we're leaving." Christmas Past shook his head.
"They wanted me to show you this for a reason,"
he said.
"We're staying."
What does that mean?
"That means I didn't pick which of your past Christmases would be visiting."
Young Pepper giggled, her hands wrapped around young Alec Walsh's neck. His hands approached her waist, and I shoved against Christmas Past's chest. Hard. "Get a move on, show's over."
"What, you don't want me seeing this?"
"Why do you want to?" He lifted a hand in young Pepper's direction.
"Look at you. You're glowing. That light in your eyes. When was the last time you saw that in your reflection?"
I couldn't bring myself to look, but continued pushing against his chest. "Why don't we go back to your past and see how you like it?" He caught my arms, succeeding at stopping me from moving him at all. I fought against his grip, and then we ended up in a bizarre pretzel dance where neither of us was willing to let go of the other because letting go meant defeat.
"I'm trying to watch,"
he said. "Not happening." His fingers twined with mine, and he looped me around so that my fingers, still entrapped by his, were the cause of me being held captive against his chest. Though I felt nothing of the snow swirling around us, I was overwhelmed by the heat of his body and the feel of his chest at my back. His arms were secure, but that wasn't why I didn't move. I couldn't remember the last time I'd been held like this, and it felt so good. So I didn't move when he slipped his fingers free. I didn't fight his arms as they wandered around my midsection. My breath became a prisoner as Christmas Past inched in to rest his chin on my shoulder, so his soft stubble pricked my cheek.
"What can I do to bring that glow back to your eyes?"
he murmured in my ear. My heart banged like a drum. My voice was embarrassingly breathy as I replied, "Who said it's your job?"
"The fact that I'm standing here says it's my job."
I was too overwhelmed to argue. We stood in the stillness and watched as young Pepper's eyes locked with young Alec's. She tilted her chin up, hope fairly beaming from her gaze as she implored him to see it through. Young Alec moved slowly, so ridiculously slowly, in the way a boy kissing a girl for the first time did. My stomach cinched. My heart climbed into my throat, and I leaned into my angel's embrace as memory met reality. And I watched Alec Walsh give me my first kiss. I closed my eyes. He was right. I had been happy during this Christmas, too. Not just happy, ecstatic. Alec had stopped by the night of Christmas, after all the festivities with family were over. Mia had been home for the holidays, and when he'd asked if I wanted to go for a walk, Mia had helped me slip away. I'd been completely buzzed that the boy I'd been crushing on had decided to spend his Christmas night with me. And then he'd capped the night off like that. My heart didn't stop fluttering for days afterward. My thoughts strayed along life's path, recalling the other boys I'd crushed on after Alec and those I'd dated in college, too. Nothing had ever come from them either, though I'd wanted them to. That seemed to be my lot in life, which then led me to think of Silas, my most recent ex. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing the memory away. I couldn't go back there. I had wanted to get married so badly I couldn't breathe. That same breathlessness rushed over me now, bringing squeamish realization like I was the butt of a cruel joke. This stranger seemed to know so much about me. Did that mean he knew about Silas, too? About the savage way Silas had ended things? I wormed my way out of Christmas past's embrace, cursing myself for letting my guard down. Why? Why did you show me this? I'd put up a show for Mia every time she bugged me about marriage. She wouldn't accept that marriage would never happen, not like I had. So I'd changed my tune. Every time she mentioned me settling down, I lied. I had to make her think I didn't want it. Otherwise, she would pester me even more relentlessly than she already did. Otherwise, she'd spend her stay-at-home mom free time organizing blind dates and guilt-tripping me into situations where I'd meet future rejections. After Silas, my heart couldn't handle any more negatives or letdowns. Christmas past lifted his hand in surrender.
I told you, I didn't pick what we'd see tonight. They only told me they'd be happy Christmas memories for you.
Who are they? I demanded. This is the third or fourth time you've mentioned a mysterious pronoun. I'm not going anywhere else with you until you tell me who put you up to this.
I can't do that,
he said.
This is supposed to cheer you up, Pepper. This is supposed to be pleasant.
What, walk down memory lane? I huffed, turning away from my younger, love-struck self, still kissing her high school crush.
Well, yeah.
He scrubbed a hand behind his neck. I paced. I couldn't figure out why this bothered me so much. But the more time I spent with him on this star and snow-strewn street in Magnolia Glen, the more infuriated I became. Take me home.
I can't do that.
Yes, you can. In fact, I demand that you do. I'm so done with this. I don't want to see anything else.
It's supposed to help,
he said like a broken record. It's not. It's only making things worse. Remind me of when I used to be happy. Rub it in my face how miserable I am now. Yeah, whose brilliant idea was that? His jaw worked. He offered a hand.
Okay then, one more stop.
I wasn't falling for that again. Not a chance. I'm not touching your hand again unless it's to take me home. I refuse to see anything else of my own past. Do you think I don't know all of this already? Do you think I don't know what I'm missing? I know exactly what I'm missing. My parents are dead. My sister has an amazing life with the man she loves and everything she ever dreamed of. And do you know what happened to my dreams? I hadn't meant to spout so much, but emotion had a way of overriding sense, especially when it was as close to the surface as it was for me right now. He didn't remove his hand.
"One more," he said. "If, after this, you still want me to take you home, I won't fight you."
I sniffed. I hadn't expected him to agree. Where are we going this time? More of my most embarrassing moments?
"No,"
he said, lowering his hand. He lifted his chin as though this was hard for him to admit.
"We're going to see mine."
That changed things. His admission derailed my rant. He'd refused to answer any of my questions about himself since he'd first appeared in my office, and I couldn't help the curiosity itching up my spine. I wanted to know as much about this intriguing, angelic stranger as I could, but he didn't offer his hand for me to take. In fact, he wouldn't look at me. I meandered along the quiet street, fuming inside, considering my options. Young Pepper and young Alec, having shared their kiss, continued their stroll down the street. It was only Christmas past and me, and I wanted to know more about him. This time I offered him my hand, my jaw set in my resolve to see this through. "Ready when you are," I said. I sensed the battle contending inside of him by how rigid his toned body became, by the conflict in his brow, by the intensely focused direction of his eyes. Enough time passed, I worried he would withdraw his offer. But as he had before, I left my hand elevated in his direction. And he took it. Chapter 4. The stadium was practically empty, except for a few players on the ice dressed in casual attire rather than game jerseys and helmets. Their skates made distinctive sounds on the ice's surface, and my angel and I stood outside the protective glass in front of the empty stands and watched the 4 players skate. Though I couldn't see any of their faces, my attention gravitated to the man in the lead, coaxing the puck with swift strokes toward the east end. "Is that you?" I asked. His glower fixated on the same player was my answer. My stomach clenched. This man who refused to tell me his real name was instead showing me a part of his past. This was him. And considering the pained scowl on his face and his previous words, this wasn't a memory he was proud of. I followed his cue and watched him practice, playing against a few others and outwitting them at every turn. The more I witnessed him scoring goal after goal, the more excited I grew at his impressive skill, and the more current version of him closed in. Tension heaved from his body next to me in waves. "I don't get it," I said. "Why are we here?" "Shh." A loud male voice broke over the stadium speaker system.
"I'm calling it, guys,"
the voice said.
"It's Christmas Eve. Let's get out of here."
The players on the ice responded, stopping and peering through the cages over their faces toward the box where the man speaking stood. The woman beside young Christmas Past waved and called to him. "You got it, Cliff," she yelled. "You were practicing on Christmas Eve?" I asked in surprise. Sounded like whoever was speaking from the box had done them a favor of some kind by letting them in that night and was ready to go home to celebrate with his own loved ones.
"We were trying to make the Olympic team,"
Christmas Past said, still scowling at his younger self on the ice.
"Just one more,"
young Christmas Past said in reply to the something else the woman beside him had said. He lifted his stick and swung. Ice scraped, the puck soared. I didn't see how it could make the goal, but it continued to launch in that direction. My stomach tightened in anticipation, waiting to see where it would land. Waiting to see what was so wrong with this scenario, the Christmas past kept scowling at the memory. Seconds later, the puck hit its target. The ropes of the goal wavered in response. The woman let out a victorious whoop, and young Christmas past lifted his arms in silent victory. Someone retrieved the puck, and the four of them skated toward the sideline's door, not far from where he and I currently stood. The woman he'd been playing with threw her arms around him the instant he took his face mask off and kissed him like they'd already made the team. "Before the skates come off?" I said, hearing something like bitterness in my voice. I didn't miss that fact, or the worm of jealousy wriggling into my chest. Why should this bother me? He saw me kiss someone else. It hadn't seemed to trouble him. Was I really that insecure? Then again, he'd used the instance of my first kiss memory as an excuse to weave me into his arms and hold me close, and the resulting tingle still hadn't worn off. Had he been jealous of my kiss? Why should he be? We hardly knew each other. Regardless, my thoughts suddenly exploded in all kinds of directions, including several where we became as close as lifelong friends, where we shared every secret, and even an instance that ended with us in similar positions, holding one another tight, sharing breath and thought as our eyes connected in that perfect moment of both surrender and realization before his mouth met mine. I shook the thought away, heat splotching my cheeks, praying he didn't notice any unusual pinkness there. I still wasn't sure if he could read my thoughts, but in any case, we were practically strangers. These feelings were irrational. Fortunately, his attention was on his younger self. They removed their skates. The stadium lights flickered and shut off, and then the group was outside in a snowy, deserted parking lot. Young Angel high-fived his buddies, kissed his girl one more time, and held her door before climbing into the driver's side. "Nothing about this seems bad at all," I said. "Didn't you say this was your most embarrassing moment? You look high on life. To use your own words against you, you look happy. Christmas was good to you." He maintained his fierce, alluring grimace, his arms crossed and his irritation flaring, as if I were talking during one of the best parts of his favorite movie. I quieted and kept watching. He drove through a gentle but incessant snowfall, laughing, stealing kisses with his girlfriend as they went. She slapped his shoulder and chastised him for not watching where he was going.
"It's Christmas Eve," young Christmas past argued. "There's hardly anyone on the road."
She acted like she wanted to argue, but when he gave her a devastating, mischievous smile and tilted in for another kiss, she didn't protest. Their lips connected, trapping kisses between smiles, and he held the kiss longer than he should have. Lights flashed, tires squealed. The girl beside him broke the kiss with a shriek and shielded her face. I was tempted to do the same. I ducked back at the sound of crunching metal and shattered glass, not wanting to take in the horrific, blurring scene. I wasn't sure how he could stand to watch it. I pressed my forehead into his shoulder, trembling, wishing I could erase the sight that still replayed in my mind. I waited for him to soothe me with soft noises or rub a hand on my back, or to even push me away. But he didn't try to console me.
"You're missing the best part,"
he said derisively. "I don't want to see it."
"Look, so you'll understand why I'm here. This is in answer to your question.
I shook my head, clutching his shirt in my fists. Christmas Past brought his arm around me then, dipped his face toward me, and breathed.
Look.
Against my better judgment, I did. I rotated, bracing my shoulder against his for support, my hands clenched into fists, shaking with the effort. The scene shifted, and the sight meeting me now was a procession of cars. My heart flapped at the picture of him, situated in a car at the end, following the procession. While the vehicle was different than the one he'd crashed, a pained scowl compressed his face, similar to the one he maintained beside me now. A scratch marred the side of his handsome, dejected face, and his hand was bandaged, but he kept it on the wheel. My vision blurred with tears. His younger self was so handsome, so dejected, so very alone. None of the friends he'd been with that night were with him. Not even... I inhaled a little gasp. The woman. She wasn't in the passenger seat beside him. Did that mean?
I was going to marry her,
he said, by way of explanation.
but after I...
Had she died? I couldn't ask. I didn't need to. His words choked and then the pieces clicked. The accident, his injuries while driving in the funeral procession. He'd lost her that night. That was why he hadn't married her, because he couldn't. Oh, my, I breathed, sorrow spilling through my entire frame. I'm so sorry. So sorry. Take us away from here, please. The accident had been his fault. He hadn't kept his eye on the road as much as he should have. Had it been a clear night, he would have been fine, but that Christmas Eve had been snowy, and his attention had been on the woman in the car beside him rather than on the road. She'd died because of him. This was the wrong he'd mentioned, the wrong that he could make right by helping me. My sour attitude from earlier shattered, turning to dust and drifting away where the wind would take it. I get it, I assured him. I understand. You don't have to keep watching. I couldn't bear the stalwart, almost stoic expression that had overtaken his chiseled face.
Whether I watch this or not, the shame of that night is always with me.
Tears welled in his eyes, reflecting off the ice blue like sunlight on a lake. I stood between him and the memory, uncertain if I should place a hand on his cheek, ready to catch the tears' progress. One escaped. My thumb caught it. He brushed my hand away and pivoted, lowering his head as if in shame.
I prayed for release, Pepper. I won't show you that moment, but let's just say it's every bit as black as this one. And they came, showing me another way.
They. The infamous no one he couldn't tell me about. By helping me, I said, voicing my assumption out loud.
You,
he said, this time bringing his hand to my cheek. He gazed at me with a tenderness that was riveting.
I know life has been hard for you, too. Why else would you lock yourself in your office on Christmas Eve instead of spending that time with your family?
We shared a moment of silence, my hand on his waist, his on my cheek. Warmth surrounded me, completely validating the compassion pooling within me, creating more of a connection than I'd shared with anyone in a long time. With a practical stranger. Yet this was the most understood I'd felt in so long. I'd lost my parents on Christmas Eve 4 years ago. Christmas Past had also lost the woman he loved on Christmas Eve, though I didn't know how much time had passed since it had happened. When was his accident in relation to now? 1 year, 2? Had he healed fully from that loss, as much as anyone could heal after losing a loved one anyway? Was that why he'd been sent? To help me do the same?
They said if I could help you let your heart heal, then mine could too.
A depth entered his expression, a vulnerable plea for me to accept everything he was saying, and even what he hadn't spoken aloud. My lips twitched. I needed something to lighten the mood between us, and his comment gave me an idea. Maybe I should call you Clarence, I said. His brows snapped in confusion.
What does that mean?
Never mind, but once this night ends, you have to watch It's a Wonderful Life. Christmas Past's scowl remained, as though he was affronted that I was referencing a movie at a time like this.
The clock is ticking. I meant what I said, Pepper. I'll take you back if that's what you want. Or we can see this through. Together.
I planted my gaze on him while he examined me, and though his scowl persisted, the defeat that emanated from his eyes was stirring. He'd said he wanted to bring the light back into my eyes. In that moment, though I couldn't fully explain why, I wanted to do the same for him. I almost couldn't bear the dead expression lingering there. His light, the playful gleam that had danced there when he'd first appeared to me, was gone. Somehow, letting him walk me through these moments of my own life was going to benefit him too. I didn't love the idea of going back to my office's heartless walls and nesting alone again, not when the option of more time with him was before me. Even if that option did mean holding a proverbial mirror in front of my face that revealed things I'd tried to ignore or forget about for years. The cost was worth it if it meant helping him. I couldn't keep calling him Christmas Past, though, not if he intended to shepherd me through the present and future as well. Okay, my angel, I said. Where to next? His smile was cautious, starting slowly in the corners, dawning gradually, until a glimmer flickered in his eyes.
You sure about this? You sure you'll want to keep going?
He was giving me a way out. I lifted my chin, deciding on my direction in an instant. I'm sure. A hint of approval flickered over his face, but he hid whatever emotion had spurred the change and only nodded.
Okay then. You might want to take my hand.
Chapter 5. I didn't take his offer right away. A noticeable shift had taken place inside of me, as though the shell that had hardened over my heart had had a piece chip and fall away. Usually, thinking of the past was painful, but discussing my parents tonight with Christmas Past was different. Seeing them and having that sight be snatched away again wasn't quite as painful as I had expected it to be. In fact, I breathed a little easier now, until my stomach made an uncomfortable noise.
What was that?
Christmas Past asked, lowering the hand he'd held in my direction. You interrupted my dinner, I said, not seeing any point to hide the fact. He quirked a brow, his expression a cross between humor and incredulity.
Hot cocoa. That was your dinner.
I hugged my arms around my stomach. Don't judge. He considered this for a moment, taking in the darkening sky.
It is getting late, and we still have a ways to go before the night is through.
I planted a hand on my hip. Just how late are you planning on keeping me out?
You have somewhere else to be?
Touché. Is it possible to get some food? I can't be the only one who's hungry. We stepped toward the edge of the sidewalk. The street where the funeral procession had been heading was now busy with cars and trucks moving in both directions. Christmas Past cast his gaze around as though settling on a solution.
I know somewhere we might be able to access food.
Access food. That's a fancy way to talk.
It's the truth. We're not on the same plane of existence as we usually are. You may not have noticed that the natural elements don't affect us like they normally would.
He lifted both hands to the night sky, looking out of place in the snowy winterscape in only jeans and a t-shirt. It was as though he'd been CGI'd into the scene. Then why am I wanting food? I asked, my stomach releasing another growl.
I took you out of the normal plane you live on. I didn't alter a thing about your body.
He scanned down the length of me before magnetizing his eyes to mine.
We still have the same appetites.
He held my gaze while an instantaneous awareness blazed heat through me. I couldn't look away. His eyes trailed over my features, and I captured a flighty breath. Appetites indeed. I couldn't be the only one experiencing this attraction between us. Did he feel something too? You can stop staring at my mouth now, I said, flustered.
We're talking about food. That's where it goes.
The scamp. My cheeks flushed, and he made sure I saw his smug expression before he took my hand. The union of our palms was more encompassing than it had previously been, and though we were whisked away as we'd been before, I found myself not wanting to let go when the swirling stopped. I examined the street he'd taken me to. Too bad the cold weather whirling around me didn't impact my skin. I could use a little cooling down. Where are we? I didn't recognize the location. The street was lined with shops and harried people with their noses tucked into their coats, smiling or hurrying to their destinations. Parking meters lined the sidewalk, and storefronts were crammed together without any space between as the offerings changed from a sewing machine repair shop to a cookie bar to a creamery. On the opposite side of the street, the options continued. I noticed a children's boutique clothing store, a photography shop with impressive candid shots of good-looking people displayed in the window, and a coffee shop.
Not too far from where we were before,
he said.
I could take you to a restaurant, but even if I did, the staff wouldn't see us or take our order. But I think in this case, I might be able to get us something.
I took in the street sign, trying to place myself. Barlow Avenue. Were we still in Washington? I didn't recognize any of this. It was strange to walk on the sidewalk with these mingling people in my stocking feet, but I kept my pace with Angel until he stopped before a brick shop with a single rectangular window to the side of a door with the word Bakerly on it. A delicious blend of flour and sugar being transformed into baked goods taunted my nostrils and eddied in my stomach. Wait, is it still Christmas Eve?
Yes. Each of our stops tonight will be Christmas Eve, just in different years.
Interesting. I wondered what year we were in now. Did that mean he could take us to any Christmas Eve in time? I was suddenly curious to glimpse a night from 50 or even 100 years ago. Then again, we were out to see my past. Maybe since I was only 25 and hadn't lived that long ago, we wouldn't be able to travel that far back. I peered through Bakerly's square-paned windows, which were steaming. The sign on the door indicated we could enter. I can't believe they're still open, or that this many people were still out. Angel didn't look my way, though I noticed he peered at me through his periphery.
It's a fledgling business.
Why here? Are you a big fan of baked goods? He drew in a big enough breath that expanded his impressive chest, and his teeth must have clenched because a little muscle in his jaw twitched.
Because I have a connection to this establishment on our normal plane. We can bend the rules a little.
Bend what rules? And what connection did he have here? Was he saying he owned this building or something? Was he a baker? An Olympic hopeful and a baker? I was intrigued by the unusual combination.
The rules I was given before I was sent to meet you,
He said. Not telling me your name is one of those rules, isn't it?
That one is more of a personal preference.
He hedged.
Come on.
The bell chimed and we entered the shop. Though the temperature didn't affect me as much as it would have before, I was still struck with the contrast of the chilled air outside and the warmth of the bakery within. Goods were displayed in mouth-watering appeal, stacked on shelves behind glass, and every confection looked more mouth-watering than the last. A few customers mingled in front of the glass counter, chatting about picking up some last-minute treats for Christmas morning, and a teenage girl with blonde hair smiled and conversed with a customer from her place at the register.
I'll be right back,
he said. I gripped his arm, suddenly not wanting to be separated from him. Attraction had been flaring between us since the moment we met, but this desire to be with him had a new element to it, one I didn't completely understand. Was I worried about getting lost on this other plane? I didn't want him to leave my side. Where are you going?
Getting that beautiful mouth of yours something to eat.
He punctuated the statement with a wink before slipping behind the counter. Heat blazed in my belly at the compliment. I was tempted to follow him and see how he managed to access food on this alternate plane, but something told me this was also part of his rules and I'd better stay where I was. It wasn't like we could pack a picnic for something like this. Part of me wondered why we hadn't just returned to the present and gotten something to eat. But maybe that meant breaking whatever power enabled him to travel like this. It could also mean interacting with people in real time, and maybe he didn't want us to be seen together. Not when we technically didn't know one another, because that wouldn't be complicated or anything. A few people walked right past me, uncannily paying me no attention whatsoever, while the girl behind the register retrieved their orders from within the glass display cases and packaged them into pretty festive boxes. Angel strolled behind her, checked to make sure she wasn't watching, then slid the glass door open and retrieved 2 fruit tarts I'd had my eye on. He also snatched a pair of bagels and slipped the confections into brown paper sacks. Angel ushered me toward the door so we could make our way through behind the customers who'd paid for their goods, and my conscience squirmed as we stepped outside. We hadn't paid for this. Had he stolen it? Snow swirled. I was tempted to rub my arms, but that was more of a cursory motion than a necessity. It was so weird to not need to take actions I knew I should have if this were a normal situation.
Your dinner. All the sugar you could ever want.
I don't know, I saw a few other things.
Just take it.
I smiled to let him know I was teasing, and took the proffered tart and bagel with the smallest hesitation. They smelled amazing, and I was surprised to be able to touch these where we hadn't been able to touch the doors or interact with anything else. I asked him about it, and about why he hadn't tried paying for the food.
We can touch them because they're mine.
They're yours. Did that mean he worked here, or... So you own this little bakery? I peered toward the windows again, hoping for a sign of his younger self. Then again, if this was the same year we were in before, he'd just gotten into a car accident. The thought was saddening. I wondered who the girl working the register had been, and whether or not she'd known that her boss had found himself in such a mess. He took a bite of the tart, and I did the same. My self-control only went so far. The fruit was a decadent splash on top of a light layer of cream cheese before my tongue discovered the delightful pastry. I released an involuntary moan. You made this?
I hired some help, but yes, that's my concoction you're enjoying.
So because it's yours,
and because this is my parade,
he interjected, referring to the adventure we were on. You were able to manipulate these. I held the tart on my open palm and examined it, as if searching for traces of evidence that it was from a different time period.
Bingo. So we're not actually stealing anything.
I chewed a few more minutes, and the fruit tart was gone far too fast. You know, for expired food, this doesn't taste too bad.
Expired.
Technically, this is a few years old, depending on where in time we are. His brain caught on to my bad joke, and he laughed. My stomach simmered because I was the reason for the sound. We ate in silence for a few more minutes while I reeled. I'd made him laugh. I wanted to know how to do it again. I was dying to know more about him. The few tidbits he'd revealed were intriguing, and I found they only fueled my curiosity rather than sating it. You still won't tell me your name? I asked, wiping my lip with the side of my thumb. Too bad he hadn't thought to grab some napkins. Or bottles of water, for that matter. Not even after I saw a part of your life.
That's even more of a reason for me not to tell you.
Why? He slid me a look.
Knowledge is power, and I don't want to give you any over me.
Ha! Like I could. I suspected there was a different reason for his keeping his identity hidden, but he didn't expound or add any light-hearted gestures. He remained solemn, tearing a piece from his bagel and popping it into his mouth. A pocket of silence stitched between us while we ate. Then he snagged it.
Although,
he said,
since I know your name, I'd love to know more about where it came from.
What do you mean? He swallowed.
I mean, why, Pepper? Your parents had a whole range of names to choose from, and instead, they named you after something they could find in their cupboard.
I'd heard every insult in the book regarding my name, ranging from soda pop references to protective spray. Yet this stung more than those ever had. He probably hadn't meant for the statement to hurt, and maybe I was oversensitive because I was starting to like him more than I should. I thought you liked my name.
I never said I didn't.
There was the softening smile I'd been waiting for. He thought for a moment.
Sorry, I didn't mean for that to come out sounding as harsh as it did.
My mom loved acting, I told him. She was in scads of plays from the time she was young. One of her favorites was Annie. It was the first play she ever performed in, and she was cast in the role of an orphan girl named Pepper. She said it stuck with her, and she always wanted to name her daughter that. He rubbed his chin.
I see, Pepper Mullins. Is there a middle name to the duo?
My full name is Pepper Jane Mullins. Mom was also a Jane Austen fan, I added with a shrug.
And are you an Austen fan, Pepper Jane?
Warmth radiated through me. I liked the sound of my name on his lips a little too much. Do you have to ask? My mom, my sister, and I spent many nights swooning over Mr. Darcy, as much as the next woman.
I've never read anything by Jane Austen.
Did that mean he was a reader? Technically, you don't have to. There are enough versions of Pride and Prejudice to make an entire shelf in a library. The statement won me a smirk. I took a victory bite of my bagel.
I take it you don't like them all,
he said. Some are fantastic, I said, finishing off my bagel and crumpling the brown sack it had been placed in. I held the bag in my fist, strolling toward a garbage can on the sidewalk. He joined me, tossing his in as well. And I haven't seen all the versions there are out there. I just meant there are a lot. I love the story, though. Do you read?
Known how since I was 5.
Ha ha. I nudged his shoulder. I mean, do you read of your own volition? For enjoyment? Hands in his pockets, he stared out at the street.
It's never been my favorite pastime. I'd rather be fishing or skating. Either way, you're on the ice.
You ice fish?
That I do.
I've never been ice fishing. Truth be told, I hadn't been regular fishing either.
If you don't mind freezing your butt off, it's a fantastic way to kill an afternoon. You wear ice cleats and camp out in a tent with a little space heater, drill holes, keep bells on the line so they jingle when you get a bite. I like to enter tournaments every year, too. There are prizes for the biggest fish.
Have you ever won?
Have I ever won?
He repeated my question with a pompous kind of air. You didn't answer my question.
I thought that was the answer.
Maybe he was trying to be humble rather than talk himself up. One way or another, I was determined to get some answers out of him. How about specifics?
We'd better keep specifics out of this.
Only when they apply to you, apparently. It doesn't seem fair that I still don't know your name, even though you know mine. You could scold me like my mom used to if you wanted. I'm sure you've seen the memory of it somewhere along the way.
Unlike Pepper Jane Mullins, my name isn't that great.
Whether it's great or not, it'd be nice to know. Then I could pester you about it. This stumped him.
I'm not pestering you about yours.
You did a few minutes ago.
What kind of mother names her child after something she found in a cupboard?
I said in a deep mock voice. Angel cast his gaze to mine. I inhaled sharply at the instant spark and magnetism sizzling between us with that one look.
Pestering implies the person on the receiving end doesn't enjoy the attention.
My lips parted. What makes you think I'm enjoying the attention? He inched closer, my pulse shot skyward. Heat swarmed my cheeks while my thoughts scrambled to anticipate just what he was up to. Was he going to kiss me? Heavens above, this godlike guide was going to kiss me. He slid a warm hand on the side of my neck, cupping the space below my jaw, and my pulse pounded that much harder. I was riveted to him, my knees weakening, my lungs burning.
That's why,
he said, his gaze flicking to my mouth before returning to my eyes with wicked triumph. Cocky angel. He removed his hand and stepped away, taking some of his heat with him and leaving me in pieces. My breathing was off the charts erratic. It took several breaths before I returned to anything remotely steady. Once I recovered enough to speak again, I gave the subject one more try. You won't tell me your name. He angled his head and stuffed his hands into his pockets.
Not part of the agreement.
I fluffed my hair and turned away from him. I'll just keep calling you Angel then. Although you resemble Spike more. Only the hair. You don't have the cheekbones, but your jaw is impressively chiseled.
What are you talking about?
Not a Buffy fan? Duly noted. Yet another show we're watching if we ever get out of this alive. Did you say we were going somewhere?
We are,
he said, glancing around as if out the window, though there wasn't one. Somewhere in the time we'd been talking, snow had begun to lightly fall, adding itself to the slush along the street. We took a few steps toward the corner when a scream clattered out from the street. Stop! A woman shouted, reaching for her child, who, laughing at having gotten away, broke for the asphalt directly in front of a passing car. The car slammed on its brakes. Its wheels began to fishtail on the slick road, but from the sound, I knew it wasn't good. My hands flew to my face, my pulse speeding in my veins. No, I said on a breath, but Angel was quicker. He tossed what was left of his bagel onto the sidewalk and bolted toward the melee. Sheer panic coursed through me. I couldn't watch this, even if he made it to the child in time before the hydroplaning car struck. What could he do? We couldn't touch anything here. He couldn't lift the child to safety. He couldn't do anything. A prayer for the boy sprang to my mind. I dashed to the edge of the sidewalk, seeing the mother's panic-stricken face. Car brakes squealed, a horn sounded, my heart thudded, and I scanned the snowy scene, desperate for a glimpse. In an instant, my vision blurred, as though we'd somehow entered the swirling traverse that carried us between planes. I couldn't tell how that was possible when Angel was so far away, yet as quickly as it had begun, the kaleidoscope swirl ceased. I blinked, gulping in breaths and the returning scenery at once. I was still on the same street. Tread marks swerved on the slush, traffic had stopped, and Angel stood on the other end with the small child in his arms. Oh my gosh! I ran to him then, my sock feet sinking into the street slush, and yet not getting the slightest bit wet. By the time I reached the other side, Angel had set the boy down within his mother's reach. The boy beamed at Angel, his youthful eyes wide with wonder and surprise. Angel held a finger to his lips and winked.
You be sure to stay by your mom next time. Got it?
He said. The boy nodded solemnly, and it wasn't until Angel rumpled his hair that the boy's face gave way to a little smile. I waited for the mother to turn, throw her arms around Angel, thank him profusely for saving her son, but her attention was on the child, her face filled with worry and disbelief. "You're okay," she said, clutching him to her. "Thank goodness, you're okay. I don't know how you are. I don't know how you didn't get crushed by that car, but I'm so relieved, so relieved." She continued clutching her son, rocking with him. Any minute now she would turn to Angel, seize his hand. The driver exited the car, expressing sincere apologies and concern for the boy. He didn't show any acknowledgments of Angel or his intervention to save the boy's life either. In fact, they both acted almost as if, "She can't see you, can she?" I said, voicing my suspicion aloud. The notion sent a spread of chills down my limbs. Neither of them could see either of us. If that was the case, then how had he managed to intervene?
We've done all we can here, I think,
Angel said, stalking back to my side. My hands went to his chest, my face scanning him in desperation for any signs of injury. He'd run directly in front of the car. By all rights, he should have gotten struck as he'd snatched the boy from its path, yet here he stood, untouched. "You really are an angel," I said with a little gasp. "What you did for that boy."
It's what any decent person would have done,
he said. He scowled almost as if he didn't want my praise. I was completely stunned. How could he not see that what he did was incredible? I don't know many people who would run in front of an out-of-control car like that to save someone they don't know. You're extraordinary.
Thank you,
he said.
But seeing how the car wouldn't have hurt me anyway, the risk isn't quite what you thought it was.
Embarrassment stained my cheeks. Of course. During the entire tense scene, I hadn't once thought of the fact that we hadn't been able to touch any doors or manipulate anything in this plane other than having ground to stand on or eating bagels because they belonged to Angel. Even still, something told me he would have done it whether we were on this alternate plane or not. The thought struck me, making me wonder if that was how things worked. Instances where miraculous rescues were heard of, times where reason couldn't explain how people managed to free themselves from close calls or tough scrapes. Were angels really there, working in our favor, and like the mother with my angel, we simply couldn't see them? That doesn't make what you did any less heroic. He grunted.
Think what you want.
I will, and I think you're something else. Another grunt. Why was he deflecting my praise? It was almost as though he didn't want me noticing he'd done something kind for someone else. In another blink, I realized neither of us had moved. My hands were still on the firm planes of his well-sculpted chest, and unbeknownst to me, his hand had settled on my waist. Touching one another like this had come so naturally. I hadn't thought twice about it, but now the notion seemed too intimate. Dipping my chin, I stepped away and lowered my arms to my side. What was going on? He hadn't changed. He was still the same mysterious man who'd shown up in my office hours ago. However, the longer I spent time in his company, the more my awareness of him seemed to shift. He was more than a pretty face. Based on the expression and the way he'd dashed over to help the boy as though the danger were real, he'd been worried too. He hadn't considered that the car wouldn't have hurt him the way it would have the boy. His only thought had been getting the child out of the way in time. What if this was real? What if this angel and I had met on the street, just like this? Or if I'd stopped by his bakery on my way home from work to sample some of his offerings? Would he have paid me the time of day? I for sure would have noticed him because he was oh so noticeable, but my attention was shifting, focusing away from his outward appearance and more on what lay within the man's heart. And though I still didn't know much about him, I was sure it was made of gold. Chapter 6. Fog created a silky haze, muting the air and all its sounds in such a reverential way. I couldn't help pausing to introduce myself to the stillness. I wanted to approach it slowly, so I didn't disturb its beauty, so I could become part of it instead. With the snow's down comforter blanketing every surface, including every branch of the trees lining the street we stood on, the exquisite scene deserved a glance or two. That still didn't help me express a groan as more than scenic beauty occurred to me. We were back in Magnolia Glen. Angel quirked a brow at me. "Sorry," I told him. "It's just that you keep bringing me back here, and I've made it a point to avoid this little blink of a town for some time now. Tell me again why we have to look at the present." "I live in the present. I already know what's happening there."
Are you so sure about that?
He must not have liked something about my expression, because he hurried to explain himself.
We can be entirely immersed in a situation the moment it happens, and still miss so much. You could probably enjoy the present you're in more if you weren't so consumed by the past.
I lifted my chin. Consumed by the past? Please. I've moved on. Look at how successful I am at work.
If you say so. Spending Christmas Eve alone doesn't look like success to me.
Where else should I be spending it?
I've a few better options. What do you say we hit up the party you were invited to?
How do you know I was invited anywhere?
How do I know anything about you?
He said. He offered me his hand again, and I expected to be whisked to Mia's front door. Instead, the union of our hands was just that, hand-holding. His thumb traipsed over the back of my hand, sending tingles up my arm, and I closed my fingers tighter around his, thrilling from the touch. All at once, I was 14 again, giddy over a boy, my blood ping-ponging inside my veins at just being near him. Unwarranted, my thoughts veered to Silas Crane, the last man I'd held hands with or had anything even remotely close to a relationship with. I'd thought I loved him. I'd thought we'd get married. I'd even begun negotiating buying Mom and Dad's house in Magnolia Glen as a family starter home for Silas and me, when it turned out he wasn't worth investing any of my heart into. That was why I hadn't pursued another relationship after Silas ended things. Though there had been opportunities, and I'd gone on dates with other men since, nothing had ever become anything more than that. The risk was never worth it to me, not when I'd been so devastated, Not when Silas's breakup had also resulted in two extremely painful conversations, one between Mia and me, and one with Mom the afternoon before she died. No man was worth that kind of regret and angst. That was why I knew I shouldn't give my heart any hope where Angel was concerned. I'd known him for only a matter of hours. I knew less about him than I knew about my neighbor's tendency to grill on Sunday evenings or their habit of running before the sun rose. But I felt this stirring connection with him in a way I wasn't sure I ever had with a man before, not even with Silas. We hiked the street, smashing through tufts of snow and leaving no footprints behind, just like before. So it wasn't only past memories that could be experienced and not touched. Speaking of which, another question popped into my mind. You said we're in the present year of Christmas Eve now, right?
Correct.
How? This can't be a memory we're revisiting because it's taking place right now, right? As far as I knew, present and future moments weren't classified as memories. Did that mean our normal selves were somewhere, living out their lives at the same time? Then again, maybe not, seeing as how we'd left that plane completely.
We're standing in a separate plane of existence, he said. I asked how this would work too, and that's how they explained it to me. Our lives have layers. Time exists all in one long ribbon, but each time period has exit and entry points. We're in the wings of the stage, if you'd prefer a theater analogy, watching the scenes play out but not interacting in any way.
I suppose that makes sense, I said, groaning at the sight of Mia's front door. In my childhood, Mom had only ever hung a simple wreath she'd made out of wrapping lollipops in festive-colored fabric and then jabbing the stems into a straw wreath so thickly it looked like a wreath of Christmas bulbs. But Mia had gone all out in her decorating. She had pine boughs glittering with twinkling golden lights stringing all around the front door, decked off with matching pine sconces on either side of the garage. Yet more lights strung along the roofline, making the house look like something squared off and simple, yet elegant too.
This is where you grew up?
If you glance out the kitchen window, you can catch sight of the hill we were at earlier, I told him, staring at the door. So, how do we get in? Paranormal transmutation?
Very funny. Here's the perfect chance now.
He stepped aside as a man and a woman made their way up the sidewalk. The woman carried a bowl covered with plastic wrap. The cinnamon smell of something freshly baked swirled in my stomach the minute Mia opened the door to greet them. She looked like me, though her brunette hair was much longer than my shoulder-length A-line tresses, and she let her curls have their way while I flat-ironed mine out. Our features were so similar, people often mistook us for twins if they didn't look closely enough to notice my lips were just a little bit fuller and her brows and eyes were wider apart.
She looks like you,
Angel said. You mean I look like her? Which was technically true since she was 8 years older. So good to see you, my sister gushed in the open doorway, giving Angel and me the perfect opportunity to slip inside along with them. I didn't really notice a change in the temperature, though people were nestled around her spacious living room. The flush in their cheeks and the heat emanating from the fire, dancing in the grate on the far end of the room, told me it was toasty. Mia took their coats, chattering happily. For some reason, I couldn't take my eyes from her. The sharp words we'd harpooned at each other the last time I was in this house were all too clear. I'd punctuated them by declaring I'd never come back, and I never had. What would she do if she knew I'd finally done as she begged so many times since that awful day and broken my word? Mom's traditional Christmas decorations had been replaced with trendy snowmen wearing plaid top hats, stylish beaded garlands with tassels on each end adorning the mantel, massive fluffy ornaments suffocating the Christmas tree, and even the popular little red truck with a Christmas tree in its bed on the throw pillows of every posh seating arrangement. A lifelike metal truck the size a toddler might play in sat at the base of the tree as well. Pictures on the wall had been replaced by beautiful paintings of the Nativity, huge metal snowflakes, and signs with phrases like merry and bright in festive swirling fonts. I missed Mom's Nativity on the hearth, the one I'd played with as a child. Whatever happened to it? Mia's husband, Josh, stuck his head out from the wall, separating the kitchen from the living and entry rooms.
Is it Pepper?
He called. Not yet, Mia replied. The Joneses are here.
Good to see you,
Josh replied. Pepper? Mrs. Jones asked kindly. Her hair was sprinkled with snow. It was fluffy in a blown-dry kind of way. She was older, possibly the age my mom would have been were she still alive. Are you out? I can scoot back home for some if you'd like. Angel laughed at that, slipping me a pointed look. I'd never lived down the food jokes. They used to bother me when I was little, but now I'd learned to laugh right along with everyone else. Though something told me this woman hadn't meant the reference as a jab. At least I'd add some spice to the evening, I muttered.
I don't doubt that.
Angel winked at me, and I turned away to hide my blush. Someone asked who Pepper was, and my brother-in-law interjected, carrying a massive bowl of popcorn from the kitchen to the guests who were gathered around the table to play some card games.
Pepper is Mia's kid sister. We've been inviting her to our Christmas Eve party for a while now.
She doesn't want to come? Mrs. Jones asked kindly. Others showed interest as if they had the same question. I recognized several couples. Many were neighbors, people I'd grown up knowing. Mr. Matheson, who always left his garage door open while he worked on construction projects. The Legrands, whose daughter I used to play with after school. And a few faces I didn't know, like the Joneses. It's hard for her, Mia said.
That's a nice way to defend your cowardice,
Angel said from his place near my shoulder. I shushed him and sidled over to stand by Mia's Christmas tree bulging with ornaments and tulle. No presents yet underneath.
Pepper is Pepper,
Josh said, and a few people who'd known me while I was growing up laughed. My cheeks heated. I couldn't tell if it was a compliment or a way to explain whatever was so unexplainable about me.
I thought he liked you,
Angel muttered. Me too. Shows how much I know. Josh's tone implied there was no justifying or explaining why that silly old Pepper was just so madcap or outlandish enough to not want to come to a Christmas Eve party. Heaven forbid she's antisocial. I needed to put a damper on my cynicism. Why was it Christmas Eve and my sister always brought out that side of me? I waited for her to feed off her husband's comment and flail me publicly for my many refusals over the years, and maybe add in all the reasons she was glad I hadn't come. But Mia's words froze me in place. Pepper is the best friend I have, she said, re-entering the room and hugging another bowl of popcorn. We've been so close our whole lives. She was my closest confidant until I got married, and I used to be hers. She's been through a rough spot the past few years since our parents died. It's hard for her to come back here. This is where we grew up, you know? A hush fell. Most of these guests did know, and several of them nodded in acknowledgement of that fact. Oh, poor dear, Mrs. Jones said, breaking the muted mood. I really like her. I leaned toward Angel to mutter.
You would.
I elbowed him. It's hard to move on after a loss like you two have had, Christine Legrand said. She'd gotten a few more gray hairs and lines on her face since I'd seen her at our parents' funeral. You've had your knight in shining armor there to help you along. Does your sister have anyone? The concern in her tone was more than curiosity or seeking fodder for gossip. She sounded like she really cared. I wasn't quite sure how to handle it. Why is this party turning into a help session for me? I muttered. This time Angel shushed me.
It wouldn't have if you had come.
I took a step away from him, no longer sure I wanted to hear any more. Had they heard about my breakup with Silas? That had happened just before Mom and Dad had died. Would Mia delve into that mess and how crushed I was by it next? I'm trying to make it clear she has me, Mia said. She gets annoyed at me for nagging her all the time, but I just want her to know she's not alone, you know? I want her to know that even though Mom and Dad are gone, she still has me. I swallowed, while a floating calm swept over me. Mia and I had had our fair share of arguments since Mom and Dad had passed away. I was so frustrated that she'd never accept I wanted to be left alone. I always got annoyed that she couldn't understand that I was introverted and wanted to do my own thing. If I wanted to work, let me work. But now, I saw things from a different perspective. She loved me. She cared about me. Of course, I knew that, but it was different seeing this, hearing her defend me and explain my sadness to her friends while I was absent. She could have lambasted me till the cows came home, heralding all my flaws and selfishness. Instead, here she was, saying kind things behind my back. Even though I'd added distance between Angel and me, he closed it. He placed a hand at the small of my back, grounding me as he tilted in.
You know, they say you can know who your true friends are by how they talk about you when you're not around.
Yeah, I said, not knowing what else to say.
One of these days she'll come. I just know it,
Josh said. I hope I'm here when she does, Mrs. Jones replied, and several others nodded. I'd like to meet her. That's right. We'll shower her with Christmas spirit, said another neighbor I hadn't seen in years, and I had to be honest. She was the last person I expected to say anything in my favor. Mrs. Williams likes me, too?
She a neighbor?
Yeah, she lives down the street. Used to yell at me from her porch because I walked on her grass, and she wanted me to use the sidewalk.
Sounds like she knows her own mind.
I glanced at the other faces. Mia's high school best friend, Gail, who'd been at our house nearly every day, and witnessed some of my sister's and my most epic arguments over makeup and clothes. She had a baby on her hip now, and a handsome man sat at her side with his hand on her knee. She and I had always gotten along great. Then there were the Stanfields. They lived on the corner house on the first street leading into Magnolia Glen. Mr. Stanfield had always smiled and been kind to me as he had passed to get the mail at a little collection of mailboxes at the end of our street. I wondered where Mia's girls were when they bolted into the room. One was a little sprout of a thing with wiry brown curls that reminded me so much of how Mia's hair used to look. The other was a young teen who had apparently started wearing makeup and didn't yet know what she was doing. The line of her jaw was a pasty orange color. Hope had grown taller, and in spite of the amateur makeup job, I could see Mia was right. She was beautiful. She always had been, but her face had developed and become a little more angular than before. Why hasn't Mia taught her how to apply foundation?
Maybe she needs an aunt to show her the ropes,
Angel suggested.
I know not all kids are open to direct advice from their parents. no matter how good that advice may be.
Ruby bounced around Mia, yanking her hand to steal her attention from the other guests. "Did she come yet, Aunt Pepper? Is she here?" "Not yet," Mia said with a placating smile. Hope rolled her eyes. The one person to give the reaction I'd been expecting to see. For some reason, it made me smile in a sad way. My older niece was 14 and wasn't quite as enthused to see me as she used to be. Then again, I had pulled away. Had I made her think I didn't want to see her? This room was filled with people that I loved, many of whom I hadn't given much thought to since Mom and Dad died. I imagined this was what heaven was like. One big living room on Christmas morning, sitting around and enjoying each other's company, while the little kids and some big ones too laughed about fart jokes or their favorite memes. Maybe not the fart jokes. I wasn't sure those were allowed in heaven. They really wanted me to come, I said in disbelief, as the partygoers segregated into different areas and readied themselves for the board games Mia brought to the side table.
"Why do you think you were invited?"
he asked. "Obligation," I said. I never thought. I couldn't finish. I was overcome by the jolly gathering of people and the kind things they'd each said. My thoughts strayed in an entirely new direction, one that was more positive than I'd allowed in a long time. My limbs tingled. I wished I'd said yes, that I'd come after all.
"You're her family, and from what I've seen, you two were close."
I rubbed a non-existent chill from my arms. Yeah, we were. It was the situation with my parents when I was younger all over again. I'd misjudged the circumstances, assuming my parents' arguments had something to do with me and that they'd been my fault. Had I misinterpreted things with Mia, too? I retraced the argument she and I had after Mom and Dad had died, the argument that had triggered my withdrawal. I'd been so certain I was right and that she needed to be the one to come around. But she'd bought the house. She'd moved forward even knowing how much that would hurt me. I'd used that instance as more logs to the fire of my frustration and had kept myself even more distanced from her. Distanced from Christmas, from anything that could ever remind me of family and the pain that came along with it.
"You still have family,"
he said.
"Even though you lost your parents, you still have someone waiting for you. Your parents are with you in spirit."
Angel's statement brought the unexpected burn of tears to my eyes. Then why don't I feel that? His hand at my back stilled.
"Maybe you were so focused on the wrong things that you aren't paying attention. You can shut them out, you know."
I haven't meant to shut them out. Except had I. I believed loved ones were still close by, even after they were gone. But had I inadvertently kept them at arm's length, like I'd done with everyone else?
"I know. We rarely do. Isn't it strange that we treat the people we love most the worst?"
His comment had an additional personal slight, as though he weren't referring to me at all. Ruby and Hope laughed, joining in the games. I'd known I'd missed seeing the girls before, but I didn't realize how much until they were standing right here, looking beautiful and so changed. Mia was right. They were growing up, and I was missing it. After seeing a younger version of Mia and me sledding, I noticed another similarity. These girls could have been us, and I'd never want anything to wedge between them and keep them apart the way misunderstanding and argument had done between Mia and me. And then there were the other guests here. These people would have all welcomed me in. They would have hugged me, asked me how I was. The part of me that had been dormant for so long, the part that hadn't had a real friend in years, cracked away more of the geode.
What's really holding you back?
Angel asked intuitively. My jaw tightened. He'd said coming with him tonight was my way to fix things, and I wanted to tell him all of it, to confess every foolish, petty instance if that was what it took. But not here. I faced him, gripping him by the wrists. Take me somewhere else and I'll tell you.
Where do you want to go?
He asked. Anywhere but here. You pick, please. I was restless, working to keep my hands from trembling. He slid out of my grasp and joined our palms. At the touch, Mia's living room and all its guests blurred into puddles before churning into the shift with the rest of the colors. I was so disjointed by emotion, by the unexpected events at Mia's Christmas Eve party, by realizations and regrets, that I barely registered the spin of color that was Angel's token way of travel. I barely felt his hand on mine, but I freed myself the moment everything stopped twisting. Chapter 7. I didn't recognize the place he'd taken us to. It looked like a back alley basketball court. I wondered if this was something from his life again. A few teen boys dribbled and shouted on the other side of the chain-link fence, out playing basketball in spite of the snow piled on the sides of the court. They didn't pay us any mind. Angel said nothing. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and strolled to a spread of benches nearby, seating himself and waiting for me to answer his question. My throat was too tight to speak, but somehow I managed to. The afternoon before my parents died, my mom and I got into a big argument.
What about?
I exhaled. He was seeing my worst moments. Why not lay it all out for him? Like he said, we'd probably never see each other again after this, though for some reason that thought bothered me a little more now than when he'd first mentioned it. My relationship status. Mom pointed out how happy Mia was with Josh, how I could have the same happiness if I'd stop pushing men away.
Were you pushing men away?
He asked. The memory stung, resonating with sensitivity. I just had my heart broken, I confessed. I really liked him too. I thought we were getting closer, and it turned out the more attracted to Silas I became, the more repulsed by me he was. Angel's face bent into a frown.
That sucks.
Yeah. We met online and hit it off. We dated for at least 6 months, long enough for Mom to get to know him and get her hopes up. Each date got better than the last. Out of the blue, one day that week, he got me tickets to a concert. Another day he gave me flowers. The next day he told me we needed to break up.
Just like that? With no explanation?
None, I said. Only that he was done and wanted to move on. I was completely thrown. He made no sense. We'd been talking about how many kids we wanted to have. We'd been talking about the best possible times and locations for a wedding. Which was why I'd wanted to buy Mom and Dad's house and why I'd started talking to my dad about it. I'd thought he was serious. I'd thought he... My voice broke. I'd thought he loved me.
I'm so sorry,
Angel said. I'd gushed about him to my mom. He'd come to family events. Everyone had thought we were a done deal. You know? That made it so much harder when it came time to tell everyone he'd broken up with me.
I can't believe he didn't give you any specific reasons,
Angel said. Right? That's just it. I still have no idea why. What was it about me that was so repulsive? Silas's condescending voice in that moment revisited my mind along with the color of his eyes. The infinite feeling of worthlessness and confusion he'd inspired in me that had only served to harden my heart that much more.
You are anything but repulsive,
Angel said. I couldn't go there. I sniffed and finished my story. In any case, Mom had really liked him, and so naturally, she thought the breakup was my fault somehow. She blamed me. The painful words of that argument returned the way they'd done 1,000 times before. You let your doubts interfere, didn't you? Mom had accused. Why can't you give people the benefit of the doubt rather than the doubt itself? Desperately, deep down, I knew she was right. I was highly critical, often prone to voicing my criticism aloud when I should let it go. Mom had always been on my case to be more compassionate and show more grace to people. But my damaged heart hadn't been able to handle her perceptive, on-the-nail view. I'd lashed back at her. I guess I learn from the best, I said in true immature fashion. You always blame me for everything that goes wrong, even when I have nothing to do with it. Because so often problems could be prevented if you just stop and think, Pepper. I'd called her a coward and turned it back on her. I'd pointed out how unloved I'd felt for so long, how it looked like I was still the reason everything in this family went wrong. I'd accused her of favoring Mia, which then caused her to rub her temples and say, I don't have time for this. She dismissed the argument, telling me she had to get ready for the benefit and that we could talk later. I'd railed on her, shouting horrible, hurtful things as she'd walked away. How she was always pushing me away, accusing her of not caring about me. How I should have known I couldn't rely on her. I'd fumed the rest of that night while she and Dad had been at the benefit. And then there had never been a later. Instead of the phone call I'd been prepared to snub, Mia had called and given me the shattering news. Mom was gone. I'd said the worst things and I could never make it right. I supposed that was one reason I'd agreed to come with Angel tonight. I was open to changing who I'd become.
That's so rough,
he said.
Is that why you won't go back to your childhood home?
My lower lip trembled. I loved my sister, but deep down I was hurt. Mom and Dad had been making plans to reduce, to move to an apartment with an HOA that would care for the yard. After all of the wedding and family talk I'd had with Silas, I thought the timing couldn't have been more perfect. I'd been the first one to broach the subject with Dad about buying the house, just in time for our wedding, in time for us to move in.
But he let Mia buy it,
Angel said with an air of understanding.
Did she know you wanted to?
I blinked away the burning onset of tears and elevated my vision to the top of the basketball hoop closest to us. The boys nearby shouted challenges and exchanged laughter. I hung my head. She knew. In fact, she and I got in a terrible argument after they died. We were trying to settle inheritances, who got what. We'd been doing fine until it came to who got the house. I told her I'd already started talking to Mom and Dad about it, but we hadn't been able to settle anything yet. No papers had been signed or anything like that.
She didn't let you have the house?
Neither of us was our best self after the accident. Mia snapped at me. Basically, she told me she didn't care, although she didn't come right out and say it like that. We argued over who loved Magnolia Glen more. We argued over who deserved the house more. In the end, I felt like my feelings and opinion didn't matter to her. She insisted she should have the house because she already had a family. Because it was more logical, She already had people to fill the rooms.
Ouch.
Ouch was right. That single word held so much power. Angel made me feel heard, and that opened the gate on my emotions. My voice cut off, and the tears I'd been holding spilled. She knew how badly I wanted to get married. to have kids of my own. How I wanted my kids to have what we had: small town life, friendly neighbors, safety in small numbers, the park, church, grocery store, all within walking distance. That house in Magnolia Glen was like a world separate from the world. More tears spilled, and Angel closed the distance, guiding me to his chest. I buried myself in his embrace, basking in the strength of his arms, inhaling his masculine scent and the warm reassurance his presence offered. I'd been lonely, so lonely for so long.
What happened?
He asked as I pulled away to wipe my eyes.
How did you end up ostracized from her?
I backed out, I said.
Of the sale?
Of her life, of everything. I haven't been back to Magnolia Glen since.
You're talking to your sister now, though.
Yeah, we talk. She comes to visit me. I gestured to the empty basketball court. The boys who'd been playing must have gone home, probably because of the gentle snowfall picking up around us. Talking about it now, seeing it from Christmas Past's point of view, made me cringe a tiny bit. It seemed really selfish making Mia and her family come to me since I refused to return to Magnolia Glen. But I didn't make them, came my usual argument. They could have stayed home. They didn't have to come. I'd attended other events to support the girls, but I'd never stayed long after to talk. I thought it had been enough that they saw me there, waiting in the wings, distant but present. I'd always made sure to leave before any real interaction could take place. That party we were just at. Mia tried to invite me again this year. Christmas is a big deal. There's always parties, neighborhood gatherings.
Why didn't you go?
He asked. I can't. I shouldn't have to explain this to him. My justifications for keeping my distance made so much more sense in my head.
Sounds like she really wants you around,
he said. I don't see why. So she can shove the fact that she got the house and I didn't in my face?
Don't you?
Time shimmered, only inwardly this time. Prodded by Angel's question, my mind shifted to an early instance I'd almost forgotten about. Back in Magnolia Glen, days before Christmas, Mom and Dad had left for the day. Mia and I had found some presents in Mom's closet. "Aw, man, these are already wrapped," I'd said, the thrill of discovery slipping back where it had come from. "We could open them," Mia had suggested. "Peek inside and replace the tape?" A devious idea had struck me. I'd yanked the present from Mia's grasp and told her I had a better idea. We then proceeded to the tree in our living room. It towered and was already surrounded by presents. In an effort to keep us from shaking and rattling the gifts to guess what was inside, our mom had labeled the presents with reindeer names. We didn't find out which reindeer we were until Christmas morning, which also meant we never knew which presents under the tree were ours. It was genius, and also a disaster. Mia had watched as I'd meticulously plucked a label from one present and traded it out with that of another. The spark of my idea caught, igniting her flame, and then we dove right in, switching reindeer names so many times we couldn't have a hope of remembering which one had started on which present. I chuckled a little at the memory of that Christmas morning. The family had all gathered to open gifts. Mom had told us our delegated reindeer names. I'd been blitzing, fitting. Mom had unwrapped the first gift to find a pair of men's underwear. Meant for my dad, obviously. The two of us burst out in laughter, which only escalated as Mom opened a tea set meant for me, and Dad opened some princess dress-up slippers.
What's that look for?
Angel asked, interrupting my musing. I peered at him. Maybe he had a point. That had been a fantastic Christmas, too. I wondered why it hadn't been included in this little jingle down memory lane. He would have liked the laughter we'd all swamped in after Mom stopped trying to act angry about what we'd done. Mia and I had been close, despite the gap in our ages. We'd both let a bitter argument keep us apart, but she'd healed from it much faster than I had. That explained why she was always trying to get me to come home. She'd offered an apology earlier that night when we'd talked, but as before, I'd assumed she was patronizing me. What if she really meant it? I was just remembering a Christmas we'd had maybe a year after the sledding incident you witnessed. My mom always used reindeer names to label our presents, so we never knew which ones were ours until Christmas morning.
That's a cool idea, actually,
he said. It was, until Mia and I switched all the labels. The presents got all mixed up. Angel laughed out loud.
I'm impressed,
he said.
You were naughty.
That I was.
I'll bet your mom was ready to string you up.
She tried so hard to stay mad, I said, laughing at the memory. Angel's shoulders shook as he pictured the scenario.
Did she stop doing reindeer names after that?
He asked. Nope. She just stopped using removable tags. By this point, I was laughing so hard tears escaped. It felt good to laugh, to let go and remember good things about my sister, someone I'd put up a wall against for so long. I inhaled long and slow and sat beside Angel, enjoying the companionable silence. Where are we anyway? I asked. You can't tell me this has anything to do with me. I may have let some memories slip away, but I knew for a fact I'd never played basketball in a back alley like this.
This is all me,
he said, slapping his hands on his thighs. You play basketball too?
I love sports, he said. You name it, I play it.
His eyes turned wistful, and he slanted his face toward the falling snow, mingling with the starlight overhead. You're speaking in present tense, I said. Does that mean you're alive? He lifted a single brow.
You thought I wasn't?
I don't know. You did appear in my office like a ghost, and you dove in front of that car to save that little boy. There was every possibility he could have died after the accident that had killed his girlfriend, so part of me had assumed that maybe he was the deceased kind of angel. But you're saying you're still alive. You're able to do things.
Oh, yes. I'm alive.
Why does that make you sad? I asked. He spoke as if the admission was tender, as if he'd lost something along the way.
Well, it's like sports. They've always been healing for me, he said. A way to work through my problems, even when I fail at other things. Relationships, my career. Sports were one thing I never failed at. Until the accident.
The car accident. So he'd taken us to a time before that had happened? A different December 24th. Though the year changed, the date never did. That accident must have set you back pretty badly, I said. He stared at the cord in front of us.
I couldn't stay away, though. Even during my recovery, even after I missed the Olympic trials, this was my favorite place to be.
Sounds like you needed to be somewhere that brought you comfort. And you brought me here when I needed comfort, too.
No matter what's going on, he said. The adrenaline, the goal, the camaraderie around guys who don't care in what other ways you're failing was all I needed.
What could you possibly have failed so badly at? I couldn't comprehend it. From his designer jeans and impressively sculpted body, he seemed like the kind of guy who had it together. Was he talking about the car accident? The fact that his girlfriend had died as a result of it? The Olympics? He sniffed and crinkled his nose as if warding off emotion.
So many things, Pepper, he said. But we're not here for me.
We kind of are, I amended. It's how you got me to keep going this whole time. For you,
That just shows your good heart.
he said. My heart is anything but good. He inclined his head toward me.
That's not true.
I straightened. Isn't that what you've been showing me? You've shown me how selfish I've become. He straightened so he could rub a hand on my back.
You may have put up a wall between yourself and your sister, and yourself and Christmas, but that doesn't mean everything you do is selfish. That's not the woman I've gotten to know.
Sure, the woman he'd gotten to know in the handful of hours we'd been acquainted. Why did he speak as if he'd known me longer than that? Tell me what good you've possibly seen me do, I challenged, folding my arms. I'd seen exactly what he had so far tonight.
Okay.
He adjusted his position on the bench, turning his back to the court and his face more directly to me.
Your Sunday evenings are spent serving food at the homeless shelter,
he said. My mouth dropped. How did he know that?
And even though you don't like Christmas, and you avoided your work party, you still took the time to select and give personalized gifts to members of your creative team to show them your appreciation.
I puzzled over this. These hadn't been instances we'd ventured to tonight. Then again, he'd told me he'd been shown what he needed to in order to help me. Just how much had he seen of my life before he'd actually met me? Angel went on.
Your nieces, your neighbors, even your brother-in-law care about you. They wouldn't feel that way about someone who is always selfish and absolutely unlovable. And I saw the look on your face while your loved ones talked about how much they miss you. You miss them too.
I was completely touched, and his compliment struck me speechless. I gaped at him, waiting for a streak of insincerity to flash across his handsome face. But his features softened, showcasing humility and authenticity. He placed his hands on the edge of the bench and returned his gaze to the snow falling softly over the empty ball court.
I'm not here to show you your flaws,
he said. He gazed out as though viewing his own flaws instead of mine. What could have happened to haunt him this badly? Perhaps he was doing the same thing I'd just done. I tended to focus on my worst sides rather than my best. You have a good heart, too, I told him, nudging his leg with my knee. He scoffed. I inched closer. I'm serious. He shook his head.
Do you think our bad deeds mark us?
He asked, unexpectedly philosophical. I considered the question. He wasn't kidding. He sounded as though he wanted a genuine answer. On the inside, I began, thinking as I went. Yes, I think they leave a trace. They change us, I think. It feels that way, like our souls develop a deformity.
That's a fitting description,
he said. Forgiveness, I said, because I couldn't leave my answer in such a hopeless place. That's the healer for soul injuries. I'd stopped going to church, but I still believed Jesus was the ultimate healer for these kinds of wounds. I'd blocked him from my life by blocking out Christmas, too. I just hadn't realized how much I'd blocked out, how much I needed to open myself back up again. I needed to forgive my sister, to forgive the drunk driver who'd killed my parents. The two events that had made Christmas as difficult and impossible to handle as breathing underwater.
What if you want to be forgiven, but you're not sure how to ask for it?
His question was monumental, yet spoken in the softest tone. Where was this coming from? He'd said he'd been in a black moment before being assigned as my angel for the night. This had something to do with his girlfriend who died the night of the accident. He blamed himself. Maybe her family wouldn't speak to him. Maybe they were sending him death threats of their own. Whatever the situation was, it was clearly eating him from the inside. "You have to try," I said. "That's all you can do." His shoulders slumped as though carrying a heavy burden. I couldn't bear to see him so dejected. I placed a hand on his back, rubbing soothing circles there. Though snow fell all around us, it left no traces of wetness on his shirt or his hair. "You're a good person, Angel. You need to give yourself credit for the good that you do, too. I believe the good things we do can help cancel out the bad. They won't ever be able to erase bad things, but they can help us become better in the long run. And a man who spends Christmas Eve helping a stranger work through her problems, a man who runs in front of a car to save a child, can't be all bad. Not when you could be anywhere else right now, and instead you're here with me." He shook his head, still refusing to look at me. I placed my hands on his cheeks one at a time and guided his face to meet mine. His skin was warm, and the scruff on his cheeks felt like the most tantalizing sandpaper. My heart did a little flip. Tears welled in his ice-blue eyes, making them gleam like glaciers. "It's never too late," I told him. "Just keep trying." He placed his warm hand over one of mine. Heat coiled in my stomach, reacting to the touch.
"Thank you, Pepper,"
he said. I pulled him to me. He buried his head into my neck, slipping an arm around me, anchoring himself. I breathed in his scent, ran my fingers through his hair, and rested my cheek against him. "I wish I could help you," I told him, my voice breathy. He pulled away and my heart rate increased. We were sitting so close to one another. He'd had no qualms about placing gentle, soothing touches at my lower back or taking my hand. Was he going to kiss me now? I slid my hand down his arm while his went to my face. He trailed my lower lip with his thumb, sending off sparks in each of my nerve endings.
"I wish I deserved it,"
he said, the words hollow. He delivered a forlorn twist of his mouth that could pass as a smile and retreated. I shook. Not the impact I was expecting. "What does that mean?" I asked, pleading, resisting the urge to pull him back to me again. He placed his hands on his knees and stared out at the snow collecting on the ground. We'd been sitting long enough. There was at least an inch. He inhaled the winter air, slapped his hands on his knees, and stood.
"That means I still have one more place I have to take you while we're on this plane. And you may not like where it is."
The flirtatious smirk he'd employed since we met was back, and though I played along, smiling and rising to my feet, I wasn't sure he was as over our conversation as he let on. "All right, you're in charge," I said, shifting over to his new train of thought. "Where is that?"
"If I remember correctly, your coworkers also invited you to a party tonight."
What did he mean if he remembered correctly? He hadn't been there yet when that had all taken place. "How much of my life have you seen?" He smirked.
"Enough for me to do what I need to tonight."
I groaned. I would have much rather picked up where we left off, spending the rest of the evening together talking, possibly even kissing in the snow on this basketball court. No sense mooning over it now. "Lead the way," I said with resolve. At the very least, if we were going back to my office, I could get some shoes. Chapter 8. The office building I worked at was in a business district in downtown Spokane. The sun had set since the last time I was here. Snow had stopped falling, and the starry night was now clear enough to make things easy for Santa when the need would arise. My feet wanted to dig into the icy cement walkway. I'd wielded the power of no with stately hands to everyone in the office, and undoubtedly they were trash-talking that fact from here to Kalamazoo. And Angel was going to be right there with me to hear it all. I wasn't sure why it bothered me at this point. He'd seen my first kiss. I suspect he'd witnessed other not-so-pleasant moments. There was nothing I could do about it now, although whoever had granted him access to my past would get an earful from me if I ever got the chance. I stared up at the office building. Most of the windows lining the square structure were black, though light came from the 5th floor as well as from what was visible of the lobby through the main entrance. Angel took in the building with his typical confident posture. Of course he did. It was always easier seeing someone else's dirty laundry than having your own be flaunted. "You sure about this?" I asked him.
Why not? You can see what you're missing out on.
"That would be a big fat nothing," I mumbled. "It'll be more like torture." I wanted to dash back to Mia's house. I'd take Magnolia Glen over this, and that was a first. Ooh, we could revisit my Christmas in Hawaii from last year. I wouldn't mind seeing Angel in swim trunks. Now that would be a plane worth lingering in for a while.
Torture?
He said. "Those people back at Mia's liked me," I said.
And you're so sure these people don't?
Positive.
What makes you say that?
Because I'm their boss.
You're not the boss.
No, but I'm the creative director over projects we do. Everything they do has to go through me, and I'm not one to sugarcoat anything. He processed this. He may have seen parts of my life, but he clearly didn't know everything I did. That was a relief.
I get it,
he said. Which means, if I don't like something they come up with, I have them redo it, I said. They tend not to like that so much, which then translates to them not liking me.
That explains why you jumped to the conclusion that one of them spiked your cocoa with LSD,
he added with a snigger. Hey, laugh all you want, but I wouldn't put it past them. I steadied myself before the elevator door. As before, we hopped on with a pair of people, Joan from accounting, and Rick, who was one of the guys who'd been tossing Kendall's Christmas ornaments across the office. They didn't seem to notice we were there. Then again, I wasn't sure they would have paid much attention to us even if we were visible. Their lips were locked in a steady kiss that didn't even end once the elevator door opened. Had they always been dating, or was this a new development?
Let's leave them to it,
Angel said, taking advantage of the open elevator door when the couple inside were content to pretend it hadn't opened at all. The 5th level of the office building was brightly lit. Angel and I walked down the tinsel-strewn hall, following the raucous music that had too heavy of a beat for the occasion. Then again, maybe it was the perfect depth of beat, loud enough to drown out what other people were saying about you. If only. My heart lumped in my throat, but I wouldn't back down. Obviously, there was something I needed to see. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. The best way to move on was, well, to move on. We approached the open door and were greeted by the familiar convention room, decorated with festive balloons and tinsel. Someone had even put up a few trees beside the refreshment table. They'd also gone to the effort of hanging red and green streamers along the ceiling in attractive coils. Not bad, party people. A few people danced in the room's center, while others loitered, drinks or plates of refreshments in hand, clustered in their typical groups. The women from UX/UI looked down their noses at the group from production. Maxwell, the art director, said something that made the woman he was with laugh so hard she covered her face with her hand and demanded a napkin. Even the group from marketing was arguing over something they couldn't agree on. "There's my team," I told him, pointing to where Kendall stood beside Oliver and Rayanne. I didn't see Ingrid or the others on my board.
You want to go over there? See what people say about you when you're not around?
Oh, joy of joys. A part of me was curious, though the other part had no desire. Suddenly, the door we'd entered through looked extremely appealing. There's a reason I didn't want to come to this. I would have been warming the seat staring at my phone, waiting for the appropriate time to head home.
Well, I'm curious, he said, even if you're not.
You shouldn't be. I'm not that interesting.
Believe me, you're that interesting.
I grabbed his sleeve. I'm not. Listen, how we met? You saw me at my finest, holed up in my office. I don't talk to many of these people. I don't. Sure, I'd given gifts, but that'd been a cowardly way to try and make up for the others of my shortcomings they all had to deal with.
They may not even mention you then.
He tugged me along toward Kendall, Oliver, and Rayanne. Kendall had let her hair down, and she wore an unexpected pair of reindeer antlers. She'd lost her suit jacket somewhere along the way and wore only her pencil skirt and blouse. She'd even removed her heels and was standing in her stocking feet. Oliver was still in a shirt and tie, and Rayanne wore a slimming dress covered in green sequins. Kendall snickered. Are you kidding? That was the worst idea yet, she said in response to something he said.
It wasn't, Oliver argued. Not if you had given it a try.
Kendall took a sip from the drink in her hand. I came here tonight to celebrate, not to work, she said, lifting her cup in a cheers. You two have a Merry Christmas.
Good for her, Angel whispered. I wouldn't want to work at a work party either. These two obviously don't understand the meaning of letting go.
But I knew exactly what they were talking about. Oliver had approached me privately and threatened to put in for my job. He said his ideas surpassed mine, and he would approve far more of others' designs as well. He would be a better creative director because he claimed to know how to connect with the people on the team in ways I couldn't fathom. I told him I didn't care about connecting with the team members. I cared about offering the best work we could present, which was what our jobs were all about. If that meant rejecting a few designs here and there, so be it. Oliver sneered the instant Kendall was gone and leaned to Rayanne.
I, for one, take work seriously.
Yeah, but so does Pepper, Rayanne argued, one hand on her slim hip. She's working instead of being here tonight. I glanced at Angel. This couldn't be why we'd come, not when this was something I already knew. He lifted a shoulder and gestured for me to keep paying attention. I stiffened. I wasn't ready to hear this. Rayanne hated me. Oliver hated me. What else was there?
Pepper holds her own, Oliver said. I really have nothing against her personally, but I just think I'd do a better job. It's a logical decision, not personal. If that means taking her down, so be it. Sounds like a cheerful guy.
Angel's glare belied the words. My tense posture relaxed. In all reality, I saw Oliver in a different light than I ever had before. Maybe he wasn't as calloused as I'd always thought. Not as bad as I was expecting. He says worse things to my face. I turned to Angel. Have we seen enough yet?
Almost. Let's go check out the refreshment table.
Because we can eat the refreshments when we're like this? I didn't think we could, but we'd been able to handle the bagels and tarts because they'd belonged to him. This was my work. Would the same rule apply? And if we could hold a cup, would others notice? Would it float around as if we were haunting the place? I suddenly wanted to try it. Now that would be a Christmas party. Perfect. That's where Ingrid and Beth are anyway.
Friends of yours?
As friendly as we get in this place. The two women were always sociable to me when we bumped into one another at the cafeteria or on our way to the office. And Ingrid had been my one go-to pal every time there was a break or gathering of any kind. She always meandered to my desk or I to hers. Both of the women wore ugly Christmas sweaters, Ingrid's dark hair contrasted with the white wool of her sweater, which brandished an outrageously large depiction of Santa Claus's face. Beth's sweater was black and lined with stripes of red and green. The tree on its front was lit with actual Christmas lights, and I wondered how that worked. Was there a little battery connected to the sweater itself? Clever. "Why are we even here?" Ingrid asked. "Should have gone to the bar," Beth agreed. "I thought it was required, but I notice a few people aren't here." "Why would a Christmas party be required?" "Because Kendall is a slave driver," Ingrid replied. "No wonder Pepper stayed in her office." "Please, Pepper," Beth scoffed. "Kendall's got her in the palm of her hand. No wonder we can never get a word in edgewise." "Seriously, I invited her to come tonight because it was the polite thing to do, but I just need to stay in her good graces, you know. She's our director after all." "Oh, I know. She's full of herself. She doesn't get a clue that nobody wants her around." Angel steered me away from the table, but not before I heard everything. Every awful thing. Tears pricked my eyes. Ingrid. She'd always been sugary sweet and so inclusive. Who could have guessed she was only trying to suck up to me? That she despised me so much. I wanted to dissolve on the spot, to quit my job, never return to work again. Why I should care what those women thought of me, I didn't know. But I suddenly wanted to go back to Mia's, to people who cared about me, even despite my terrible behavior. People who made me want to change that behavior so I could be more deserving of the love they showed. The next time I saw my sister, I'd throw my arms around her and thank her for never giving up on me.
"I'm sorry you had to hear that,"
he said, pulling me aside just off from the elevator. I should have known. I wiped a tear from my eye. And I did. I mean, I expected to hear something like that from Oliver and Rayanne.
"Sounded like they respect you more than anything."
Yes, which was the last thing I expected to hear. And then from Beth and Ingrid. They hate me. I slumped. I'd lingered around Ingrid's desk to chat about something funny we'd both noticed. Then she brought the conversation around to herbs that she grew in her back patio. I asked her about the herbs, and she responded cheerfully. Wasn't that what friends did? Talk about their interests? Obviously, I'd misread the signals. She's always been so welcoming, so kind. I don't have many friends, but I thought maybe she was one of them. But then I was offered the position of creative director, even though we both got hired on at the same time. I wonder if that bothered her. She hadn't seemed to mind, but it looks like she hides things well. And I was an idiot for not seeing it.
"What she said was low,"
he agreed.
"That's the worst when it comes from a source you don't expect."
He held me while I cried, letting the tears drench his firm shoulder.
"You know what I've seen tonight,"
he said.
"What I'd say if you overheard me talking about you."
I'm not sure I can handle any more. He wiped a tear from my cheek.
"You're a sweet person, Pepper, and you care about people. You've got the spice your name implies, but you're kind. You put your heart into everything that you do. And these people at work don't really know you. What matters most is what the people closest to you have to say. Hold on to what you overheard at your sister's. That's the only opinion that should matter."
Thank you, I told him. He held me until my tears dried. We sat back on the seats in the office lobby. Seeing things from this perspective, that of an outsider rather than that of an active participant, changed things. I'd sequestered myself from everyone, from those I loved and those I was acquainted with. And even though I'd told myself I didn't care what people at work thought of me, that had only been a cushion, a brace for potential impact. I thought keeping my distance was the best solution to prevent myself from getting hurt. The problem was, in the process, I'd created an entirely different kind of hurt, the isolated kind. And seeing this now only manifested the truth. I wanted connection. I wanted to be included. I wanted a family so badly it stung. My thoughts strayed to Magnolia Glen. For so long, my hometown had only reminded me of the family I'd lost. The husband and children I'd dreamed of having there. The parents I loved and would never see again. I'd been so busy avoiding the more recent, painful ties to Magnolia Glen, I'd missed the fact that I did have a family. Not in the way I'd hoped for, but Mia and her kids were my family too. And I was turning my back on them, on people who loved me. People who weren't standing around pointing out all my flaws. People who wanted me around. I wanted a family. Why did I turn my back on the one I had? I wasn't sure how long Christmas past held me for, but I soaked in his kindness and the warm strength of his embrace. He seemed to be in no hurry to let me go either, almost as if he needed the connection as much as I did. I sat for a long time, letting his heartbeat be my lullaby, while he rested his cheek on my hair and stroked my back. Gaining a renewed sense of equilibrium, I retreated. He let me, though his hand remained at my back. I felt a little sheepish after exposing so much of my feelings to him, but he only examined me with sympathy gleaming from his eyes. Abashed, I glanced away and tucked a lock of hair behind my ear. We'd focused so much on me, I needed to redirect the spotlight. So tell me, this is my pathetic present-day Christmas. Where would yours be?
Take a guess,
he said, sitting back on the bench beside the elevator and smiling at me. I chewed my lip. Soup kitchen. It had been my go-to on lonely nights.
Into charity, he said, but I've never done that before.
Okay, then. Ice fishing. He stretched his long legs in front of him and crossed his ankles.
I like fishing, it's true, he said, but not enough to do it in place of celebrating my favorite holiday.
If Christmas was his favorite holiday, there had to be a reason, and I wanted to know what that was. There was so much about him I wanted to know. With your family? I suggested, stabbing a guess.
Bingo.
Are you married? His brows leapt up, his eyes widened.
Why would you think that?
More heat flooded my cheeks, especially considering the intimate, almost kiss moment we'd shared on the basketball court. Because you're completely gorgeous, and it's only natural I would wonder if you were attached to someone else. Because I'm growing more and more attached to you as the night passes. You said family, so I wanted clarification.
I'm not married, Pepper, he said. I haven't convinced a woman to fall that hard for me yet.
Why this made my heart gallop, I couldn't say. So you're saying you want to get married?
Someday, yeah.
Why someday? Why not sooner? What are you waiting for? He fidgeted. These were really personal questions, that was true, but he was getting so very into my personal business. It was only fair that he return the favor. School? I guessed. Or the Olympics. Plenty of people who go have families.
We didn't make the team. I gave up trying.
His abrasive admission startled me. Was this one of the failures he'd been referring to? The thought that he had given up saddened me. Then again, with his bandaged hand and the horrible memories that would have undoubtedly stirred up after the evening of his I'd witnessed, it was no wonder. I would have given up too. Maybe I already had. And do you have a degree? Is your only line of work at the bakery? Maybe I wasn't the only one who was work-obsessed. Maybe that was part of the penance he was hoping to pay tonight. Angel fidgeted in his seat. He peered around as though worried someone might overhear him, But we were in an alternate plane of existence, weren't we? No one at any of the events we'd appeared in so far had noticed us at all. He'd never worried about someone eavesdropping then. He chatted and joked with me as though we were watching scenes from a movie. "What's wrong?" I asked. "No one will hear us. We could do anything right now and no one would be the wiser." Oh, the possibilities. I placed a hand on his knee. He bolted to his feet as though my touch had been spiked. "You okay?" I asked.
Not exactly.
"What's wrong? You can tell me." In an instant, everything flashed around us. I got the sense he wasn't controlling the shift this time, that the surroundings were reacting to his emotions and what was on his mind. In a dizzying flash of color and flicker, I caught a glimpse of the bakery he'd brought us to in the past. The memory of those fruit tarts lingered, but to my dismay, the shop wasn't cheery and bright with customers moseying through its doors and adding to the steam in the windows. The interior was dark. The welcome sign and the festive paintings indicating the season were vacant from the doors and windows. And from this vantage point, even the shelves appeared abandoned. Just as quickly as it had come, the image vanished, leaving the swirling limbo vortex around us again. "Wait a minute. What happened?" He darted around as if wondering what I'd seen.
With what?
"Your bakery. It looked deserted."
You saw the bakery?
Briefly, it looked closed. Was that how it looked before you bought it? Or was that present day? Had he lost control somehow and shown me something he hadn't meant to? His jaw tightened.
You shouldn't have seen that.
"Tell me, did your business close down?"
It went under, he said with defeat, the confidence drooping from his posture. After the accident, I couldn't work. I couldn't keep up with it. I had to let it go.
His Olympic dream, his bakery, the dejection in his eyes told me I wasn't the only one who'd given up on my dreams. I couldn't bear to see him like this. His talk of forgiveness from earlier hadn't referenced this. How much hardship was he dealing with? And here he was, helping me with mine. That tart made my taste buds sing jingle bells. If that was your handiwork, then you need to get back to it. For my sake, if nothing else. He shook his head and gave me a glum little smile. "Isn't that what you want to do anymore?" Angel didn't respond right away.
What I want and what's financially sustainable are two different things.
"Maybe you need a different location," I suggested. Again, I wished I had more details of exactly what had happened. Maybe then my suggestions could be a little more helpful than they currently were. He focused his attention on a spot on the floor, opened his mouth as if he meant to reply, and then closed it again. Then he shook his head, offered a half-hearted expression, as if arguing internally with himself, and touched my arm.
Tonight isn't about me,
he said gruffly.
I shouldn't even be showing you this. I blame your stomach.
My stomach is offended. It can't help its needs. He didn't smile. I had to bring it back. "I'm glad you let that little tidbit about yourself slip."
I was distracted.
I tapped my lower lip. "I wonder what might distract you enough to tell me your name." The statement was meant as a casual provocation, an attempt to redirect him from whatever difficult thoughts he was wading through. But from the heat singeing the air between us and the way Angel stilled, I caught the ambiguity too late. His eyes roved across my features, tightening my stomach and making my pulse flicker as they landed on my mouth. Chapter 9. If a kiss was the key, I was absolutely ready to turn it. I lifted my chin, holding my breath and a dash of hope all at once. This was the moment where dreams peaked, where wind hushed and leaves stopped rustling, and everything became clearer than a still pond reflecting the way ahead. This was the scenic view personified. Rather than joining me, he changed course, turned his head with a noticeable exhale, stiffening his shoulders and breaking the intensity that had been building between us.
"What do you say we finish this?"
He asked. Finish what? I fought down my disappointment and attempted to come to the same wavelength he was on. Angel stood, and the physical distance wasn't the only kind of separation I experienced from him. I could sense him moving himself emotionally from me as well, as though something had just taken place between us that I couldn't quite put my finger on.
"Tonight," he said, "I was assigned to take you to a few specific points in time, and we have a few left to go."
I was still hung up on the words, "finish this." I knew better than to let my regard for him go to places it shouldn't, but my interest was as stubborn as I was. To pursue anything now would only give me the worst of all romantic hangovers once the morning came. Chances were, he was just being flirty when he really felt nothing for me, like the mask I'd seen him slip on over his sadness when we'd been in the back alley basketball court. Was that why he hadn't kissed me? He wanted to finish his task so he could move on. That was all this was. So we both could move on. What was wrong with me? Maybe I was seeing things between us that weren't actually there because I was desperate, because I hadn't had a relationship in so long. I liked him. He was a great listener, thoughtful and helpful. He was someone I could see myself wanting to spend more time with, someone I could share my confidences with, someone who would make me smile, and whom I wanted to make smile in return. I was more than attracted to him, dang it. I was growing attached, and attachments were dangerous. He'd been right to pull away, to keep distance between us, to get the rest of this night over with as soon as possible. My mind accepted as much. Why was my heart so slow to keep up? "More stops?" I said, hoping he couldn't hear the disappointment in my tone, or if he did, that he would mistake it for my disinterest in more travels to view my life. He wasn't taking me anywhere else in the present, was he? I'd have to decline. My heart felt as though it had been wrung out. I meant it when I said I couldn't handle anything else.
"We're headed on to Christmas future."
"Oh boy," I said.
"Don't get too excited."
Did that sound excited? I stood and pressed my palms against my stomach. I was going for nervy or high-strung. He chuckled and stepped toward the window at the end of the hall.
"Who knows? Maybe you're a wealthy woman in the future."
My feet couldn't work anymore, neither could my joints. In fact, fear had injected itself into every crevice within my bones, hardening and making movement impossible. "Can't we be done?" I asked. "I get what you've been trying to show me. I don't think I need to see any more." Angel parted the blinds with 2 fingers and peered into the Christmas Eve darkness outside. I wondered if he was looking at our world, or if he was communicating somehow on the wavelength that allowed him to travel the way he did. "You know what we're going to see, don't you?" I said. He peered back at me. I tried to lift my foot. Nope, still couldn't move. He'd have to come to me. Angel turned and strode the few steps to my side.
"What is it?"
"Think about it in reverse," I said. "Picture yourself standing here. Would you want to see what the future held for you? Just how far into the future are we talking? 1 year, 10? The more we talked, the more my distress began to agitate inside of me, making my entire torso shudder.
"What's wrong?"
It's the whole self-fulfilled prophecy thing. Did you ever see that movie where the guy found out he was going to die down to the day? So he did all these things to try and prevent his death, and he ended up causing it because of those things. Whereas if he'd only lived his life, his death might not have even happened.
That was a movie. We're not going to see your death.
It was what Scrooge saw. I wasn't that far off. So you know what we're going to see. I've done those where do you see yourself 5 years from now things, and my goals never manifest themselves the way I picture them. He rubbed a hand along his jaw.
What has you so bothered by this?
I turned away from him.
Pepper, you can tell me. You've confided in me all night long. Who am I going to tell?
Screw it. He was right. Why hold anything back? Do you want to know what I wrote on my 5-year plan the last time I did this? I was supposed to be married by now. I was supposed to have a gaggle of beautiful children that looked so much like a husband I adored that I'd love them even more, and he and I would make more of those beautiful children with complete joy. I was supposed to be living in Magnolia Glen, being a mom, housekeeping, driving to soccer games and school plays, and making breakfast and folding laundry.
You dreamed of folding laundry.
Shut up! It's a good dream, okay? And here I am, working my guts out and making busy work for myself every spare hour I have, so I don't wallow in the fact that I don't have any of that. I'm not married. Those babies I imagine soothing and holding may never come. I don't want the manifestation of that state of loserhood by going to see my future. I'm sad enough about it already. I don't need the confirmation that my worst fears have come true. Angel said nothing. I needed words to ease the totally awkward space I'd just created. I hate working as much as I do. I hate that I have no friends. I hate that my parents are gone. And you know what? I don't need to see my future, because I'm pretty sure I know exactly what we'll find. Please, can you just take me home? I think I get it. I'm ready to change. I don't want to keep myself from my sister anymore. I'll make up with her. I'll make time to get to know my coworkers and whatever else this voyage tonight was supposed to have shown me. Angel winced and glanced toward the window again.
I don't know how to take you back. We're kind of on a preset journey,
he said. You made an exception in order to show me your life. Please, Angel, please don't make me see my future. I could picture it all now. First, we'd travel to Christmas, maybe a year or so from now. We'd stop in at my apartment and find me sitting on the couch, staring at my phone because Mia would eventually stop calling me. Eventually, she'd stop inviting me. How long would a person keep trying after being rejected so many times in a row? The loneliness seeped into me, dimming my soul. Then a knock would sound at future Pepper's door. She would answer it, receive the Chinese takeout, pay the delivery boy, and close the door to sit alone on a bar stool in the same apartment, her living room sadly devoid of any of the frippery I suddenly missed. The lights, the festive boughs, the music that brought joy to all who heard it. Instead, everything would be as bland, dim, and void as it was now. The Chinese food I usually loved would even lose its appeal, and future Pepper would be eating it in a going-through-the-motions kind of way, rather than an endeavor to enjoy and savor it. Pathetic. Or he could take me to a future view of Magnolia Glen. Future Pepper would stand outside a car, down far enough from Mia's house that she wouldn't automatically see her if she wasn't deliberately looking. The car might be flashier and nicer than the one I currently drove, but my downturned expression would tell me the finery wasn't worth the cost it had taken for me to afford it. I'd stare, with poignant longing, maybe catch sight of my oldest niece out with the boy. But I still wouldn't broach the door. I would watch Mia and Josh laughing with their girls, pulling sleds toward the hill, or maybe other scenes, one shifting after another, each one sadder than the last until I would be sitting on a recliner with a blanket on my lap, mindlessly flipping through channels. Every Christmas Eve would turn lonelier than the last. My breath bottled inside of my lungs so long they burned. I clasped my hands to my sternum. I can't do it, I told Angel again, squeezing my eyes shut. I couldn't look at him. I couldn't bear to see the pity I was sure dwelled in his expression. The worst part would be that the visions would all be self-inflicted. I didn't need to see my future to know that much. I could change them, and I wanted to change them. It wouldn't be easy. In fact, I'd rather slit my wrists and do push-ups in salt water. But sometimes change took effort. Sometimes it took saying sorry and making adjustments for the betterment of someone else rather than yourself. Ironically, doing what was best for myself meant putting others first. And it was time I started putting what family I had first instead of mourning the family I would never have. Because if I did that, if I started saying more yeses, I'd have Mia in my future. I'd be the best darn aunt those two girls could ask for. I'd help Hope learn how to apply makeup, and I'd cheer her and Ruby on at every basketball game. I'd give them embarrassing gifts for Christmas and say snarky things when I caught them on the couch with their boyfriends. And I'd hug them hard every time we said goodbye. My heart brimmed with newfound hope, and the feeling was so light and so uplifting it made my entire frame hum. There was also something else I wanted in my future. Something else I was certain the visions of Angel took me to wouldn't display. I knew he didn't feel the same. He was insistent on moving on to show me what he had to because he wanted our time together to end. But the words left my lips of their own accord. I also know I'd keep hoping for a glimpse of you. I know it's stupid, and there's no logical reason I should, but I can't help it. I want to see you again when this is through, and something tells me that won't happen. Silence flapped its wings for so long, I worried I'd overstepped. I called for courage and faced him. His eyes were on me, but they weren't filled with pity as I'd thought. They were filled with fire. He swore and turned away from me, one hand on his hip, the other pressed to his forehead. "What is it?" I asked. "Did I say something I shouldn't have?"
"This wasn't supposed to happen,"
he said.
"They told me I had to keep my distance. They said I couldn't let you see into my life. I wasn't supposed to answer any of your questions, not the ones about me anyway, and not until we were finished. I was supposed to finish."
"Then how were you able to show me your past?"
"They allowed that one instance,"
he said.
"Showing you that memory was a backup plan we'd already agreed upon, only if you needed a little persuasion, which, knowing your stubborn personality, we knew you might."
He smiled at this, a pensive, heartbreaking smile. "Who are you talking about? Please tell me." He shook his head.
"I can't. And I never thought this evening would be like this. I never thought."
"What?" I pulsed, waiting for him to finish. He planted his conflicted gaze on me.
"I never thought I'd want anything more with you after this, too."
He couldn't be saying what I thought he was. Was he only talking about pity? Concern for my well-being? It's only natural, I guess. When a decent person sees someone suffering, they tend to have compassion for them. He gave off a little scoff.
"I wish compassion was the only thing I was feeling right now."
So it wasn't just me. I wasn't the only one experiencing a binding pull in his direction the more time we spent together. Relief and anticipation flurried in my chest, a storm all its own, surging and reeling and making breathing impossible. "What are you saying?" His hand planted on my waist.
"What do you want to know about me?"
he asked. I laid a hand on his chest. "Let's start with your name, because compassion isn't the only thing I'm feeling for you either."
"Names can be dangerous."
I ignored that. We've only known each other for a few hours, or however long this random journey we've been on together has taken. It felt like so much longer. I want to know more about you. I want to give the searing connection between us more to stand on. His eyes grew depths, flicked to my mouth and then back to my eyes. I hadn't realized how entwined we'd become, but his arms were fully around me now.
"If you knew everything there was to know about me, I'm not sure you'd be saying this."
You might be right. You've seen how pathetic my life is.
"Don't call yourself that."
But it's true. I am. I'm so lonely, it hurts.
"You're not the only one,"
he said. See? That's what I mean. Tell me about yourself, Angel. Please. I would never have guessed you were lonely. You have a family who loves you. I know because they're a family you want to be around. You have friends too, I'm sure. People who say nice things about you when you're not around. Tell me I'm wrong." He said nothing, just continued boring into my soul with his eyes.
"You're caught in the moment,"
he argued.
"That's all this is. A moment between us."
I don't believe that's all it is.
"Why not?"
Because you'd let me go if I were that inconsequential. He seemed to only just realize he was holding me close. Even then, he didn't release me. His gaze flicked to my mouth. A strain strung tightly between us, charging the particles of the air and creating awareness over every inch of me, everywhere my body met his.
"I want to kiss you,"
he said in a tone meant for secrets.
"but kissing you now would be the most selfish thing I've ever done."
Then be selfish. He lowered his face, his lips barely brushing mine. It was not enough to be called a kiss. My fist tightened on his shoulders, and I hovered there, waiting for him to see it through.
"There's something I have to tell you,"
he said, his words stroking his lips against mine with every motion.
"They told me not to. Not until the night is through. But I can't keep going on like this. It's not fair to you. You deserve to know the truth."
I relaxed away from him. I needed to see his face. "What are you talking about?" He stroked my cheek and brushed my hair away from my face.
"You remember?"
he said.
"You saw the memory. They permitted me that much. Think back. Think hard about what you saw, the night of my accident."
I did so, urging my mind where he wanted me to go rather than to the kiss where I wanted to go. It hadn't happened yet, but I could tell kissing Angel was going to undo me. In my mind's eye, I witnessed Angel leaving the ice rink and entering his car, driving distractedly while streetlights adorned with glowing candy canes and wreaths indicated the season. Your memory happened on Christmas Eve, just like tonight, I said.
"And on what night did your parents die?"
His voice was harsh and demanding. His hands took a gruff stand on my waist, as if preparing to keep me where I was or direct me to where he wanted me to go. I don't understand.
"I think you do, Pepper."
I closed my eyes, squinting away the painful suggestion. He couldn't be implying what I thought he was. No, they were killed by a drunk driver.
"I wasn't drunk,"
he said.
"just stupidly distracted." And my mistake cost you so much more than it cost me.
My heart drummed against my ribs. I fisted my hands on his shoulders. No, I said more adamantly this time, disbelief suffocating me. You're my angel. You wouldn't hurt them, you. The funeral procession was for your girlfriend. She died that night, not... His voice was laced with pain and devastation, too excruciating to mistake as anything else.
My girlfriend didn't die. She broke up with me after that. Insult to injury, I guess, which only made my foolish actions that much worse. I should have kept my eyes on the road, Pepper. I would have seen that red light. I would have stopped.
The they he kept talking about all night. It couldn't be my parents. I believed their souls were still alive somewhere, but they would never do something this cruel to me. They'd somehow put him up to this. Angel, stop. He stroked my cheek.
My whole purpose tonight was to tell you the truth, to force you to see the truth if it came to that. Their words, not mine.
I stared at his throat, my thoughts rampaging. I wanted to tell him that it didn't matter, that I didn't care. But that would have been so far from the truth it wasn't funny. I thought seeing my future would gouge me, but this was worse, so much worse. I pushed free from his embrace. You should have told me sooner.
You wouldn't have agreed to come with me if I had. They told me as much.
Stop talking about they and them like some random people are dictating your actions. I lost it. He couldn't be saying what I thought he was, but everything was painted too clearly to be mistaken as anything else. Angel, my Christmas angel, had been the one to run that red light that night 4 years ago. I thought the other driver had been drunk, that he'd been some idiotic 22-year-old who didn't take driving or traffic laws seriously enough to care about the dangers of driving too fast on snow or to know what it meant when the traffic light changed colors. In one swift moment, all the hatred, hurt, and pure rage I'd battled since Mom and Dad passed away was directed at him, at my angel and demon all in one fetching package. I can't believe you, I told him. I shoved him. I pounded into his rock-hard chest as hard as I could, and he let me.
I told you you wouldn't like me so much if you knew the truth.
That only intensified my dejection. I did like him. I liked him so much I'd almost kissed him and had been contemplating ways to interlace our lives after tonight was over. Get out of my sight, I said. I knew I was forfeiting whatever hope and restitution he'd been trying to earn by agreeing to accompany me tonight. And I knew this was forfeiting any healing he'd mentioned I might find as well. But I didn't care. How could I go with him now that I knew the truth of what he'd done? I loved my parents. Their departure had left a serious cavern in every aspect of my life, one I hadn't been able to fully recover from. Angel was the reason I'd never been able to resolve the final argument I'd had with Mom. The reason I'd never be able to take back the terrible things I'd said or hear her console me after the hurtful accusations she'd made. We'd parted on such awful terms. And to have her die after that. It was all his fault. Because he wanted one more kiss. Because he was high on adrenaline and life after his late-night practice. Because he'd been foolish and selfish and careless. I was suddenly glad I didn't know his name, because I'd curse it until the day I died.
I will, he said. I'll leave you alone. I'll take you home, and you'll never see me again after this.
He offered me his hand. I wanted to slap it away, to storm off. And really, why couldn't I? Different plane or not, I was back in my own present time. I was in my stocking feet, but my office was only a few floors up. So I pierced him with the fiercest gaze I could muster. "Don't ever contact me in any way again," I said, and I turned on my heel.
"Pepper,"
he said, his voice achingly broken.
"I'm so sorry."
But the tears were already streaming. I couldn't face him again, so I stayed the course. I didn't bother with the elevator. I needed motion. The stairs weren't far off. I barged through the door and took them two at a time, needing the upsurge of movement to channel this outrageous trembling that had taken over me. It took only moments for me to make it back to the 9th floor, which was darker than nightmares, yet somehow fitting with the wretched agony churning inside of me. I pushed through, and though I didn't have keys, though I wasn't holding his hand, somehow I found myself enfolded by eddying darkness. Darkness so drastic it startled me, and I let the world spin. Chapter 10. My neck had the worst creak. I lifted my face from the desk, the movement making other parts of me gripe and grumble in complaint of the position I'd slept in. My feet were still settled into their moose slippers, and my computer screen was black. A puddle of drool had collected on the notebook I'd fallen asleep on, and a quick stroke of my fingers told me the rings from my notebook had imprinted into my cheek. Though the light to my office was still on, sunlight shone through the window. I rose to my feet, feeling them tingle as blood began to flow back on its regular course, and crossed the room. Snow had fallen in the night, and a white crystal sheen covered every surface, untouched in many places, whereas on a different day it might have been disturbed by the hustle and bustle. But not today. Today, Christmas gleamed outside in a bright, snowy splendor. "A dream," I said, one hand on my tender neck. I angled my head from one side to the other, searching for respite, but no matter where I turned, the creak still manifested itself. Fine, neck, have it your way. I stared around my office, wondering if I'd made him up. Angel. He hadn't left any traces behind. Then again, why would he have when he hadn't been carrying anything? The events crashed over me like a hurricane. He'd appeared as though he'd been a ghost, and maybe he had been. Maybe my lonely heart had conjured that entire scenario. I'd imagined the most good-looking man I could. My subconscious mind had ventured to Christmas memories from my past and had relived painful arguments with Mia and Mom the way I'd done countless times before. But how could I have fabricated Angel's story? I'd never been to that bakery or the ice hockey rink. And I'd had realistic dreams before, but never one so three-dimensional or evocative. He'd presented himself in such a convincing way. A hollow sensation carved out my chest as I considered the memories he'd shown me and just how empty this morning was compared to what it would have been, waking up in Magnolia Glen with my sister and her family. After my conjecture of the lonely future and the memory of meeting Angel here, my office was the last place I wanted to be. I packed up all my things, stacked up papers, put things away, and then, with my bags in hand, I turned out all the lights, including those on the office tree, and headed down to the lobby. The music that had blasted from the party I'd been privy to was now nulled, but that only made me think of my cold-hearted co-workers. Had what I'd seen of them, the conversations I'd overheard, been true? Or had I made that up as well? I went home. No hallucinations during the drive, no hazy mind, only blazing replays of every painful and stirring part of the night. It must have been a dream. What else could have conjured up a hunky hero coming to my rescue the way he did? A hunky hero who turned out to be my worst possible enemy. I still reeled over his confession. The side effects of his words had embedded themselves beneath my skin and left their mark. And then there was the remorse he'd shown, and the insistence he'd had in his tone as he guided me to uncover the truth. I couldn't tell if it was all real, but I needed something to secure myself on. I heated up some leftover stew, pulled a few rolls from a bag, enjoyed the meal I'd skipped while with Angel, somehow wishing it were a dinner of a bagel and a fruit tart, in spite of the stew's hearty flavor, and situated myself at the desk in my apartment. Let's see what I can find, I said to myself, wiggling the mouse to wake up my personal computer. I searched for any information I could on Mom and Dad's accident. Facts I'd pushed away, details I'd attempted to ignore, now blazed in my eyes as I scanned every article in search of the name of the other man involved in the accident. Had Angel's confession been real? I'd been so hasty about it. I hadn't considered everything before pushing him away. But was he telling the truth? The man I'd spent one of my best Christmas Eves with had also been the one behind the wheel of the car that had killed my parents? Local couple killed in red light run, the top article's title read. I skimmed the details outlining Mom and Dad, how they'd been on their way home from a benefit, the details of the weather and the state of the roads. The makes and models of their cars were listed in there. A few paragraphs down, the details about the other driver came into play. But he wasn't named. The article mentioned how his family wished to keep his name anonymous and how the victim's family didn't wish to press charges. That must have been Mia's doing. She'd kept herself together, better than I had at the time. I closed my computer screen. My heart was pounding so hard. I couldn't take in any more. Their deaths had devastated me. My parents and I had been close ever since that Christmas where we'd gone sledding, and they cheered me on, where my view of myself with them had shifted. Dad taking me out to lunch on my birthdays or sneak me out of school to go shopping. Mom singing as she cooked dinner. The two of them rooting for me while I ran track meets or played on my volleyball team. No, I couldn't delve into this again. Not when it had been harrowing enough the first time around. Yet I had to know who the other driver really was. I had to know if our night together had been a farce. I'd never considered much about him since the funeral. All I knew was that he'd been in the hospital, but from the memory he'd shown me, that hadn't been the case. Perhaps Angel hadn't come to the funeral, but he had come to the graveside service. I bet if the situation had been different, and it had been Mia, she would have been sweet about the whole confession. She would have shown pity, asked questions. She would have... Mia, I said on a breath, lowering my roll. Mom and Dad's deaths had been hard on her too, but they hadn't obliterated her the way they'd destroyed me. She'd had Josh to lean on for comfort and support. I had Mia. And I'd done what I always did and pushed away hard things, including her. How that must have hurt her. I was glad Angel hadn't shown me that memory. I could only imagine what my actions had caused her to feel. I stared at my stew, no longer hungry. My phone was on the counter. I could call her, I could. I shook the thought away. I hadn't instigated conversation with my sister in years, but the thought of myself sitting alone year after year, staring at my phone with longing, wouldn't go away. I had never considered that she would stop calling, but sooner or later she would. Mia would accept my wishes. She would leave me alone. I didn't want that. I stared at my phone, my fingers trembling. But in spite of my dreamscape resolutions to change my future, I wasn't ready yet. Maybe I was doomed to perpetual loneliness after all. "Would you make the call already?" came a familiar voice I never thought I'd hear again. I froze in my chair. Only after several beats was I able to glance up. Mom stood in my kitchen, wearing an apron like she used to in Magnolia Glen, her hands splayed on the counter. She gave me that reprimanding look she'd always given whenever I had hesitated too long to do something I knew I should have. I once heard the strongest muscle in your body is the one that keeps your jaw closed. And I lost complete and total control over it. The muscle slackened, allowing my mouth to gape wide open. It was a good thing I was sitting down. I probably would have fallen over. In any case, the roll slipped from my hand and fell to the floor. "Mom?" I managed. I blinked 1,000 times at least, gripping the armrests of my rolling chair, certain I'd lost my mind. Mom gave me her smile, the sweet one that she had, the one that lit up her eyes and shouted how much she loved me in a single glance. She wiped her hands on her apron, walked around the bar separating my kitchen from the living room area of my apartment, and stood a few feet from me. Her attention swept across my bare, clean apartment with its simple but pretty unfestive decor. Her shoulders rose and fell. "We never wanted this life for you," she said. My mouth became a dry sponge. I planted my feet on the floor. Any minute, I'd blink awake and find myself passed out on the couch or on my bed, where I would have forgotten I'd flopped myself after sleeping at my desk all night long. "Mom, you're here. How are you here?" Her lips suppressed a humored look. "The same way your Christmas angel arrived." My Christmas angel. The mere mention of him was a gunshot, making my insides clench. "Is what he told me true?" I asked. "I feel like I made it all up. But he was really the one who—" I couldn't finish it. The words were too excruciating. "He wasn't supposed to say anything," Mom said. "He was only supposed to take you to our designated memories. Though the first Kiss Christmas one was probably not the best choice. Your dad thought you'd like seeing that one." I struggled to keep up. "Dad, where is he?" "I was allowed to come," she said. "But not both of us. Just know he's not far. Neither of us ever are." I longed to see him again. I longed for so much. And I knew I couldn't keep back the words I'd wished I could tell her for years now. "I'm sorry," I told her, gushing. "I hated our fight and the things I said. Those awful things. I never meant to hurt you, and our argument before you left for the benefit was so misplaced. Mom crossed the floor to me. She lifted her hand to my cheek, and though I sensed the impact, it never actually came. How could it when she no longer had a body? Still, the tenderness in her eyes couldn't be mistaken for anything but sincere love. "Already forgotten," she said. "Just like that? I know you didn't mean it. I should be the one to apologize. I see things differently from where I am now. I know you never pushed Silas away. I know he broke your heart. I'm only sorry I made you feel bad about it. I never should have accused you of being the reason he left." My lower lip trembled, but exultant happiness coursed through me. "I know," I said. The time for grudges and holding on to bitterness was long past. "I've wasted so much time," I told her, "chasing success, trying to forget my pain. I should have been remembering." I should have honored your memories better." "There's still time," she said. "That's why we sent Christmas past to you." His voice replayed in my mind, the constant, annoying references to the mysterious they. What would have happened if he had told me who he was from the start? If he had told me my parents had sent him to help me change, to avoid the future I didn't have to see to know what it held? I couldn't say. I probably would have laughed at him. I would have rejected whatever he was offering. I really was a doubter. I didn't let him show me the future, I told her. "That's okay," Mom said, patting my cheek. "I think you were right. You don't need to. You're smart enough to know what you want." Her words were heartening and enabling. She often had that effect on me. "Is it too late to change things around?" I asked her. "It's never too late to follow your dreams. Your life is what you make of it, Pepper." With those words in mind, possibilities swarmed thicker than the colors of Angel's paranormal transmutation. It was so substantial I could inhale it. And what about I couldn't call him an angel, not after what he did. "Guide," I finished, choking on the word. "What about him?" Mischief entered her tone, something I couldn't fully understand. She wasn't acting defensive. She appeared to be almost amused by my question. "Why?" I said, my voice breaking with emotion. I had no more tears to cry, though, and for that I was glad. I needed to keep it together right now. Why him, after what he did? They could have chosen any number of people. My grandparents, maybe, or a deceased ancestor I didn't yet know but could have learned more about. "We aren't defined by our mistakes, Pepper," Mom said. "Too often we judge people by the wrong they do. How often do we know the full circumstances of any choice a person makes? How often do we jump to conclusions?" I couldn't wrap my head around this. "You don't hate him. You don't blame him for what he did." "Grace is the greatest gift we can give another person," she said, "because it's the greatest gift we want to receive for the wrong that we do. No one is perfect, sweetheart. And if we want to receive clearance for our wrongdoings, we need to give it freely to others. God will sort out all the rest." "Mom," I said, my throat constricting. I liked him. I really liked him, but I don't know. I couldn't finish it. How could she forgive him so easily for what he did? I saw him that night. He'd shown me every portion of that moment. How careless he'd been, how stupid of a reason he'd had for making such a massive mistake. Other women had been duped by a handsome face, an impressive body, or a charming personality, and they'd paid for the disillusionment dearly. I couldn't let myself fall into that same category. My strong reaction to him was only my loneliness speaking, I said, justifying my feelings and attempting to explain away the reason I'd felt so drawn to him from the start. He was the first good-looking guy to pay any kind of attention to me in such a long time. That was all it was. "Are you sure about that?" Mom said. She folded her arms and stared me down in that way she had. "Be serious. It couldn't have been anything else. Why else would she have told him not to tell me his name?" Then again, I paused. From the sound of things, Mom and Dad had given him several stipulations, like to take me through the memories they deemed I needed to see to inspire the changes that needed to take place. But the decision to keep his name from me had been all him. He was only trying to protect himself, I said, musing aloud. That's why he hid who he was from me. "Maybe," she said, inclining her head. "Or—" "I don't like or." She didn't have to finish for me to understand where she was going. Or he was protecting me. He had to have some idea how the revelation of his connection to my parents would affect me. Had he been trying to shield me from the impact? Mom gave me time to sort through my thoughts. I met her gaze. You forgave him. We did, she said. It wasn't hard. If you'd only seen what we did, you'd be amazed how easy it was on this side of things. He's tormented himself enough for all of us, Pepper. That dear man has agonized over what happened. Those were memories I wasn't privy to, I said, hugging my arms around my chest. And I was glad I hadn't seen him at his lowest. He'd mentioned being in a dark place. Had Mom and Dad intervened? Had they managed to stop him from taking some kind of drastic action? The mention of her quick and easy forgiveness released the anger I'd been clinging to since he'd told me the truth. If Mom and Dad could forgive him for such a drastic mistake, couldn't I do the same? My head lifted with purpose. What do I do? I asked. Is it too late? Can I find him again? That's not up to us, Mom said. He played his part. Now it's time for you to do yours. Do my part. What part was that exactly? You don't have to do anything, Pepper, Mom said. Unless you want things to be different. All we want is you to focus on building a better life for yourself, in whatever way works best for you. Figure out what you want and fill your life with exactly everything that is. Live every day to its fullest. And often, the best way to do that is to let go of all the petty wrongs humans tend to cling so hard to. Life is short, and so many of them don't matter as much as we think they do. She began backing away. I didn't want her to. I lifted my hand, attempting to reach her, yet I was rooted in place. Mom, wait. How did you forgive him so easily? How can I change my life? What do I do? Start small. Elephants one bite at a time and all that. She winked. Her feet were on my kitchen tile. She was almost behind the counter where she'd first shown up. We love you, Pepper. Mom, wait, don't leave me. Merry Christmas, sweetheart, she said again. Don't leave me, I muttered. But it was as though she'd sprinkled sleeping powder over my eyes. I couldn't keep them open, and before I managed to say everything I wanted to say, I felt myself settle onto my couch. Her smile was the last thing I saw before I gave way to the overwhelming tiredness casting over my mind and the resounding question replayed. What are you going to do with what you've been given? Chapter 11. I expected to awaken in a pool of sunlight on my living room couch to greet another Christmas morning alone. But when I woke, I was once more stiff-backed sitting at my office desk. I blinked, staring around in a daze, attempting to orient myself. Again, moose slippers adorned my feet. The mug of cocoa I'd gotten for myself in the break room still steamed. Papers were spread across my desk, and the screen of my computer showed the same project I'd been working on before the bells had chimed on my phone, before Angel had appeared. I'd lived so long with regret, with hardness callousing my heart behind my sternum, its weight pulling on my cheeks and making smiles more hard-won. This regret had been so profound that when I woke up without it, the result was light. I was unobscured, as though energy that had been attempting to course through me, but had been blocked until now, spurted through in droves. Where smiles had been work before, Now one lifted my cheeks as though they were feather-like. It had to be real, I said to myself, placing my hands around my cocoa and laughing at the memory where I thought it had been laced with hallucinogens. Last night, meeting Angel, seeing everything, my past, his past, Mom, being able to say the unspoken things I had wished I'd said before they died. My soul swam in the sensation that almost everything was resolved. I didn't want to sit here for a minute longer. I needed to see my sister, to make things right with her. That was why Mom had returned me to Christmas Eve one more time, to give me this chance. I'd make up with Mia. I'd do what I could to create not only a future I could handle, but one I wanted to live in. It wasn't too late to change my life around and find joy, to do as my parents had said, and fill it to the fullest with people and things I loved. Part of me wished I'd given in and allowed Angel to take me to see my future. Would I have seen him there? Would that have changed the way I'd reacted? I wasn't sure. I hadn't been prepared to hear the truth of Angel's connection to my parents. If he'd hit me with a baseball bat to the skull, it couldn't have surprised me more. The words I'd said to him after that chorused through my mind like a funeral knell. I had no way of taking them back. He already felt wretched about himself, but I'd seen the situation from all sides. I'd known how bad he'd felt, how much he'd wanted to make things right. And I'd said the worst possible no I could ever have said. Though I knew he wouldn't, I gazed around my office and willed him to disturb my peace, willed him to interfere with my phone's well-being and make it squawk out any number of bells and noises he wanted, if that meant he would reappear. Angel, I called. Angel, are you here? I felt a little stupid, but I didn't know what else to call him. Too late, I realized that was something I should have asked Mom. But our visit had been so brief, and we'd covered enough. She and Dad had forgiven him, and in my heart, I knew I needed to do the same. The confession he'd shared about wanting forgiveness, the question he'd posed, wanting to know how to receive it. If only I'd known I was the one he wanted forgiveness from. If only I'd known so much before that moment. Then again, he could have told me his name. I might not have made the connection at the time, but I would have persisted and discovered the truth eventually. But he'd specifically not revealed everything about himself. Maybe he didn't want to be found after all. That wasn't going to work for me. I considered my options. I could look up players who'd auditioned for Olympic hockey teams from 4 years ago, but I had no idea where he was from. I'd assumed his bakery was in Spokane, but was it? Even if it was, that didn't mean he still lived nearby. He could be anywhere now. Had he been passing through? Mom and Dad had died in the neighboring town of Cheney, and I knew there was an ice rink at Eastern Washington University. Maybe he'd been living there while he and his teammates trained. Every option I considered was a shot in the darkest of dark. Even if I were to know where he was from, not knowing his name made things even harder. Then again, Mia knew. She had to. She'd mentioned his name one night after Mom and Dad had died. I'd voiced my wish that the worst possible condemnation would happen to the driver, and she told me God would handle the judgment. Why? Why hadn't I paid more attention to his name? I was already planning on going to my sister's house, but my urgency kicked up another notch. Mia could tell me who he was. I could voice it at the right time in a conversation rather than coming right out and asking. Undoubtedly, we'd talk about Mom and Dad at Christmas, right? I slid my chair beneath my desk, removed the moose slippers, and stuffed them into my bag before replacing them with my shoes. I stacked my papers into the top drawer. They'd be right where I needed them once the holiday break was over with. A break I fully intended on enjoying every minute of with the people I cared about most. On a whim, I stopped by the 5th floor to stun my colleagues and bid them a more heartfelt Merry Christmas than I ever had before. The attempt was a success, and my smile was more genuine than I thought it would be. Jaws dropped. Ingrid sniffed but greeted me with her usual false happiness, something I could detect much easier this time. Even though I was able to perceive it, it didn't bother me. I even greeted Oliver and Rayanne. "Good to see you here," Kendall said, passing a cup of cocoa to me. "Thanks," I said. I considered declining, but I took the cup and a sip along with it. The liquid burned my tongue, but I found I didn't mind as much as I would have before. This burned tongue now signified someone cared enough to make me feel included. Work can wait. Yes, it can. She lifted her chin and swept her gaze across the gathering of employees from our company the way a proud mother hen would. I never considered that Kendall cared about those of us who worked there just as much as the product we created. But in that moment, my view shifted, as it had been doing so much lately. "You care about our little office, don't you?" I said, risking another sip. This one was a little less shocking. Her red lips twisted into a smile. "Why do you say that?" "I never asked where you might rather be tonight. I've never really asked about your family." "I'm not staying that long," she said, dipping her mouth to her own cup. "But yes, I do care." "I think that helps with the rapport we have," I said, seeing our little group of employees differently than I ever had before. "You help with that too, you know," she said. "I do?" "I didn't expect that." "Why do you say that?" "Your insistence on quality work pushes them to do their best. A good word from you means much more than it would from someone who patted them on the head and gave them a participation award every time. When things are hard-won, they matter a little more to us." Her words hit home. I wonder if you know how much that applies to life, not just work. "Of course it does." She winked at me and pressed my arm. "I'm glad you made it down, even for a bit." "You act like I'm leaving." "Aren't you?" I took another sip. I was easy to read. At least that hadn't changed. "As a matter of fact, I have a family party I've got to get to." "Then you'd better get to it." She lifted her cup to me and turned toward the rest of the party. I didn't need a second invitation. I couldn't manage another drink, and the garbage can wouldn't mind the heat of my rejected cocoa. I tossed it, darted a final glance and a few goodbye waves to the gathered attendees, and headed out to the elevator. My feet slowed, and I took a moment when I saw the bench where I'd sat next to Angel, remembering the way he'd held me while I cried. How many times had he comforted me, all while I hadn't offered him comfort too? I dashed out as quickly as I dared, across the icy parking lot to my car. Frigid air blasted at me from the vents, and I hurriedly toned it down and inched my way out to the street. My apartment was in Spokane Valley, and though the drive didn't take long, the slick roads added at least 15 minutes. Filled with energy that coated and sparkled like glitter in my veins, I charged through my apartment. Pajamas, a few changes of clothes, the bathroom items I'd need, everything was packed within minutes. I paused at the door and grimaced. I'd sent the girls each a gift in the mail in classic lame aunt style, but I couldn't show up empty-handed. The gifts I'd picked had been suggested online based on their ages. They weren't specific to what the girls were interested in. I didn't really know what they were interested in anymore. Time to step it up, I said. And after this, I would. I was determined to. I'm going to sit them down and find out what they like, I told myself. I was determined to be a better aunt than I'd been before. I wanted them to have memories with me, and for them to be a part of mine, too. I would make sure they were a part of my Christmas future. Traffic in the valley was thicker than I expected it to be. Then again, I couldn't be the only one out to nab some last-minute gifts. When cars honked from their positions at the intersection and I waited for the light to turn red, I mused. Heck, I nearly laughed. Any other time, I would have been drenched in my typical cynical thoughts. How ironic it was that the best time of the year somehow brought out the very worst in people. Not now, though. For some reason, I couldn't wipe the smile from my face. My hand reached for the knob on the radio, and I switched the station from my stubbornly typical music to the first Christmas station I could find. Jingle bells swelled in the cab of my car. I opened my mouth and belted out the words as the light turned green, and strangely, the added festivity only spread my smile. I've been missing out on so much, I said, letting my head bob to the jolly melody. And Angel, if you can hear me, I won't anymore. I'm gonna blast all the Christmas songs I can get my hands on if that's what it takes. I cut the ignition and darted out, only to be greeted by locked doors. In fact, most of the stores were closed. Luckily, Target had a few cars in its lot, so I pulled in there next and submerged myself in the stream of people rushing with red carts around the aisles, undoubtedly like me, having put off their Christmas shopping until the last minute. I put a little more thought into the gifts this time than the insignificant but appealing items I'd found for the kids online. A makeup kit for Hope, and a cute bag for Ruby to keep her ballet items in, as well as a few gift bags to put them in, and headed for the freeway. Traffic was thinner on the familiar cement thoroughfare. Magnolia Glen was an hour away, but though I had to take it slowly through the drifting snowfall, the drive passed faster than I anticipated. Magnolia Glen was made up of a handful of streets. The welcome sign was situated in front of a water tower, and the collection of the same homes that had stood on this street since I was a kid constituted the tiny town. A life-size snowman was positioned and lit up beside the welcome sign, its tagline declaring the town, a cozy little corner of the world. Cozy was right. I'd loved that about this place. It was heartwarming and intimate, and such a personal place. The kind of place that took all of you in, that made you feel as though you never wanted to leave. Snow blanketed the hill in the distance, and the road opened its arms to guide me toward the church I'd attended as a child on the left side of the main road, and the park I'd walked to more times than I could count to play with friends on its other side. My elementary school was a block from that, the high school situated at the park's end. Only the essentials were crammed into this little town. We'd had to do our main shopping in neighboring cities, but that was the way of things when you live somewhere like Magnolia Glen. I couldn't help the tears that stung my eyes at the joy crowding my chest. I never thought I'd come back here. I'd left in such a frustrated, harsh state of mind and directed dams and blocks in as many intersections as I could to keep myself from this. I hadn't known that at the same time, those dams and roadblocks were interfering with so much more than me returning to Magnolia Glen. They'd blocked me from the happiness everything this town represented could have brought me to. Family, joy, the permission I deserved to give myself to let trivial misunderstandings pass like water under my life's proverbial bridge. Water was meant to flow, to both give and receive. I'd blocked goodness, ensuring whatever came into my life would lie stagnant. I'd kept myself from giving back where I should have, and I'd only damaged myself in the process. I'd passed through town, tapping the button on the radio and skimming for another radio station I'd sworn off. Merry, celebratory tunes swirled in the cab of my car, bringing a renewed surge of joy with it as the singers bid me to have myself a merry little Christmas. "I'll do that," I told the radio, smiling, basking in the renewed gusto the song and its simple words crooned. I would have a Merry Christmas in my little town of Magnolia Glen. I turned down the street after the church, my heart pumping ridiculously fast. My palms were clammy against the steering wheel, and I wiped them on my jeans as the house Angel and I had visited came into view. It was a lovely house, but it was just a house. How foolish I'd been to let something like an argument over this structure come between me and my sister. I pulled in front of the sidewalk that had been cleared of the snow, now piled at least 3 feet high alongside it. Warmth collected within my chest, pulling down my limbs and lifting me from the inside. It was as though my parents were smiling down on me from wherever they were now. Whether Mia and Josh welcomed me back quite as smilingly was another matter. Any other time, I might have turned tail and veered back to my car, as I'd done in the flash of the future I'd imagined. But I tightened my fist on my keys and straightened. Lights twinkled along the porch's outline and glimmered from the reflection of Mia's Christmas tree in the window. Tracks trailed through the front yard, evidence of snow play I suspected had been Ruby's. Fortunately, the guests they'd had over for their Christmas Eve party had all gone home, and I was glad. This wasn't a reunion I wanted witnesses to. I strolled up the sidewalk, my overnight bag in one hand and the lame presents I'd picked for the girls in the other. My heart flapped in my chest, but one step led to another, and before I knew it, I was on the doorstep. Alone. No Angel to stand by my side this time. I sent out a silent prayer to the stars overhead. Thank you for sending an angel to help me see the error of my ways, and for giving me the courage to come back here. If it's at all possible, I'd like to find him again. I know I don't deserve it, but I'm asking anyway. Laughter erupted inside the house. My jaw had begun to shudder from the cold, or from nerves, I couldn't tell which. Either way, I lifted my hand and knocked. Chapter 12. When I'd stood at Mia's door with Angel, I knew we'd go in and remain invisible, but this time I was here to be seen. The girls could quite possibly already be in bed. I wasn't sure what kind of Christmas Eve traditions Mia and Josh had when it came to bedtime for those two. As kids, Mia and I used to lay out reindeer food and cookies for Santa, and my dad would always read the Christmas story from the 2nd chapter of Luke. Then we had to get to bed early so Mom and Dad could finish wrapping all the presents. Knowing Mia, she had probably had the presents wrapped 2 weeks ago and was kicking back with Josh to watch the sunrise or something now. But I held my ground anyway, attempting to steady my pounding heartbeat. The door opened, releasing a drift of welcoming cinnamon and encompassing warmth. Mia wore Santa leggings and a long red sweater, her smile fixed in place. At the sight of me, her eyes boggled. Her smile dropped for a millisecond. "Pepper," she belted. "You're here?" I clutched hard to the strap of my overnight bag in one hand and the Target bag in the other. "Hi," I told her, more nervous than I'd been around my sister since the time I'd accidentally flushed her new contact lenses down the toilet and had to confess why they'd gone missing. "If you don't mind, I thought I'd take you up on your offer." The floodgates gushed open. Her squeal shook the house. Her smile returned, and before I knew it, her arms were around me, and I was being dragged inside.
"You came!"
Josh said from somewhere outside of our hug before he added himself to it. His warm arms strung behind my back, holding my sister and me to his chest. I couldn't concentrate on anything else, not with the overwhelming love surging inside of me. Wounds I'd ignored, wounds I'd ground to a pulp, manifested themselves, swelling enough to be noticed before they disintegrated on the spot, stitched and healed within seconds. I clung to my sister, holding her as tightly as she was holding me. And when we finally pulled away, I wasn't the only one who was crying. "You're here," Mia said, wiping my cheeks before she attended to her own. "You came." Before I could answer, Josh pried me from her arms and wrenched me against him, holding me in a brotherly embrace.
"Good to see you,"
he said, beaming down at me when he pulled back.
"Finally,"
he added, knuckling my shoulder and winning a laugh that clogged my chest. Ruby and Hope had appeared sometime during our hugs. Hope embraced her teenagehood by giving me a plaintive nod and a solitary greeting, while Ruby, 10 years her junior, bounced, reflecting the excitement their mom displayed and chorusing a sing-song chant that consisted of the phrase, "Auntie Pepper, Pepper's back, back, back." I couldn't stay away any longer, I told Mia, overwhelmed by such a welcome, by love I didn't deserve but was grateful for all the same. "It's about time," she said, scolding me with a smile and taking my wrist. "Come on, we were just about to decorate cookies for Santa." And just like that, it was like no time at all had passed. They set up a 5th placemat at the table for me, handed me a paintbrush to use with the runnier homemade icing Mia had whipped together and added food coloring to, and we set out to painting the sugar cookies she'd made earlier that day. Mia gushed about the party I'd missed, and the number of people who had lamented the fact that I hadn't been there. "You should have heard Mrs. Williams. She said she'd love to see you." "Just as long as I stay on the sidewalk," I muttered, earning a laugh from our inside joke. Ruby had eaten half of her plate, while Hope gave a half-hearted effort toward decorating her star cookie before she pulled her phone back out again, her thumbs flying. I couldn't blame her. If phones had been a bigger thing when I'd been her age, I'd probably have done the same. "I'm glad you're back at our house," Ruby said in childish simplicity. I put my arm around her, touched that she had missed me, even when she was so young. "Me too," I told her, resting my head against hers, humbled at how readily she returned my hug before turning back to her project. "The house looks great," I told Mia, halfway through painting a silly smile on my reindeer cookie's face. I took another bite from the cookie in my other hand. Warm, sugary goodness swirled in my mouth. For some reason, the taste reminded me of another pastry I'd eaten hours before. A pastry made by a mysterious incognito man who hadn't left my thoughts since we'd parted ways. "Yeah, we've done a lot to it," she said, speaking as she concentrated on her cookie. She chewed her lip as she dabbed dots down the front of the gingerbread man. "Josh helped me tear out that awful hidden door we hated growing up." I lowered the paintbrush. "You're kidding. Dad probably rolled in his grave. He loved that thing." "I know, right? You want to see it? Come here." As if she'd been waiting for the excuse, she lowered her paintbrush and pushed away from the table. Ruby stuck to her task, as if determined to finish the rest of the blank cookies on her own, and Hope took the excuse to rise and make her way to the couch, still staring at her phone. Sure enough, the portion of the wall that had opened into Dad's hidden man cave was no longer there. The space had been opened and added so much light and room to what had once been a secluded, dark corner of the house. It was impressive, to say the least. What had started as an effort to show me one thing turned into a tour of my childhood home, where Mia and Josh talked about water leaks they had had to repair that had turned into fixing up this room or that. They'd replaced carpet in the bedrooms, added fresh paint, redone cabinets in the bathrooms and kitchen. I'd noticed a few of the changes when I'd interposed with Angel, but I acted like everything was new to me because there was no way I was going to try and explain any of that right now. The kitchen is by far my favorite, I said as we passed toward the basement stairs. They lightened the dated colors and antiqued the cabinets to give them more of a trendy, rustic appearance. A small hand clamped to mine at one point throughout the tour. I loved the attention from little Ruby, who beamed in my direction and gushed about her dolls and ballet lessons at every break in the conversation. "You can sleep in my room," she spurted after we took sight of her pink princess bed in the midst of a smattering of bows and dolls. "Thank you, but you need your bed," I told her. The thought of kicking her out of bed didn't sit well. I'll be okay on the couch. "But Santa won't come if you sleep out there," she said, pouting her bottom lip. I darted a glance to Mia and Josh.
Sure he will,
Josh said, rumpling Ruby's hair.
Aunt Pepper's finally getting herself off the naughty list. He'll want to see her.
He winked at his daughter. Ruby considered this before turning to me. "You are on the naughty list?" The four of us laughed. Josh hugged her as I said, "You have no idea." We rejoined Hope, and together we read the Bible, said nighttime prayers, set out Santa's cookies, and tucked the girls into bed. I left the room, while Mia and Josh took a few additional minutes with each girl and moseyed out to the Christmas tree. The three of us cleaned up the table and wiped the counters in the kitchen, and then I helped them stuff the stockings. Josh kissed Mia goodnight, and as he headed toward the stairs, he dimmed the lights so we only had the lamp on the end table and the glow from their tree to see by. Tiredness shrouded my eyes. I blinked it away, not wanting to miss a minute more. Mia leaned her shoulder against the wall, separating the living room from the kitchen. Her expression turned contemplative, and she folded her arms and gazed at me. "Best Christmas present ever," she said. I glanced down at the pile of presents around the tree. "Did Josh give you something just now?" "No, you did." I was taken aback. My mouth parted for a few brief seconds before closing again. I was her best Christmas present. That couldn't be right. "You all welcoming me so freely was mine," I told her. "I know I don't deserve it." "Sure you do. Just because you ignored us for the last 4 years." She fairly twinkled with mirth. I laughed softly, hugging my arms around my chest. "What made you change your mind?" She motioned me over to the couch. She sat, tucking her striped stocking feet beneath her and resting her elbow on the back of the couch. What could I tell her? Mia would flip if she knew Mom had visited me and not her. That might have to be a story for another day. "You," I finally said. I had a glimpse of my future. A horrible thought struck me that one day you might stop inviting me over, and I caught this lonely glimpse of myself, wasting away and missing out on so much. She nodded, taking in my explanation as if it made sense. I wasn't sure it did, but I was glad she accepted it all the same. "You never told me why you stayed away. Was it because of the house?" "Partially," I told her, deciding not to hold anything back. Life was too short to keep things back. Mom had said as much, and I wouldn't discount any of the advice I'd been given tonight. It was my pride. I got so hurt at your suggestion that you deserved this house more than I did because you already had a family. I'm sorry. I knew you wanted the house too, but I didn't have any idea you wanted it that badly. And that was low of me to say. I know how much you wanted to marry Silas. I didn't want to go back there. Not now. Seeing things from the blessing of hindsight, it wasn't the loss of Silas I'd lamented. I'd been in love with the idea of love and marriage so heartily, I'd placed my hopes on a man who hadn't been the best fit for me, only so I could achieve them. Things had worked out for the best. Silas didn't love me, and I hadn't loved him either, not as much as I should have. A man who wasn't reliable in little things like a discussion about family, and who claimed to feel love for me only to pull back days after, wasn't the kind of person I wanted to be with. I wanted a man I could count on. A man who sacrificed his time to help others. A man who showed remorse and wasn't ashamed to cry. Who loved family, who had ambitions and took things seriously but could also make me laugh. I loved this old place. I gazed around the room, grateful that the resentment I'd had before was nowhere in sight. But I also love what you've done with it. You've breathed a whole new life into this space. You were right. You and Josh and the girls are a better fit here. I'm sorry I was too stubborn to admit as much. I never thought it would push you away. I'm sorry, too, she said. A thought crossed her face and she smiled. If Mom and Dad could see us now. I think they can, I said with insight I wasn't sure I could ever explain. I wasn't sure where heaven was exactly, on one of those other planes Angel and I had visited maybe. In any case, I was absolutely certain the people we loved and lost were never far away. They were still with us, watching over us and doing all they could to help us navigate our lives. We talked into the night, catching up on what I'd been up to at work, how the girls were doing in school and in ballet and basketball, how work was going for Josh, and how much Mia loved being a stay-at-home mom. Eventually, she rose and retrieved bedding for me, returning to situate a place for me to snuggle up in on the couch. She leaned in for a final hug. I breathed in the smell of coconut in her hair and held on tight. I'm glad you came, she said. Pulling away, she added, Our door is always open. You got it? Got it. Soon the light from her tree was my only companion. I cocooned myself on the couch, heartened by everything that tree represented. Longevity, love, forgiveness, radiance. Everything Christ stood for was represented in that evergreen tree. And it seemed as though that was everything I had received that night. I'd taken so much for granted, including every Christmas tree I'd passed. There'd been so much light I'd deprived myself of, and for what? I stretched beneath the blanket on their comfortable couch, my nerves and thoughts buzzing, even as my muscles began to relax and let go. A day ago, I never would have thought I'd be here, but I wouldn't be anywhere else. My thoughts drifted to Angel. Where was he? Spending his Christmas Eve with the family he'd mentioned? Did he live nearby? Did he remember our night together? Was he lying on a couch somewhere thinking of me too? I hated the notion that he was tormenting himself as he'd done on the basketball court. I could have handled things after his confession so much better. I could have been gracious. I could have. My nerves were humming too much for me to sleep easily. But eventually I drifted off, with warmth and gratitude in my heart, and another prayer, that it wasn't too late to make things right with him. A small hand shook my shoulder. I stirred from a dream of dimples and ice blue eyes, blinking away the night's sleep. Sunlight beamed from the front window, and Ruby's bright brown eyes beamed near my face. Her face was so precious, so small and perfect, and that smile. I felt a pang of longing in the dream of waking to the faces of my own children, dreams I'd pushed away, sniffing the air once more. Was a family of my own possible? "Aunt Pepper, wake up! Santa came!" I tipped up onto one of my elbows and peered toward the tree. "Looks that way to me. Which ones are for you?" Ruby's small smile stretched. Her hair was adorably disheveled, curls askew from the ponytail she'd slept in. "I don't know. Mommy said Santa whispers our reindeer names to her and leaves a clue about which reindeer we are in our stocking. Want to see?" I sat up and pulled Ruby into a hug. "I'd love to. Although, do you think Santa knew I came here?" "He did! Look!" She bounded over to the fireplace, where the stockings that had been hanging on the fireplace were now stuffed full and sitting on the floor because they were now too heavy to remain hanging on their pegs. To my surprise, a fifth stocking had joined the others. It didn't match the thick-rimmed fur or the black gingham-patterned fabric the other stockings had. It looked out of place, and yet was stuffed just as full. "Is that mine?" "Yes!" Ruby bounded on her toes and threw up her little arms. "Come on, let's wake everyone else up." I don't know, but she was already pulling my arm toward the hall. Fortunately, I didn't have to worry about what we'd do when we got to Mia and Josh's room, because the two of them appeared at the end of the hall. Josh's hair stuck up at the back of his head, and Mia's eyes were half closed as she scratched her stomach and blinked more times than was customary. I eyed my sister, wondering when she'd procured an actual stocking for me. I'd helped her and Josh stuff the stockings the night before, and that one hadn't been there. Minute by minute, Mia acted more awake, until she gave me a smug grin and strolled past, yanked along by her youngest daughter. Hope appeared at the end of the hall, rubbing sleep from her eyes. I approached and settled an arm around her. "Just what you always wanted, getting woken up early, huh?" She was so mature, so grown up. At 14, I realized how many crucial years I'd missed. She would be old enough to hold that against me. Did she? "It's Christmas," she said, as if that explained it all. "I'm Rudolph!" Ruby shouted, waving a familiar tag she'd retrieved from her stocking. She then began dancing around the tree and pointing out all the presents that were labeled with her reindeer moniker. "That's mine, and that's mine, and that." I hurried to fold my blanket and make room on the couch for others to sit. Josh handed my mismatched stocking to me, and I eyed Mia. "This wasn't there last night," I said. "Sure it was," she deflected, pulling out her reindeer name ticket. I examined the packages around their tree with a smile. Instead of the names I knew should be on the tags, Mia had scribed Blitzen, Donner, Rudolph, and Dasher. "Keeping up the tradition, I see," I said, pulling the ticket out of my stocking. "Dancer." I flared it at her. "One for me?" I glanced again to the presents. They couldn't possibly have some for me under there. Not when they didn't know if I'd be here or not. "We hoped you would come," Mia said with truth in her eyes and a small shrug. I was touched. Would I ever get used to the feeling of being wanted? I relished the moment the girls began tearing into their presents. Ruby squealed over a new dollhouse and a pair of rollerblades. Hope gushed about a makeup kit, the new clothes her mom had picked for her, and especially the digital tablet just waiting to be put to use. "Seriously," she said, donning a striking smile, the first I'd seen her wear since I'd arrived, and throwing her arms around her dad. He laughed and muttered something in response, but I turned my attention to Mia. Do you remember the year we switched the tags? Shh! Mia stopped me with a hand. The girls watched us with curiosity as their mom shot me a glare. Don't give them any ideas, she added, but after several seconds, the two of us shared a smile neither of us could suppress. Josh demanded more information.
You can't throw it out without finishing it, he said.
Let's just say I got my dad's underwear for Christmas that year. She and I broke into laughter. Once the presents were opened, we all banded together in the kitchen to prepare breakfast. A spread of bacon, eggs, and pancakes. Mia suggested sledding, which I overruled. And all the while, I waited for the prime moment in which to mention the man who'd been involved in Mom and Dad's accident. It wasn't exactly polite conversation to bring up in front of the girls, and we were having too much fun laughing together anyway. But I tucked it away in my heart, waiting for the right opening. I could have brought him up the night before when it had just been the two of us, but that hadn't felt right either, not when we had other things to say. The day passed in perfect slowness. I bunked on the couch in the afternoon with a book I'd selected from Mia's shelf, while Ruby played with her toys and Hope fiddled with her new device and texted on her phone. With the girls distracted, now could be a good time. I left the book on the couch and entered the kitchen as Mia pulled a cucumber and a green pepper from the fridge and placed them near a cutting board on her counter. I washed and dried my hands. "What can I do?" I asked. "I'm sorry I didn't come very prepared to help you out with anything." "Want to chop these?" We fell into step, and the lull in the conversation as she concentrated made my mouth dry. I wasn't sure how to bring Angel up, not without any preliminary reason. Belting my experience out there would make Mia suspicious, but I couldn't think of any other way to introduce the topic than to just say it. "So, you know the night Mom and Dad died?" I began. Mia stilled. Seconds passed before she faced me, her brown eyes saturated with remorse. "I'm sorry it was so hard for you. I could have been there for you better than I was." I shook my head. "I'm not here to guilt trip," I assured her. "Really, I want to move forward, to let the past be." "Then what's up?" I've been thinking about the other driver." The tension in the room turned palpable. I pushed forward before I lost my nerve. "Do you know anything about him? About where he's from, or—" "I thought you were letting the past be." "I am." "What good will it do, Pepper?" she asked, resting a hand on her hip. "Seeking him out now, for whatever reason, won't bring them back." "I know that." Her mom tone turned on. "The past is dangerous. I'd let it go and move on." "Sometimes you have to look back before you can move forward," I told her. "Not with this." I elevated my hand, still holding the knife in one. "I didn't mean for this to be a sore subject. I just wondered if you knew his name." "Why? Are you going to look him up?" "It won't do any good," she said, turning back to the meat she was browning. "We agreed we didn't want to press charges. He was well enough to walk away a few weeks later, though he did come to the funeral. I think he felt bad about it, Pepper. You need to accept that and just let it be." "He came to the funeral. So you know who he is." Her eyes narrowed. She lowered her spoon again. "Why this sudden interest?" I stared at my pile of chopped green peppers, coaxing them from the cutting board into the salad bowl she'd set there. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." "Try me." My mouth opened. It was now or never, and she was acting open enough. Perhaps she would believe me if I told the truth about his appearance last night. Squealing and shrieks broke out. Preluding the girls' entrance through the kitchen, Ruby darted in first, Hope's new tablet in hand. "Give that back, you little swine!" Hope yelled. Mia looked frustrated at having our conversation interrupted. She held up a finger for me to wait, and then went and barked at her girls to get along and not ruin Christmas with fighting. She re-entered the kitchen looking frazzled. "Just know, I have to find him," I told her, deciding not to beat around the bush anymore. The rundown of last night could wait for another time. Not because I'm angry or want to take anything out on him, but there's something I have to do, and I need to know who he is. "Please," I begged inwardly, "tell me." She drained her meat and set it on the counter, staring out the kitchen window for 1,000 agonizing seconds before brushing a hair from her forehead and turning to me. "His name is James Vanguard." The sound of it struck my heart like a musician playing a long-ignored instrument. Chords reverberated through me, making my entire body tremble. "James," I said on a breath. "His name is James." Mia eyed me. "What's going on? You sound like you're infatuated or something." A smile spread onto my cheeks. Maybe I am. Vegetables abandoned, I retrieved my phone and instantly began searching James Vanguard, Bakerly, Olympics. An address appeared associated with his bakery's name, so it was located in Spokane. That meant he'd lived close by, at least at one point in time. Whether he still did or not was another matter. But I couldn't wait another minute without seeing for myself. Mindlessly, I drifted toward the door. "Where are you going?" Mia asked. Ruby and Hope gathered as well, gazing at me with curiosity bordering on hurt. I'd already stuffed my feet into my shoes and reached for my coat hanging in the closet by the door. "I know, this is terrible timing," I said, "and I promise I'll come back." "It's almost dinner," Mia argued, gesturing in the direction of the kitchen with the wooden spoon in her hand. "You can't leave now." I saw how this must look, especially considering my past history. I show up after years of keeping my distance, only to then leave Christmas Day? By all rights, I shouldn't go anywhere. I owed them that much. But now that I had a clue that might help me find James, I couldn't wait. "My stuff is still here," I told her, praying she could read the sincerity in my gaze. "I'll be back, I promise. I know you don't understand, but—" "What does this have to do with James Vanguard?" she demanded. "This has something to do with him. I know it." Mia planted both hands on her hips at this point. A few inches taller than her mother, Hope stared me down as well, ever the look of disapproval on her face. I'd win her admiration back. I had to. Honesty was the best way to do that. "I met him," I confessed. "Met who?" Hope asked, but Mia ignored her and pelted her questions in my direction. "What? When?" "Yesterday. There's so much that happened, and I promise I'll tell you, but this is a gift I have to give him today, before it's too late." "What are you talking about?" Mia demanded. "What gift?" By this time, Josh had even sauntered over to skewer me with a look. All 4 members of the family stood at the brink of their entryway, with their expressions conveying a combination of confusion, hurt, and frustration. I considered letting this mission go. Staying here, agonizing inside the whole time, it was one of those between a rock and a hard place situations. "I know you have no reason to trust anything I say anymore," I said, zipping up my coat. "But he's one reason I came back last night. I want you to know you can. You can trust me. You can count on me. I want to be part of your lives again. I'm leaving, but I'll be back, I promise." Mia's glower could rival a bulldog's. She narrowed her eyes. "You'd better." "I will." "Get out of here, then," she said, jutting her chin in the direction of the door behind me. "But I expect a full explanation when you get back." "Only if you agree to believe what I have to say," I said, opening the door and stepping out. The Christmas afternoon's chill air was a reprieve to my overheated body. I all but ran to my car and shivered as the cold air blasted at me from the vents when I turned the car on. I tapped the address into my Maps app. Bakerly was back in downtown Spokane, a little over 1 hour away. I knew going there couldn't lead me directly to him, but I needed to see it, to solidify last night's events, to see if there were any clues that could help me find him. Angel and I hadn't left on good terms at all. He said he'd come to help me heal, and I'd even agreed to do the same for him if I could. However, I'd failed utterly and completely in that aspect. I couldn't stand the thought that he might think he'd failed last night. He needed to know his visit and attempt to help me had worked. And I had to keep up my end of our deal, too. Chapter 13. I recognized the bakery immediately. The brick exterior, the single large window beside the glass door. Unlike during our time here, the street was mostly vacant now, save for 1 or 2 cars passing by. I shifted into park, grateful for the ease of parallel parking with a street so vacant, and stepped out, mounting the sidewalk with uncertainty. A few steps later, I cupped my hands around my eyes to block out light and allow me a better view through the window, and peered in. Just like the flicker I'd seen when James, had lost control and let his emotions take over. The interior was dark and abandoned, the shelves bare. My heart deflated at the sight, and I stepped back, taking in the sad view of the abandoned establishment. He said his injuries had prevented him from being able to manage it anymore. Why hadn't he opened his bakery again after he'd healed? "Where are you?" I asked, pressing a hand to the glass. I wasn't sure what I'd expected to find. Of course he wouldn't be here Christmas morning. He probably wouldn't even have been here if the bakery were still open. It was possible he would have hired employees to handle the management of the place. I wasn't sure what to do next. His personal address hadn't been given on the search. How could I possibly find him? Spokane was the second largest city in Washington state. The longer I remained on the sidewalk, the bigger and more impossible the prospect of finding him became. It was like standing on the shore and contemplating crossing the ocean without a boat. The drive back to Magnolia Glen was far less charged than my drive out had been. I returned as the sun set, darkening the sky to a secretive navy blue, to find the girls and Josh clustered in front of the TV with Xbox remotes in hand. I didn't recognize the game they were playing, but I watched them play for a few minutes before I went to find Mia in her craft room. She sat at a table, reading glasses perched on her nose, and attempted to string beads no bigger than grains of sand onto a translucent thread. I'd seen remnants of the dinner I'd missed still lingering in the kitchen, and dishes near the sink, which I resolved to help with once I talked to her. My stomach made itself known at the thought of dinner, but I could eat later. "Told you I'd be back," I said. I didn't bother asking why she wasn't out there, getting in on the game with the rest of her family. Mia had never been big into gaming. It had been a source of contention for her and Josh in the early days of their marriage, until the two of them compromised. Josh had agreed not to play every evening after work and to spend time with her instead, and she'd agreed to give him a few nights each week. It had worked out well as far as I knew. I wondered what she thought of the girls joining him now. Mia jumped and placed a hand over her heart. Then, after realizing it was me, she lowered her beading project to the table and lifted her glasses onto her dark hair. I recognized the container holding the new toolkit she'd received for Christmas. Mia had always loved to make bracelets and necklaces. In fact, my wrist sported a new one I'd found in my stocking. "Where did you go?" she asked me, gesturing to the bar stool tucked beneath her table. I shrugged out of my coat and slid the stool out enough to roost on it. "Talk." I rubbed a hand behind my neck. I wouldn't even know where to begin. Try at the beginning. Why this sudden interest in the other driver? And why did you race out of here the minute you found out his name? I picked up her beading pliers with floral handles, more for something to do with my hands than anything else, snapping the tool open and closed a few times before setting it down again. "You told me I had to promise to believe anything you say," she reminded. "And will you?" "I'll decide after I hear it, so get on with it." She lowered her glasses to her nose and continued stringing the last few glittering beads, adding them in a pattern to those that were already on the thin string. I sighed and waited for a warning to settle into my chest, but any unease I felt was quelled by the fact that this was my sister. She'd once been my best friend. And though she might tease me at first, hearing of how a smoking hot, mysterious angel had appeared in my office and then taken me to visit various points in my existence, she'd have to believe my sincerity, because I believed in it so hard myself. So I told her about Angel's first appearance and how I'd threatened him with a USB adapter, about traveling to see our childhood Christmas, sledding with Mom and Dad after Mom's surgery, and then to see my first kiss. "Who picked that memory?" she interrupted with a scoff. The story then picked up to the Christmas Eve party she'd held, and Mia listened with rapt attention and even displayed shock and surprise at my ability to relay specifics from conversations I'd overheard. "This really happened," she said, placing a hand on my knee. "You doubted me?" That was hard to believe. She'd acted completely enthralled. "Completely. Now I don't anymore." She lifted her glasses from their position on her hair and placed them on the table beside her neglected beading project, attention fully engaged on me, as though I were telling the ending of a sizzling movie she'd missed. "Good, because I'm not crazy," I told her. "What then?" she said, waving her hand in my direction to urge me to continue. "You went to your work party." "Yes, but he also showed me glimpses of his life," I said, turning soft at the admission. "I saw that night, Mia. The night of Mom and Dad's accident." She gasped so hard she nearly coughed. "You didn't." "I did. I didn't know that was who had been in the other car. I only saw things from his perspective. But Mia, that changed everything for me. He told me he wanted forgiveness, but wasn't sure how to go about asking for it. I thought he'd been talking about his girlfriend in the car, but emotion clouded my throat, blocking the words from coming. I dipped my chin to my chest and took a few moments to collect myself. But he was talking about us. That was why he was sent, because we needed to make things right. He needs peace just as much as we do. Mia took a few moments to consider this. I still couldn't believe she was buying it. At any moment, I expected her to brush me off as crazy or imaginative, but she didn't. That meant so much. "How can you be this collected about it?" Mia asked. I shook my head. "That's why I left earlier. I wasn't. When he first told me the truth, he'd been about to kiss me." She tossed her hands in the air and glanced around the empty room as if expecting confirmation of her astonishment. "You're only now just telling me this? You like him, don't you?" I couldn't tell if that question was encouraging or condemning. Heat climbed my throat at the thought, but I didn't hold the admission in. "I do. I know that makes me sound crazy. I know this doesn't make any sense at all, and you're free to think I made this all up in my head." "I would think so if you hadn't spied on my Christmas party," she said. "Seriously, you said the conversations we'd had as though you'd actually been there. How can I not believe you?" I trapped my lip in my teeth. "Anyway, I got mad. I was mean, Mia. I told him I never wanted to see him again. Oh, sis." She rested a comforting hand on my knee again. "Did you mean that?" So often, the cruelest words are tossed out during misunderstandings. We say things we'd never say otherwise, and I'd done just that. At the time, I'd been disgusted, completely thrown. But now, after I cooled down and gained some new perspective, and after I had talked to Mom and learned of her easy forgiveness, I'd give anything to take my quick judgment back. "I have to find him," I said. There was still so much more to say. I hadn't mentioned the part to Mia about Mom and Dad being the ones who had sent him in the first place, or the fact that Mom had appeared to me and offered comfort, that she'd been the one to help me move past my feelings. And someday I would tell her, maybe once this all passed. But Mia didn't seem to mind that I didn't elaborate any more. She slid her chair closer to mine and pulled out her phone. "Okay then, let's find him." I wrapped my arm around her and pulled her into a quick hug. "You're the best. I seriously don't deserve your help or your ready acceptance of my story." "Pepper," she said with seriousness. She clasped my fingers. "I'm your sister." Sisterly bonds. I'd never sell them short again. "But I've looked him up," I said. "Oh, have you?" To my surprise, she tapped her social media icon rather than the search engine. The familiar interface of pictures and stories and text that was easily scrolled through appeared on her phone screen. "What are you doing?" "Don't tell me you're friends with him." "His mom contacted me to share her apologies after the accident," Mia explained. "We've become chums." "You're kidding. Why didn't she contact me?" "Maybe she did," Mia said. That was true. I had disregarded so many strangers sending out condolences. I'd been a wreck after Mom and Dad's passing and had gone into survival mode for so long. Mia searched a few minutes more, scrolling through the woman's friend list before tapping on a small, square rendition of a face so familiar, my heart recognized him first and gave a little lurch in my chest. "That's him?" Mia said, tapping to enlarge his picture. She whistled. "Send me an angel." "That's my favorite 80s song," I said, reaching for her phone. She didn't fight me, but handed the device over, tilting her body toward me so she could keep looking at him. "Besides, you already have a hottie." Yes, I do." I stilled at the sight of his handsome face, chiseled jawline, white teeth, and the spark of crystal blazing from his eyes. The shot was a candid one, taken of him when he hadn't been expecting it, I would guess. I wondered who had taken it. He'd said he wasn't married, but that made me wonder about his love life. Did he have another girlfriend by now? Or maybe the image had been taken by a friend, though what guy friend would snap an image like this and then text him, I couldn't say. Even so, the sight of him moved through me, a confirmation and an actualization all at once. Instantly, moments we'd spent together coursed through my being, affecting me with power and strength enough to make me shiver. He was real. James Vanguard. What are you waiting for? Mia broke through the trance the sight of his image had cast over me. I jarred, blinking to find her watching me with inquisitiveness. What do you mean? What did she expect me to do? Friend him? You were looking for him? Here he is. Aren't you going to message him? I pushed the phone back at her. No way. It's too easy. Mia laughed. What, were you expecting some big investigation? Actually, the prospect of hiring private detectives had crossed my mind. She laughed again. You always overcomplicate everything. Here. She handed me the phone I'd set on the table when I'd sat down. My phone. Look him up. Reach out and say hi. Nerves made a circus of my insides. My heart swung on a trapeze, and I experienced the turmoil as if I actually were hundreds of feet above the ground, swinging, flying, with no safety net to catch me. What if I did message him? Would he respond? What if I had made it up after all, and my subconscious mind had dredged up his extremely realistic, lifelike image to travel through my dreams all night long? I don't know if I can. Pepper, Mia said by way of reprimand. You've never been scared to talk to anyone. Hello, the girl who ran straight up to the lead singer of Aftershock when we caught him at the end of the concert. That was different, I said, shrugging away the reference to the time we'd hit up one of our favorite bands in Seattle back in my early years of college. I didn't care about him. Hello? You had the biggest crush on him, and you ran straight up and told him you were in love with him and wanted his autograph. Color splotched my cheeks. I was so stupid. She belted another laugh and rammed my phone against my chest. Just do it. You'll regret it if you don't. It's still Christmas for a few more hours. Didn't you want to give him something? She tapped my darkened screen and lifted her brows with purposeful reminder. The phone shook in my hands, but Mia's words worked. They reminded me of a time when I'd been brave. A time I hadn't thought twice to act toward something I wanted. Toward an opportunity I was sure would never arise again. I mean, when would I ever see the smoking hot lead singer of my favorite band again? This was no different, really. It was Newton's first law. An object at rest will remain at rest. It was the whole reason I'd allowed myself to get into the distance game I'd played with Mia for the last 4 years. Saying no once had made saying no again that much easier, until denial and refusal had become so effortless they were second nature. Waiting now would mean I could wait another day, and another. Eventually, I'd put off reaching out to him long enough my life would move on, and I would forget again. Forget what he'd come to remind me of in the first place. I'd forget the importance of reaching out to people who mattered. And after what we'd gone through tonight, he mattered to me. I couldn't control every outcome, but if I didn't do this, if I didn't at least reach out, I'd always wonder. I opened my social media app, searched just as Mia had done, and found his name, his face. Fingers shaking, I tapped message. He could ignore it, I said. Or if he's not big on social media, he could miss seeing it altogether. Or he could reply, Mia said, standing. Just try. At the very least, he needs to know you don't hate him. That settled my nerves enough to allow me to press a few keys. Me. Hey, remember me? Mia peered over, curiosity winning over her desire to leave me in peace. That's stupid. She plunked back onto her chair, took the phone from me, and backspaced. Give that back, I said. Don't tap send. Like I would. You did the time I was texting Robert Fern. Robert Fern had been in my geology class at WSU. He'd taken to walking me to the class I had following geology, and I'd eventually had to not so politely shoot him down after my well-mannered attempts to let him know I wasn't interested didn't work. He'd gotten my number when we'd had to do a project together and hadn't restricted our communication to scholarly subjects. In fact, he'd begun messaging me multiple times throughout the day, and when I tried ignoring it, Mia had insisted I should give him a chance. She gave an air of forced composure and passed the phone back to me. That was because you refused to talk to him and he liked you. I ignored this and considered the words a little longer. My mind remained completely blank. Other than stupid things like, I didn't mean it when I said I never wanted to see you again, or care to try a little paranormal transmutation? I couldn't think of anything. What would you say? I asked Mia. Before she managed to answer, her phone pinged. She glanced to check her message, and my suspicions rose. She hadn't messaged James behind my back, had she? That would be so like her. To warn him I was too chicken to contact him. Josh and the girls just challenged me, and you know I can't back down from a challenge. She stood. You're leaving me alone in this? Yep. Let me know how it goes. Mia squeezed my shoulder and patted from the room. She paused and returned long enough to sling an arm around me and kiss my cheek. I've missed this, you know. You better plan on Sunday dinners again. You got it, I said, touched. Her phone rang and she lifted it to her ear. I'm coming, she said, waving while mouthing, do it, in my direction. Anxious didn't even come close to describe the ants in these pants. I closed my screen, opened it again, lost the search and had to look him up again. I tapped through a few of his pictures, catching glimpses of him playing hockey on the ice or on rollerblades in the street, raising his hockey stick in triumph. Another image showed him with his mouth open wide, prepping to indulge in a pastry I suspected he'd made himself. In others, he held a book, pointed at a street sign that had some kind of significance I didn't understand, or posed in front of the notorious glittering tent at the park in downtown Spokane. Then there was one of him in a hospital bed, a bandage over the right side of his face, and another making a mitt of his hand. There was an image of a wrecked car. I clicked fast, each one now making my heart into a rapping drumstick. New images of him flooded my mind's eye. I remembered when James had smiled in my office, when he'd offered his hands and given me a seductive glance as he'd invited me to touch him, when he'd sat next to me on a bench and confessed his feelings of failure, when he'd held me while I cried. I expelled out the last of my uncertainty in a single breath. Resolve injected into my system, and I typed out the first thing that came to my mind. Me. I thought you were a dream. I tapped send before I lost my nerve, and the words appeared on the screen in the start of a conversation. Seconds ticked by, making my heart tick right along with them. Would he see it? Would he reply? Bubbles began to swivel at the bottom of the screen. I rose to my feet. Sitting still at a time like this was contrary to reason. Seconds that lasted an eternity later, his reply appeared. James.
You found me.
I hugged my phone to my chest. He hadn't rejected me. He hadn't questioned who I was. No, he'd acted as though he knew me. Even though we'd never met during waking hours, he knew me. Me. So I didn't make you up. Here I thought I had the most impressive imagination ever. James.
Though I can't vouch for your imagination. Your smile is another matter entirely.
As if it knew we were talking about it, my smile took over my face. I trapped my lip in my teeth, considering. What could I say next? He saved me the trouble. James.
Everything okay?
Me. Why would you ask that? Then again, I had a few ideas. He was probably wondering why I'd contacted him. Did he think something was wrong? Maybe he thought the only reason I'd contact him again would be if I had a problem of some kind. The thought made me sad. I wanted him to know he meant more to me than a shoulder to cry on. James.
I thought you never wanted anything to do with me again.
I winced, scratched the back of my head. Me. About that. I typed out a few different segues, but I'm sorry just wasn't quite as impactful on a screen as it would be in person. Everything I wanted to say to him deserved to be said in person. The fact that I wanted to see him again might also have something to do with that. Mostly, though, I wanted him to see the sincerity in my face, to hear the heartfelt meaning in my voice. With an issue as sensitive as this one was, this had to be done in person. Me. What are you up to tonight? James.
You message me to see what I'm doing?
Me. Not only that, I wondered if you wanted to meet up. Heart pound. James.
Now?
Me. Is there a better time? It had to be now. If I had to wait to talk to him any longer, I'd burst. After what had happened between us, the ball was in my court. I had to finish what I'd started tonight. Me. I kind of stalked you. James.
For shame.
Me. You weren't at your bakery. James.
It's closed.
Me. Do you still live in Spokane? Are you close to Magnolia Glen? James.
You went home. Good job, slugger.
Me. It's your fault. I should be thanking him. It really was thanks to him that I'd mustered the courage to return to Magnolia Glen for Christmas. He was the reason I'd been able to do so much. James.
Spokane Valley. I live in the valley.
Spokane Valley. He was close. My thumbs flew across the screen, acting out of their own accord. Me. That's not too far. Care to take a drive? James.
Why don't you come here?
Me. I already left Mia once to find you. She'd kill me if I took off again. James.
You tried to find me.
Didn't he get the part where I said I'd gone to find his bakery? Maybe he hadn't caught that I meant the search had taken place a few hours ago. There was so much to say. So much that I didn't want to type out. Me. Are you coming or not? More pauses, more waiting. I wondered where he was. I wondered what he was doing, what I was interrupting. Was he with his family? Where were they? Who were they? Would he be able to get away? And what would I do if he did? He waited long enough to reply. I paced back and forth over the rug in Mia's craft room 3 times. Prejudging the reason for his hesitation, I added a message. Me. I promise I won't feed you to the sharks. James.
I wouldn't make good shark food.
He still hadn't answered my question. Me. So, is that a yes? James.
I'll be there in an hour.
Chapter 14. A squeal ripped its way up my windpipe and hit the ceiling. From outside the door, Footsteps stampeded, and then the door flew open to reveal 3 faces I loved, peering in with concern. Hope hadn't dashed along with everyone else.
Did you see a spider or something?
Josh asked. Mia's chest heaved. She shot him an annoyed look and nudged Josh out of the way. Was that a good freak out? Josh shook his head.
Take that as a no,
he muttered, shooing Ruby back to the living room with him. I remained still, fastened in place, hugging my phone to my chest. He's coming. Here. Mia closed her eyes as if praying for patience. She jutted out a hand in my direction, fingers flared out. Wait. James Vanguard is coming here? You're serious? Completely. Is that okay? I should have checked with you. He and I can go somewhere else if you'd rather not see him. Are you kidding me? Mia crossed to me and linked our fingers. The joy in her expression gave me permission to display my own. We banded together in a tiptoeing, finger-clenching, forehead-tapping squeal.
What now?
Josh called from the living room down the hall. Pepper's got a hot date, Mia answered, tugging me toward him. Beeping noises gave away the fact that he was preparing popcorn.
Want me to hold off on this?
He asked. Mia turned to me. What do you think? Hold off on the popcorn so we could share it with James once he arrived? He said it would take an hour. He said he lives in Spokane Valley. Mia pegged her eyes to me, but lifted her voice and called to respond to her husband. Hold the popcorn, Josh.
You got it.
I gave her a grimace of gratitude and began picking up a few of the toys Ruby had left scattered along the floor. It wasn't that I was embarrassed to have him enter an untidy house. I just needed a direction to channel the sudden surge of energy slamming through me. Mia seemed to understand. Wordlessly, she joined me in straightening the day's disarray, adjusting pillows on the couch that had been kicked onto the floor, snatching clumps of wrapping paper that hadn't yet been thrown away, straightening shoes and coats in the entry. Are you sure you're okay with this? I asked as we tidied. Why wouldn't I be? She asked. I didn't exactly ask your permission to invite him over. Do you need to? It's your house. Mia stopped mid-turn toward the furnishing that served as both footstool and toy box. She lowered the lid and stared at me. Pepper, she said pointedly, I may have bought this house, but it's still your home. You have a place here anytime you need it. That includes inviting over anyone you'd like to. Thanks, I said, meaning every letter of the word. I checked my phone. Our quick burst of cleanup had only taken 10 minutes. He said he'd be at least an hour. What was I going to do until then? Do you think we need to tell Josh who he is? I asked. I wanted to avoid as many potentially awkward situations as I could, including conversations that might include the phrase, the man who killed our parents. The accident had been just that, an accident. I never would have been able to remain this level-headed about the situation if it hadn't been for Mom smoothing things over. I'll talk to him, Mia said with assurance. It'll be okay. Okay, tell him not to say anything too awkward. Since when has Josh ever said anything awkward? I was about to bring several instances to her attention when her lips twisted mischievously. If anyone knew her husband's tendency to blurt uncomfortable truths at the wrong time, it was Mia. I'll talk to him. Sit down. No sense pacing the room. You're going to drive us all up the wall. Sit down, right, bending legs and all that. I doubted my ability to do something so simple at this point when my internal organs were spinning cartwheels, but I attempted it. I considered messaging James again to see where he was, but a distracting text was the last thing he needed while he was driving. So I crossed to the other end of the couch across from where Hope had her face plastered to her phone. She didn't glance my way. This could be a good distraction. I'd been wanting the chance to speak with her since I'd arrived the night before. Every time we were together, she was either preoccupied or avoiding me altogether. "Hey," I said, brushing my knuckles across her knee. A grunt. "Okay, then." I tried again. "You reading a book?" I asked, referring to her reading app. She'd been a big reader when she was younger. I hoped that hadn't changed. Her eyes flicked in my direction over her screen. "Texting," she said. I settled farther into the couch and pivoted to drape my arm across the back in her direction. "Cute boy?" Her lashes fluttered as she sent another glance my way. But though her phone was in front of her face, it wasn't wide enough to hide the small trace of a smile. "Maybe," she said. "What's his name?" I asked. She didn't answer, only continued texting. I couldn't be sure what had changed about her. She'd been extremely chatty as a small child, so much so that it had been difficult to get a word in edgewise. Something told me her silence wasn't only due to the teenager status she carried. "Hey," I said again. "You mad at me?" This time the phone lowered a fraction. She didn't reply, but the vulnerable expression and outright fury in her eyes were answer enough. I sidled closer to her on the couch. "I'm sorry I stayed away so long," I said. "It wasn't cool." I know I can't really give you an explanation, but I missed you all like crazy." She grunted again and returned to her phone conversation. I forged on. "I know you don't believe me, but I'm going to prove it to you, okay?" "How?" she said. Questions were good. That meant she wasn't completely shutting me out or disregarding the idea. "I'm going to be around," I said. "I stayed away too much, and I've missed so much of your life. I don't want it to be that way anymore. I'll come to your games. I'll come to Sunday night dinners. I'll teach you how to do your makeup if you want. I'm going to be in your business so much you'll get sick of me." Her lips twisted a little more, almost a smile. It reminded me of those challenges at carnivals where you swing a hammer to see how high the little pendulum will rise. I hadn't struck the top yet, but I'd keep swinging as many times as it took. "Will you teach me how to do liquid eyeliner?" she asked. This time she lowered the phone. "You got it," I said. Liquid eyeliner happens to be my preferred method. "Mom tried," she mumbled, "but we can't get the little wings at the corners of my eyes like you can." "You say the word and we'll practice," I told her. It took me a few tries, too. There, I got one corner of her mouth to lift. Though it wasn't a full smile, it was progress and I'd take it. I joined Hope in her screen obsession, sitting in mutual silence, but my brain couldn't wrap itself around the book I attempted to read, and I was pretty sure I didn't see a single image I scrolled past on social media. I kept tapping the like button on everything, only considering too late that I may have liked things that weren't exactly likable. I needed something to do while I waited, though. I couldn't tell exactly how much time had passed, but when a ping zinged on my phone, I nearly leapt directly up from the couch, like a pilot who'd hit the eject button on their chair. "James."
"I'm outside your sister's house."
"He's here," I muttered, and then I couldn't contain it and pronounced the fact louder. "He's here!" "He's here!" Mia chorused from what sounded like the kitchen. "Quick, fire up the movie."
"I thought we were waiting,"
Josh said, his confused voice traveling from the same direction. I wondered what they'd been up to this whole time. "We are," Mia muttered, "but we can't act like we were. Hurry, Hope, turn on the movie." The bustle that ensued was comical. Mia hurried from the kitchen with a bowl of popcorn in her arms, only to collide with Josh, who barely caught the bowl in time before popcorn flew all over the carpet. Ruby danced around, catching tufts of feathers from a pillow she launched at her dad, which sent the bowl tumbling to the ground anyway. "Popcorn!" Ruby shouted, plunging to her hands and knees to begin returning large, gathered scoops of the kernels to the bowl. Too late, I realized I hadn't replied to James because a knock sounded at the door. The four of us who were standing froze. Hope rotated and peered our direction from her stoic perch on the couch. It was as though time slowed. Everything slowed except for the blood in my veins, which hadn't seemed to have gotten the memo. "What do I do?" I asked.
Get the door?
Josh said in a dry tone. Get the door. Right. Easy, simple. That's all this was. This was just a friend, possibly casual acquaintance. But I was going for the positive here. A friend visiting another friend. A good-looking friend. A friend where there was so much to say, even after knowing each other for only a day. I lifted my foot to avoid crunching popcorn into the carpet, did a fantastic hurdle jump over the remaining mess, and slid onto the tile, making up the entryway floor, arms raised above my head to keep my balance. Good thing the glass on the front door was covered by a wreath. Hopefully he hadn't witnessed my epic swan dive. By the time my hand reached the knob and swung the door open, I was panting. The cold had kissed his cheeks, adding a pink tint that had never been there during our evening together. His brows made a line over the crystalline blue of his eyes. I followed the shadow of his jaw that was lightly edged with growth, checking every feature against the view of them in my memory. Each one passed inspection, including the lilt to his lips and the wave in his thick, tousled blonde hair, which was currently dusted with drops of snow. Except he wasn't wearing only a t-shirt. The fact that his breath flooded out in puffs of air visible in the cold, and that his hands were tucked into the pockets of an orange and gray ski jacket said so much. He was vulnerable to the cold. Vulnerable. Affected. Real. This was no vision.
Hey there,
He said, and my body gave a physical response to the sound of his voice. That was the same, too. This was the same man I'd been fantasizing about for the past almost 24 hours. Angel, I breathed, unable to take my eyes from his. The corners of his mouth quirked. You're here,
Sorry I'm a little late, he said. I had a long night last night.
He winked at me. My blood froze in my veins. Heaven help me. Josh's voice crowded in from behind me.
You gonna invite your guest in?
At least close out the cold air, Mia said. I shook my head, allowing sense to rattle away clouds of mystique his mere presence had brought with him. Right, I said, feeling heat pool in my cheeks. Sorry, would you like to come in?
You sure?
Why wouldn't I be? I said, praying he wouldn't answer because even as I voiced the question, I knew there were several reasons. Reasons I had to make sure he knew no longer mattered. He ducked his head, kicked snow from his shoes on the front step, and entered. His presence filled the entire entryway, adding an extension to my awareness. Though I couldn't touch him yet, it was as though my soul was still trying to.
Hey there,
Josh said, reaching from my left side to offer a hand.
I'm Josh, and this is my wife, Mia.
Pepper's sister, Mia added. I think we saw one another briefly at... A flicker of guilt struck his gaze.
Yeah,
He said, cutting her off, and I didn't need to hear the word to know what they were speaking of. The funeral. Mom's and Dad's funeral. Oh my goodness. Had inviting him here been a bad idea?
James,
He said, offering his name freely, his low timbre speaking the single word. A sound I'd longed to hear during our night together reverberated inside of me. He held a box tucked beneath his other hand, which he offered to Mia.
"For your family,"
he said.
"It's not much, but—"
"So thoughtful of you," she said, taking the box I suspected to be a refreshment of some kind. Had he baked something? "Thank you. Won't you come in? We were just about to start a movie, if you'd like to join us." His gaze drifted to me.
"I think that depends on Pepper,"
he said.
"Would you like to watch a movie?"
The words held so much more than that single question, and I heard every other inquiry within them. Had I really invited him all this way to sit in a room with my sister and her family, where we wouldn't be able to say much without disturbing others? Well, there was so much to say. My questions nearly burst from me then and there, but with Mia and Josh looking on, and with the girls having their arms full of popcorn, ready to start the show, I knew they'd have to wait. "We're just going in here," Mia said, her gaze darting from James to me and back again. I couldn't take my eyes off him. Even when he wasn't near me, I was aware of every move he made and managed to gravitate toward him. He hooked me with that devious grin of his, as if he knew exactly what trouble I was having and was experiencing the same thing too. "What are you watching tonight?" I asked Mia, doing the best I could to shake off the effect he was having on me. The question also kept me from snaring his hand and dragging him to my old bedroom like I wanted to do so we could have some privacy. As far as I knew, Hope now inhabited that room, so that was one of many reasons the gesture wouldn't be appropriate. Even still, I desperately wanted a moment alone with him, with James, to get to the bottom of this. I wasn't about to go into it in front of Mia. She loved me and was my best friend, a fact I'd never again take for granted, but I wasn't going to mention the entire angel time travel thing in front of the others, not even if James decided to back me up on it. "It's a Wonderful Life," Mia said, and I shook myself to remember what I'd asked. The movie, right.
"Didn't you say this was one I should see?"
James muttered in my ear. His voice, his physique, his nearness, even the hidden comment about Clarence only the two of us knew about, coiled through me. "You remember that?"
"I remember everything, which means I know you remember everything too. You're talking to me, looking at me. I take that as a good sign."
I worried my lip. This conversation apparently couldn't wait any longer. "We'll have to watch it later," I told Mia before turning to him. "You want to go for a walk?"
"I think that's a good idea."
His voice and agreement made a fuzzy blur of my insides. "Just give me 1 sec." I pulled my sister aside as she was settling her girls onto the couch with their own bowls of popcorn. They looked adorable in their new matching Christmas PJs that they'd opened earlier that day. It was one of their traditions, to give new matching pajamas to the girls. They even got me a pair, which I was suddenly glad I hadn't donned yet. "You two seem awful cozy," Mia said, stealing a glance in James's direction behind me in a juicy gossip kind of way. "Tension ripples between you in waves. Are you sure last night was the first time you've met?" "You have to ask," I said. "We won't go far. I wasn't sure how to finish. I guess I wanted to make sure this was okay with you. I was here to spend Christmas with her, after all." "And you are. This is fine, Pepper. Go, talk to him." "Thank you." Then I lifted my voice for the benefit of Josh and the girls. "He and I have a little bit of catching up to do, so we're going to skip out on the movie. Is that okay with you?" "Catching up?" Mia waggled her eyebrows. "Is that what you kids are calling it these days?" I slugged her playfully, hoping James didn't notice the color flooding my cheeks. "Don't forget your coat." "Thanks, Mom." "I know you can keep each other warm, but it's a good precaution," Mia called loudly as I walked away. I laughed and shook my head, making my way to the doorway where James was waiting. He hadn't removed his ski jacket, which couldn't be that warm, and waited for me to don my own sensible but stylish red coat. I fluffed my hair a few times before slipping into my beanie and gloves.
Ready?
He asked. Are you?
Why? Should I be worried?
The sliver of concern in his eyes told me that he was. It meant a lot that he was here after all I'd said to him last night, after everything he'd admitted to. That wasn't why I wanted to take this chance. If last night had taught me anything, it was that life was too short to spend any number of seconds on hostility or regret. Chapter 15. The Christmas night sky was a blanket of darkness and stars. Where normally I would have winced at the bitter cold air, now I relished the fact that I could breathe out and see my breath, that I could feel the chilly nip of winter at my skin. Moonlight played on the snow around us, dancing out in sparkles at every turn. It's so beautiful out here, I said. I haven't let myself acknowledge that for a long time. I hadn't really given Christmas a chance for a long time, period. I'd shunned everything that had to do with it, even snow.
I'm glad you are. I'm glad you didn't order me to get out of your sister's house. I thought you might.
He thought I'd invite him all the way here to reject him in person? That stung. All the more reason I was glad he'd come. I peered at him, but his fantastic jawline was angled upward to the stars overhead, his brow pressed in concentration. We ambled down the sidewalk toward where my car was parked, and where another car had joined mine. A black electric car, the kind you plug in and that made no noise while it idled. I'm disappointed in you, I began, gesturing to his car with a gloved hand. No wonky transmutation got you here this time. My nerves were ringing louder than any bells or alarms.
No, I drove.
And our feet are sinking into the snow, I said, glancing behind to note the trail we'd left and the light dusting of snowfall that had taken place since the last time I'd left.
The laws of nature apply.
I stopped before we reached the street and faced him. And your name is James. I could hardly breathe. He was here. The name latched onto my bloodstream and replayed with every new pulse. James, James, James.
Yes.
I like it, I told him. He glanced at the row of houses across the street and at the soft, muted light in the sky overhead. Then he seemed to settle on something, turned to me and held up his hand.
I'm James Vanguard,
he said, as if this were our first meeting.
I want you to know it. I want you to know me, to accept me even though I don't deserve it.
Already done, I said. The startlement on his face was striking, flaring in his eyes as he registered the words. Still he said nothing, so I smiled and took his hand, gripping, shaking. Is there a middle name to go with that duo? The tension that had startled him seemed to release its hold. His shoulders relaxed and he grinned.
Maybe. If you play your cards right, maybe I'll tell you.
You know, you're the worst tease I've ever met.
I do what I can.
We didn't release one another's hands. Instead, we stood together beneath the snowy haze of fog and stars, the cold air enfolding us.
I couldn't believe you looked me up,
he said.
That you would want to. I mean, I thought you couldn't stand me after you learned the truth.
I'm glad you're here, actually.
Oh, yeah?
We lowered our hands and James began strolling. I fell into step beside him, enjoying the muted sounds of our footfalls on the snow. This was the moment of truth. This was the gift I'd told Mia I meant to give him, and I needed to make sure I did this right. I feel awful about what happened. After you told me, after I found out. I was slaughtering this. I stopped at the corner street lamp where we'd stood together to witness my first kiss. The lamplight brought out the glitter in the lightly falling snow. I overreacted, I said.
For good reason.
No matter what the reasons were. You were being Studley and putting everything on the line.
Studley?
Let me finish. And I didn't realize how much you were risking until it was too late. You were gone. I never thought I'd see you again. And I thought it was my fault. He sniffed and wrinkled up his nose the way he'd done on the basketball court.
I didn't think so either. It wasn't until I woke in my own bed this morning that I realized what had happened.
You mean you didn't see how last night would end?
I didn't know much of what to expect,
he said. With his hands delved into his pockets, his attention was on the corner lamppost. He gently kicked its base a few times. That didn't quite compute. How could he not have known what to expect last night when he'd been the one directing our course? How had our travel been possible at all? What power had he used to transfer us to the other planes of existence? And how was it that we were standing together here now, after everything was done and over with? I need to know everything, I said. My parents were the them and they you kept referring to. How is that even possible? Did you know them? Did they appear to you after they passed away or something? Were they the reason you were able to transport us to places in time without being seen? Did they give you the gift to do that somehow?
All good questions.
He released a visible puff of air, and I waited. If his aim was to keep me in suspense, his mother would be proud of him. Tell me, I pleaded. He did the nose wrinkle thing again, a sign he was fighting off emotion.
It's so complicated,
he began. We have time, I said. I'd give him all the time in the world if that's what it took to get him to open up and explain.
I'll start with the easier ones. Yes, the paranormal transmutation was a gift your parents bestowed on me. On us, just for the night, to accomplish what we needed to do.
You mean you can't take us to different planes anymore? His lips quirked.
I doubt it. I'm skilled, but not that skilled.
And the rest? He exhaled, his breath leaving a visible trail.
2 days ago, I wasn't in a good place, Pepper. The anniversary of your parents' death is something I can never hide from. You have no idea what it's like to know I'm the reason 2 people lost their lives. I don't know if I can explain the agony of knowing that fact, of knowing nothing I can do can reverse it. That no matter how badly I want to make things right, I never can. Nothing I can do can bring them back. You mentioned torture last night,
he said. I had. It had been in reference to my work party, something that hadn't remotely come close to the heartache he was describing in comparison. I wished I could retract the casual way I'd thrown out the word when it had a much deeper, more applicable meaning for him.
But I don't know if you can fully appreciate just what torture I've dealt with since the accident. It's been 4 years, and yet it eats me alive every year. It's my fault they're gone, Pepper. It's my fault you no longer have your parents.
I didn't know what to say. The usual comforting words in a situation like this, like, it's okay or no worries, just weren't sufficient to ease the anguish I found in his expression.
I've gone to therapy, he said. My friends and family have stayed by my side. They insist I'm still a good person. But I haven't known how to move forward.
That must be so hard, I said.
Don't do that, he said. I'm not out for your sympathy. I know I don't deserve it.
He released a humorless chuckle.
I'm the one that should be showing you sympathy.
He kicked a plot of snow, and I was beginning to understand. He was answering my question, as difficult as that was for him. The expression on his face was more pained than I'd ever seen from him, so much so I worried he wouldn't continue.
2 days ago, I was contemplating a choice between a bullet and an overdose. I felt more worthless than I ever had before.
Oh my gosh. That was the dark place he'd mentioned. I clustered my hands in front of my chest, reeling with relief he hadn't followed through. What made this year worse for you than others? I asked, hoping my question wasn't too much. Several quiet moments passed between us before he answered.
The fact that even through all the therapy, even through my family's attempts to help me, I still couldn't manage to find any peace. My business had failed. I'd failed. I couldn't see any light. I couldn't even bring myself to look in the mirror, and when I did, I was filled with self-loathing. I was trapped inside myself, forced to live as a person I couldn't find any value in anymore. And then I did something I hadn't in a long time. I prayed.
I slipped my arm through his. While I didn't have words to offer him right now, I could let him know I was here for him, that I was listening. He rested his hand on mine as if thanking me, as if reassuring me while I was reassuring him.
I prayed harder than I ever had before. I begged to know if I had a purpose in this life. I begged for God's forgiveness, that He would help me find some light, that He would give me some air to breathe. And the answer was your parents.
Chills swept across my spine. They weren't from the cold. My parents came to you.
They did. They said they forgave me for what had happened, but that their daughter was having a hard time moving on quite as easily.
He slid his gaze to me at the word daughter. The action was almost as though he'd handed me something precious.
They said I could find my purpose again if I agreed to help you. I was humbled by that. So much. I told them I'd give anything I could to go back to that stupid night and keep my eyes on the road instead of on my girlfriend.
He hung his head. I placed my free hand on his arm, needing to let him know I forgave him too. We all make mistakes, I told him. We've all taken our eyes off the road. We've all had moments of inattention. We're just lucky that most of the time those lapses in judgment usually turn out okay. I know you didn't mean to hurt anyone. The words resonated. In that moment, everything he'd said, the first promise he'd made, that if I chose to go with him, it would give us both the chance to heal, came resounding back into my mind with trumpet blast clarity. I needed to forgive him. He needed to know he was forgiven. Even though we hadn't known one another before, the feelings were still tormenting us both. He described some of his difficulty, an inner torment I could only imagine, yet also one I'd glimpsed from the pieces of his past I'd been allowed to witness. But while I couldn't personally experience the agony he was describing, I knew the darkness it had shrouded over me. I hadn't only been angry at Mia. I'd held an unspoken grudge against this man too. And every year, every Christmas, the forlorn resentment had kept me from living life to its fullest, just as it had done to him. We needed each other, and my parents and God had known we would be the answers to each other's prayers. He released a dry chuckle.
That's what they told me, too. They said everything would work out, and that it wasn't my time to leave yet, that I still had so much to live for.
You do, I seconded. He shook his head.
I couldn't fathom that. As hard as I tried, I couldn't see what I could possibly live for. What good could I possibly contribute to this world when I'd done such evil? When I asked them what, they showed me you.
I placed a hand to my chest. You saw me?
I saw you. Your stunning zest for life. A zest your parents' loss had stolen from you. A zest I stole from you. I saw your efforts, your stubborn insistence on success, on handling as many things as you could on your own, and on pushing away all the people who tried to get close to you.
He removed his hand from his coat pocket and lifted it to my cheek, pressing its warmth over my skin.
I was struck by so much about you, Pepper. A woman this driven, this beautiful, deserved to have so much more than you allowed yourself to have.
He trailed his hand along my jawline and my cheeks, drawing a finger along my brows, and then down to the pout in my lips. I went still, so still.
And strangely enough, seeing you so dejected and wanting so much more for you helped me see myself in that same light too.
I removed my glove. This was no time for barriers of any kind. I placed my hand over his.
Snow Angel,
he said, ardor in his eyes. You're the angel, remember?
I was yours for a time, but what you didn't know is that you were also mine.
I held on to his every word, while shivers of warmth swept over me.
I saw how listless you were, just going through the motions of your life. Your sadness broke my heart and added to my guilt. I knew I was the reason your parents were taken prematurely from you. I wanted to make it right. I wanted to see you smile. And there.
He continued his perusal, his eyes shifting from one of mine to the other and back again.
There it is. Light.
You brought it back, I said, hardly able to speak through my pumping lungs.
James,
he said. What?
Say my name, please.
James. His thumb stroked my jaw, and his lips caved into a smile. It was the first full smile I'd seen him allow himself to express. He was so handsome, so breathtakingly, devastatingly handsome. I forgive you, I told him. I thought you might understand as much with me inviting you here, but I need to say the words. He responded with a little jolt, and his eyes widened, fastening to mine.
Thank you, Pepper. I don't deserve it.
I didn't either, I said, grasping his hand in mine. But I think this might be the best Christmas memory I've had yet.
Why is that?
Because you brought me back to my family. I expected Mia to hold my distance over my head. I expected her to say things to guilt-trip me for staying away. But she welcomed me back with open arms. This entire day has been so surreal because I never thought we could have a close relationship again. And yet we're back to being sisters as though nothing happened at all.
I'm glad to hear that, he said. You two need each other.
We do, I agreed, staring down at our joined hands. James sniffed in the cold air.
The accident should have taken my life too,
he said.
For so long I wished it had. I didn't deserve to live after what my carelessness had done. Yet your parents, the very people who should have set out to haunt me and torment me the rest of my life, appeared to help me get out of that torment. They showed me so many things that night, just like I did for you. They reminded me of my self-worth through those memories. One thing I haven't told you, though, is that they showed me my future.
I lifted my gaze to his. He had seen his future. You mean you didn't fight it like I did? Keeping my hand in his, He grazed his fingers along my cheekbone with his other hand.
In every scene was the most beautiful woman, with hair that glinted like raven's wings and these bright, dazzling eyes. Then they told me that light had faded from her face, and that I was the only one who could bring it back. I loved you in those scenes, Pepper. I mean, my future self was in love with you. So I wanted you. I wanted that future.
Wow. The words seemed so feeble and yet encompassed so much of what I couldn't say. I was fixated on him, picturing what he'd seen, wishing I'd witnessed it as well. How differently the night might have gone if I'd only let him take me there too. If I'd agreed to see my future, would he have been in those scenes after all? That's why they sent you. Mom had left that part out.
They told me it would be hard to help you. You were so angry and so hurt. You'd pushed everyone else out of your life who might have been able to help knock some sense into you.
He grinned to soften the statement. So you took on the job. His gaze shot to mine, generating the same powerful, instantaneous connection I'd felt from the minute we met.
They didn't even have to ask.
His hand slid down my body to settle at my waist. I shivered at the possessive yet inquisitive gleam in his eyes, at the way he secured me to him. The touch was deliberate, yet not completely firm, as though every action were a question of its own. I lifted my hand to his hair. It was as soft as I thought it would be, and the slightest bit wet from the falling snow. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. I've been wanting to do that since. He didn't let me finish before his mouth descended on mine. The kiss was heady, urging parts of myself I'd kept hidden to surface. I pressed closer to him, fastening my hands behind his neck, tiptoeing up to show him just how okay with this I was. His hand tightened at my back as he responded. All my other thoughts, all the reasons warning me away from him fled, and all I could think of was my desire for this man. My desire to be his in any way I could, to get to know him, to be a part of his life, to continue kissing him like this. After exploring my mouth a little longer, he pulled away, his breathing unsteady.
We never made it to your future, he said. What do you say we explore it firsthand?
I like the sound of that so much. Together? I asked. He dipped in for another kiss, lifting me from the ground and holding me to him. He kissed me senseless, so that when our mouths stopped, when I pulled away, I burrowed against his chest, inhaling his musky scent and the smell of winter in his coat, taking a few moments to ground myself before I could speak again. He rested his chin on my hair, fastening his arms around me as if he needed the same stability. I was glad I had that effect on him, because he'd had it on me from the start. Realization swirled around like an addition to the snowfall. If someone had told me a year ago that I'd be falling for the man who was responsible for my parents' deaths, I'd have laughed in their faces. But that wasn't how I saw James now. He was the epitome of possibility, of seeing others the way each person deserved to be seen, as someone trying to do their utmost to overcome their worst moments and be remembered instead for their best. And James's best moment had been coming to my rescue, although that kiss was a close second. I'll never forget the moment you appeared in my office, I told him.
I scared you out of your wits.
Actually, your hotness relieved a lot of my fears. He barked a loud laugh in the silent night. It echoed off the hill behind Mia's house. I leaned against him again as he slid an arm around my waist. We hadn't made it far in our walk. We hadn't even crossed the street. Yet it felt as though we'd gone a lot farther than that. I wanted to walk, though. I wanted to show him my childhood stomping grounds, the elementary school Mia had walked me to every day, the church where we'd attended every Sunday. I wanted to explore these quiet streets in the night stillness. I slipped my hand into his, and then he tucked both of our hands into his pocket for warmth.
I never pegged you as shallow,
he said, falling into step beside me. I've never been shallow, but you were the package deal. I'm not sure I would have gone with you if you hadn't been so dishy.
Dishy.
It's a compliment, I promise.
That's good. I wouldn't want to be the opposite of dishy.
That's not something you'll ever have to worry about. A car inched past, barely disturbing the slush on the road. Fingers entwined, James and I waited for it to pass before crossing toward Main Street, the only road that stretched from the welcome sign into town and went straight through. I want to know everything about you, I said.
Everything?
Sure. You saw my past. Seems only fair to return the favor.
I didn't see all of your past,
he corrected. I ignored this. You play hockey and basketball, and you like to ice fish, and you bake. Anything else?
Plenty.
He was extremely unhelpful. I was going for backstory here, and that would take more than one-word answers. What were you doing when I messaged you? I asked.
I was at my mom's house,
he said. In Spokane Valley? Is that the same house where you grew up? We made it to the park. The swings and slide were our silent companions. I settled onto a bench, the cold of the woods seeping into my jeans. James sat beside me, putting his arms around me so we could share warmth. I nestled in against him, wanting as much closeness as we could manage.
I grew up all over the U.S., he said. My dad was in the Army, so he ended up being stationed in many different places. California, Texas, Louisiana.
Which was your favorite?
I liked each of them for different reasons, but I was glad when we settled down here in Washington, he said. I was tired of moving.
His eyes took on a sleepy, half-lidded haze, and he took my chin between his fingers and guided my mouth to his. His lips were warm against mine, sending heat through my limbs. I luxuriated in every motion, every tilt of his head, even the brush of his cold nose as we adjusted position to continue blending with one another. His mouth grew fervent, elevating my pulse. And your bakery? I said between kisses.
What about it?
This time the kiss lasted so long, I nearly forgot what we were talking about. No fair, I said breathlessly. Are you trying to distract me?
Why, is it working?
His lips dominated mine again, working their magic, nearly making me forget that it was cold outside at all. I thought you were going to tell me your past, I said.
I wouldn't mind opening the bakery up again someday. Some unfortunate situations with my finances happened after the car accident. I wasn't able to work, and consequently the pastries and confections weren't turning out like they ordinarily would have. My family tried to help, but the business flopped. I haven't been able to face opening it again. I guess I feel I don't deserve to.
Where have you been working instead? I asked.
I've been working construction with my brother, and I've been able to save quite a bit on the hopes that I'd be able to get over my issues and reopen, and return to doing what I love.
Have you always loved to cook?
Bake, he corrected. I'm not so good at cooking, but baking... My mom signed me up for a class when I was a kid, and I sort of took to it.
I really love that. You'll have to show me more of your goodies.
Happily.
His mouth opened against mine, deepening the kiss and leaving me completely addled, completely incapable of anything but kissing him back. He trapped my bottom lip with his teeth and tugged in a gentle motion as he pulled away, and I caught my breath in a rush, clinging to him until strength returned to my limbs. My hands gripped his shoulders, and when I finally lifted my eyes to his, he gave me a devilish grin. I turned and rested against his side, admiring the night's beauty, the fog that made a haze in the air, the softly falling snow that had turned more sporadic. We sat there, together, quiet, lost in our own thoughts. "How are we going to make this work?" I asked.
What do you mean?
I mean, are we dating now?
Do you want to be?
If it involves more kissing. He tapped my chin until I turned my head to meet his lips. This kiss was slow and luxurious.
It should definitely involve more kissing,
he said when we broke apart. He stood guiding me up beside him. This time he kept his arm around my waist as we walked, trailing along the opposite end of the park and its long stretch of snow where the baseball fields were located.
We'll make it work because I already saw that it will,
he said, answering my question. I leaned my head against his shoulder. I'm so jealous you saw that.
You could have seen it too.
You should have mentioned it, I said. I told you I wanted to see you in my future. Why didn't you say anything?
The whole time we were together felt so devious. Your parents insisted I not tell you how we were connected.
Which is why you wouldn't tell me your name, I said.
I wasn't sure if you would remember me. And if you did, I didn't want to completely revolt you from the start.
Fair enough. Do you have siblings? I asked.
Several. I'm the middle of 5.
5? Wow. Were they all at your mom's too? We waited in front of Magnolia Glen's hardware store while another car crawled past and then stepped across the street. There wasn't any point heading for the crosswalk, not when we were the only ones out here.
Not all. Only 2 are still living at home. My oldest brother is out in Texas. He's in the military as well. But my older sister and younger siblings were all there.
Did they mind that you left to see me tonight?
Not at all. It was the end of Christmas Day, so I just told them I was heading out.
Oh. My lip pouted, displaying my disappointment.
What's that look for?
I'd gushed about him to Mia the instant I could, and I couldn't help feeling disappointed that he hadn't told his family about me. Then again, we hadn't exactly parted on the best terms. For all he knew, he was coming to Magnolia Glen so I could chew him out some more. Nothing, I said, quickly backtracking. It was also entirely possible that he wasn't all that close to his family. He stopped at the end of Mia's street and analyzed me. After being so aloof from everyone for so long, I was excited and eager to see where things with him would go. But was I pushing things too quickly? We'd only known each other for 24 hours. By all accounts, regardless of the future he'd seen, the prospect of getting to know each other, of truly falling for one another, would take time. And I wanted it too. I wanted to enjoy every inch of the fall. But I also couldn't deny how I wanted to acquaint myself with who he was, with everything that made him James Vanguard.
Believe me,
he said,
I can't wait to tell them all about you, now that I know you won't mind.
We strolled, making our way back to Mia's. I didn't necessarily want to go inside, but I was cold. I didn't want our time alone together to end. We could get my stuff and drive back to Spokane, to either his apartment or mine. But for one, I wasn't sure where he lived, and for two, I wasn't sure I was ready yet for where that might lead. I went by your old bakery, I told him. The building is still vacant.
So it is.
That means it's there for the taking, new climate and all that. Why not try again?
You never give up, do you?
That's one thing you can learn from me. I'm annoyingly persistent. He caught me, drawing me against his body before I could take another step.
I wouldn't say that's annoying, he said in a dropped tone meant for hidden places. I'd say it's attractive.
You go on telling me how attractive I am, and it's gonna go to my head.
I'm just being honest.
We paused at the mouth of Mia's sidewalk. My attention strayed from my car to his, and again the idea of leaving, of heading to a place where we could talk or do other things uninterrupted, grew more and more appealing. But it was getting late, and parting now to head back to Spokane meant either driving separately or one of us leaving a car here, and I didn't like those options much either. Too bad you don't have the ability to transport us again, I told him. He smiled, reeling me to him.
Why? Is there somewhere you'd like to go?
Alone, I said. Anywhere we can be alone, also preferably somewhere warm.
They're watching a movie, he said against my ear. Won't that give us enough privacy?
With a 4-year-old around?
Good point.
Then again, maybe Ruby had fallen asleep. It was late. In any case, my jaw was starting to judder.
Let's go in and talk, he said. Then I'll follow you back to Spokane and see you home.
I could handle that. I nibbled my lip in response to the mischief in his gaze and nodded, leading the way up Mia's sidewalk. We paused at the door. The TV was visible through the sheer curtains in Mia's front window, the tree twinkling merrily. I reached for the knob, but James snatched my wrist, holding me back.
Have you ever been kissed on this doorstep?
He asked. That's a memory I'm glad we can't explore. He lured me to him, wrapping both arms around me and resting his forehead to mine.
Then how about we make a new one?
I caught the glimmer in his pupils. Will you have the ability to bring me back to relive it?
As many times as you want.
His mouth claimed mine. My breath hitched and heat spilled through me while I gave myself to his mouth, while the possibility of future kisses, of moments like this, became more than just dreams. Epilogue. I hurried to wipe the last of the glass on the countertop, rubbing at one final stubborn streak that refused to dissipate. The smudge was located directly above the display of fruit tarts, and those beauties needed to be as visible as possible. Wouldn't want anyone to miss out on the tart's delectable temptation. Someone's arms wrapped around me from behind. I stilled, basking in the embrace for only seconds before turning to find James smirking at me. He brought his mouth to mine in a kiss that could steam windows. I clung to him, needing the stability he always provided to keep my knees from buckling.
I couldn't have done this without you, you know,
he said, pressing his cheek to mine so we could both take in the scene. The shelves were stocked with pastries and bagels, and the smell of delicious soups on the stoves behind the counter eddied in the air, tantalizing my stomach. Why don't you show me again just how grateful you are? He gave me a wicked grin and kissed me, making my thoughts spin and my blood turn into a heated frenzy. The kiss lasted longer than I expected, but I gave myself to his passionate display, returning kiss for kiss, fervor for fervor. We're gonna scare customers away, I said, breathing hard and resting my forehead against his chest.
We're newlyweds, he said. They'll expect to find us stealing kisses.
I know how much you like to steal things, I said with a smirk, referring to the first time he'd taken me to this bakery. He grinned and then turned his attention to the door to flip the little sign hanging there from closed to open. It had taken some effort to ready the building, especially since we decided to move forward with reopening the bakery in the middle of wedding plans. Talk about overachievers. Both endeavors took so much planning and discussion over details, We tested the mettle of our communication skills. Arguments had often ended in delectable makeup sessions, though, and if all of our misunderstandings would continue to have similar endings, I could handle that. I'd stepped down from my position as creative director, passing the buck to Oliver with willing ease. The position required too many hours away, and I wanted to spend as much time as I could with my new husband. Working at a fledgling bakery also provided more movement throughout my day, as well as the opportunity to interact with people who would be friendlier than my fake coworkers. Besides, I also wanted what Mia had. James had agreed to start trying for a family right away, and I couldn't hide my bliss over that fact. Laundry, here I come. Our wedding had been lovely. A small gathering of close family and friends in the church at Magnolia Glen. We were currently living in James's apartment, since it had one more bedroom than mine did, though we talked about upgrading to a more permanent residence. I'd mentioned finding a house in Magnolia Glen, mostly as a joke, but we'd both agreed with the bakery open, we'd need a home in the valley where James wouldn't have to commute quite so far. And after all our plans and preparations, after so many mind-bending changes, including our marital status, now it was opening day. "Is everything ready?" I asked, standing by his side to take in the big picture. I'd be working the register while James would ensure the shelves remained stocked. I'd put together some marketing images and had taken to posting ads in papers and online. Hopefully, we'd see a good turnout.
"There's just one more thing,"
he said, taking my hand and pulling me behind the counter to the stockroom where the ovens were located. Confused but willing, I went along with his furtive behavior, only to find myself wrapped in his arms and thoroughly kissed. He bent and scooped me up so my legs wrapped around his waist, and we swirled there. Mystifying colors and world-rocking shifts taking place as though he were transporting me to another plane all over again.
"I love you,"
he said, breathing hard, staring up at me while his strong arms held me to him. I placed my hands on both sides of his neck. "I love you too. And this future we're in, this is bliss." He kissed me again, lowering me to the floor as he trailed more kisses along my throat.
"What are you talking about?"
he said in a low tone.
"This is the present. The future I saw hasn't happened yet."
"The one where you loved me."
"The one where we spend the rest of our lives together. I can't wait."
I beamed at him, placed a hand on his cheek, thrilling at the prospect. The rest of my life, no matter what came, as James Vanguard's wife, was a prospect I craved. "Me neither," I said. The bell to the Bakerleys' entrance chimed. James's face lit up. "Your first customer," I said in a whisper. He pecked a quick kiss to my lips.
"You mean ours. Come on."
Hand in hand, we stepped out from the back and into the present, ready to face what the day and the years to follow would bring. The end.
Hey there, what's up? This is Catelyn Meadows. I just wanted to hop on and thank you so much for listening to Christmas in Magnolia Glen. I hope you loved Pepper and James's story as much as I do. I had such a fun time writing this mashup between A Christmas Carol and It's a Wonderful Life. I loved getting to know these characters and discovering their hopes and dreams and joys and heartaches and all of that good stuff. So, this was truly magical for me, and I hope it was for you too. If you're looking for other clean Christmas romances, I have several other titles here on my channel. There's a whole series of them called the Snowed In for Christmas Clean Romances. This is a series about a radio that used to belong to Santa Claus, and those who hear it play end up falling in love. So it's a fun mashup with a meddling matchmaking radio. I hope you'll check those out. If you like this book, I hope you'll please click that like button and make sure you subscribe to my channel so you don't miss out on all the other books I have for you. Thanks so much.
This has been Christmas in Magnolia Glen, a sweet Christmas romance, written by Catelyn Meadows, narrated by Tina Scott. Copyright 2021 by Courtney Pearson. Production copyright 2022 by Courtney Pearson.